Three teams left fighting for the title of Master of Masters. This is Championship Sunday, baby. Welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational 2023. I have the Mustachio AJ, and with me today, the amazing Beef Mommy.
Oh yeah, I was watching yesterday, AJ, and so far the Garena team's looking pretty shaky. We already said goodbye to Almighty yesterday, big sads here, but we still have a contender into the Snakes, the Mambas themselves. WPM Lokings up against Wolves in the lower bracket. So this is the rematch that I really wanted to see today, AJ.
I don't know if I really want to see this rematch, right? Because I thought, one time was more than enough. West Point Mamba Lokings, many expected them to stay in the upper brackets, but unfortunately, Luffy just could not get his visa approved in time. And without one of the most greatest snipers that Garena has ever given birth to out there in the the move towards the grand finals, West Point Mamba Lokings just struggling a tad bit. Now back in the lower brackets, they will have to, or in the lower brackets for the first time, I have to say, they'll have to go up against a team that they've already met. They've already beaten down 4-2. Yes, Luffy's not the best player. Luffy's not the the MVP title stacker on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings, but he is their most solid sniper. So this is gonna be quite the pain for them going up against Wolves again, B.
You're absolutely right with that statement. It's just like, yeah, he's actually not really the best sniper that we have, but he is one of the best fit for WPM Lokings, and one of the reasons why they're actually good. And for Susano as well, those two snipers actually doing a really good job. And so obviously we are starting things off with that search and destroy, which we already know what Wolves are going to be absolutely fire with. And also, that Zai and Yan have been stepping it up. These two guys, especially if they're left alone, they can definitely get those multi-kills down. So it's going to be really hard for WPM Lokings for the lower brackets because the momentum right now is on the Wolves side.
Yeah, I mean, momentum is on Wolves' side, and looks like the gods of luck are on the side of Wolves as well, because I don't know who was good enough to pick up a lot of good karma in their life, because they would have said a good prayer. Lord God Almighty, if I meet West Point Mamba Lokings once again in the competition, please help them be nerfed a tad bit. And that's the kind of version they got. They got Olea. Olea's like the best case scenario. Olea's the best example of skill-based matchmaking in Call of Duty Mobile sometimes. Once you hit Legendary, then you get stuck in one of these lobbies where you're either getting whooped or you're doing all of the whooping, right? That's Olea at the moment. I mean, the 3v1 clutch that he got yesterday was one of the greatest highlights, but the guy, he is the coach for a reason, Beef.
Yeah, I mean, he's the brains of the whole operation, right? So excited to see how he's going to be able to do that. And I know that 3K was the only kill that he had all throughout that SND game. So,
he had a couple more, but...
Exactly. I mean, it's just interesting how they're going to be able to bring this to the table. Obviously, they were up against a different team. It was DYG. So I'm excited how they're going to bring it up to Wolves, because we haven't seen Olea actually bring it up to the Wolves one-on-one. Yes, he is the brains, but let's see if he can bring the power here. Can he be the missing piece for WPM Lokings? And like what you said, WPM's nerfed because they don't have Luffy, and plus they're on devices that they're not used to playing. So honestly, the odds are kind of stacked against WPM Lokings.
The odds are most definitely stacked against Lokings, also because they are an organization that has been making the right decisions in the recent past. Now, I mean, it's no secret by now. They were embroiled in a little bit of an issue recently with one of their players, and they didn't need to get rid of him. But based on moral grounds, West Point Mamba Lokings just said, you know what needs to be done needs to be done, and that player was put on suspension. We haven't seen Demos in a little bit. If they had not gone with that move, perhaps they would not be stuck with Olea in a situation like this. But, they did the right thing. They just have to overcome yet another obstacle. But just think of it in this way, right? If they do manage to overcome this obstacle, that would make West Point Mamba Lokings one of the craziest, greatest teams of all times in the world of Garena, right? To come to a stage like this with their coach, and then to be able to whoop a team like Wolves. Because, against Doyu Gaming, we kind of saw what happened yesterday. I don't know what the chances would be like against Doyu Gaming. In fact, we don't know what the chances would be like for any teams against Doyu Gaming. Doyu has not been beaten at all throughout the whole competition, Biff.
And definitely it's going to be hard for any team, even if it was a complete Lokings team, even if it's their devices that they're playing on, because this team is just so good. And we did mention a while ago into the group stages as well, and even in the knockout stages, that Wolves are actually going to be #1. And the reason why they didn't beat DYG is because they're missing a very valuable piece of the puzzle in their team. But it just seems like DYG is actually still proving that they're #1 in their bracket. And now they're sending everyone home. But so far, maybe honestly, I'm thinking, okay, if WPM Low Kings doesn't make it today, I'm excited to see that DYG and Wolves break down yet again, because it's going to be a question mark on who's going to be that #1 Chinese team here in the region.
Absolutely right. And for the time being, it most definitely looks like Doyo Gaming is going to be able to take the title of Master of Masters. Looking at how they've gone through the whole competition, not beaten a single time within the series. Yes, they've dropped a couple of maps, but you know, it's just a couple of nicks on their skin as they get through this war, which they're pretty much winning all the way through. West Point Mamba Low Kings, on the other hand, they've gotten too close to the end line, but they kind of lost a leg. They kind of lost a few fingers along the way. Not a fun journey at all. Now they go up against Wolves, the ones who have been praying really hard for a nerfed version of West Point Mamba Low Kings. They get that version now. Now, the biggest question is whether or not Alea is going to be able to do the little bit that Luffy was doing. Now, see, Luffy, he's a great sniper, but in recent times, he has not been the slayer of West Point Mamba Low Kings. There have been a couple of competitions where we've seen just Luffy popping off left, right, center, getting that MVP titles, kind of just whooping everybody in shape, especially in those SNDs. But in this competition, his kills haven't been all that too great, but they have been really important kills. So I guess the pressure's not all that too great on Alea.
I mean, the impactful kills are definitely going to be huge for them, and the best thing that Olea can do is definitely just hold those angles, because as much as we say that he is the brains of the operation, he mechanically still needs to catch up, because obviously these pros have been at it for months and he's not ready for it. He hasn't had the time to, but let's see how they're able to adjust this, as we're starting things off with WPM Low Kings here in the lower bracket up against Wolves, a rematch that we've been waiting for. And so far, it was a 4-2 where we get to see WPM Low Kings get the best of the Wolves here in the lineup. And speaking of the Wolves, we got Peg, we got X-Ching, we have Zai, King, and Nian to try and clinch the crown and go into the upper bracket, seeing DYG yet again.
And the last time at CDFI, we did see them try to push this all the way through, but Wolves could only walk away with the 3rd spot in tow. And this time around, of course, they'll be aiming for that #1 spot, unless West Point Mamba Low Kings can pull the dirty on them, drop them in this lower bracket finals, and move back into the grand finals to meet the one and only Doyo Gaming once again. Kalo, Susanoo, PJ, Yopi, and the one and only King Alea. One of the best coaches out there. Now the best coach is trying to flee the best player of West Point Mamba Low Kings. It's not the best of journeys to be on, I have to say.
I mean, what a multi-talented guy to be here in the up. I'm honestly, like, when it comes to the scorelines, I'm looking at it today. His scores aren't too shabby, especially knowing that he's still making those high-impact kills. Yes, up against DYG, one of the best teams, possibly not only in China, but now I'm thinking like it could be in the world. So that's still something that you should be credited for. And now let's see how they'll do, especially knowing, like I already mentioned, it was close to Wolves. The last time they saw each other, yes, it was a 4-2, but every time it was a hard point, it was at control, it was down to just a few points left, and I feel like for Wolves, they might be able to capitalize that depending on the map choices that we have for today.
Yeah, if I was West Point Mamba Low Kings right now, I would be thanking my lucky stars, right? I would just think of it in the best possible angle. I would think like, hey, you know what? Where did the best snipers in the competition come from? It comes from this team that we are about to take on. And of course, if it is going to be the team that we're going to take on, we've got Zai in there. We have, of course, got Nian, who's going to go crazy on us. Maybe it's best we drop Luffy and try to counter this with a couple of SMGs and ARs.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just really up to who's going to be up to the task to try and stop a sniper like Nyan, because he's absolutely killing it, especially in those respawns as well. So that's going to be something that's impressive to me. And the fact that West Point Mamba Low Kings, speaking of, Susanoo's going to be their main sniper. Luffy, like what we keep mentioning already, is going to be out. So it's really up to how they're going to be playing their angles tight and also use their utility like their smokes to try and stop a sniper like Nyan. And you can see over here, as everyone's trying to ready up, it's just going to be absolutely hair-raising to see such a beautiful stage. And I know that Callie and Warden were casting this yesterday, but man, I wish we have something like this next time, especially for GM5.
I swear to God, I had such a vivid dream as I was waking up from my sleep this morning. And it was a dream that Neptune was in the middle of that stage, this very stage. And I swear to God, this was and the dream was so vivid. It was with all the exact same colors. This is how it looked, with a little bit of a difference. The stadium was jam-packed, full of people, right? And Neptune was standing there with a beautiful gray suit. And guess who was sitting down at the table? I saw Warden. Now, when I woke up from the dream, I was like thinking, oh, okay, great. Maybe this is a premonition. Maybe Warden and Neptune are going to be casting land one day. But now that I'm looking at the stage, Those are players that are sitting down there at the table. Could Warden be going back into the pro scene? Because I recently saw the child picking his mobile phone up. Warden streaming again, guys. If you all didn't know, on Facebook, go check him out. Maybe, just maybe, Beef, we might see him in the next Chinese Invitational. Playing for West Point Mamba Lokings. Hey, I would not put that idea out just yet.
Is this a premonition? I'm pretty sure it's a premonition. I mean, the guy is cracked. I remember playing up against Warden one time, and he dropped almost like I think a 90 bomb up against me. So I won't be surprised if he eventually is going to be that sixth man of the West Point Mamba Lokings. But as we're going to be readying it up here, AJ, like what you mentioned with Garena, just having so much competition already all throughout the year in our region is kind of known to have a lot of tournaments all throughout the year. What do you think about it right now? The fact that we're also going up against China, we're going up against Japan, and these regions just collaborating for the very first time, especially since this is our last day of CDSI.
I think it's great that this is happening because the last time we saw the World Championship where the East went up against the West, we realized a fundamental flaw in the whole plan of Garena to take over the world of Call of Duty Mobile, right? They were fighting within the own server where they thought, hey, you know what? This is as good as it gets. And then they got exposed to the world where we kind of got wrapped up in a little bit of a burrito, got sent back home. So having an experience like this before the next stage 5 is definitely going to have them a little bit more prepped for that world stage as a whole, right? Because a lot of the official rules, not all of them, but a lot of them has been implemented within this tournament as a whole. So not only do they get to go up against some of these players from the other servers who are really, really good, right? Like we talk about the snipers from China being absolutely cracked. This is the kind of experience you most definitely need before the big stages.
Definitely. It's the type of experience that a lot of these players definitely are thankful for because apart from CDSI, we wouldn't have otherwise had the chance, the opportunity to go up against people from global, people from China. And that's such a huge thing when it comes to having a really good market and the fact that you can test out your skills up against other regions. And you already mentioned it already. We thought we were so good here in Garena. And then 2021, it was just the Eastern Championship, which Blacklist International won. But yeah, last year, we kind of got slapped around. But hey, this time around, that's not going to happen, I believe it, especially with a team like WPM Lokings that are just absolutely stepping it up. I see teammates such as PJ that are slowly becoming one of the best players actually here in our region.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. Of course, that's exactly what we all hope and dream for because we are from the countries that are within the server of Garena as a whole. But there are a lot of the global fans in the chat as well. They want to see their own teams rise up. I see some of the fans talking about Indian teams. Indian teams are not even in this competition, but that's the kind of love that they have for the Call of Duty mobile teams, right? Every single region, every single team is going to have their own fair share of supporters. Of course, we hope our boys get there because we want the pride of the server to shine overall, but at the end of the day, it's the team that has prepped for every single circumstance that's going to be able to rise above everything. I mean, look at West Point Mamba Lokings. One of the biggest things that they have had to adjust to is getting to this level of the competition and then having to switch from their regular phones into the IQ phones. Now, there has been a little bit of a adjustment period that they haven't really gotten used to just yet before taking on one of the biggest teams out there, Beef.
Absolutely, and obviously that adjustment, let's see how well WPM Lokings can actually go and deliver, because so far yesterday, it wasn't too bad, and I'm not really surprised that they're adjusting pretty well, but still not to the level right now of these Chinese teams where they've been playing on this phone for quite a long time. And so, like what I mentioned already, they did go up against the UIG, and they brought up very similar maps that they went up against the Wolves, but it's not just going to happen this time around. They obviously lost that pretty convincingly, but they were actually bringing it very close to those search and destroys, especially when I saw that Meltdown matchup when it actually went down to overtime. So that's still really, really impressive. You have players such as Yopi just stepping it up. You already know that Yopi is going to be super huge for WPM Lokings, and PJ, speaking of, is just ready to bring it down to the table. And something that I kind of noticed as well is that a lot of the people are saying that the IQ phones kind of have a different feeling when it comes to that gyroscope. So maybe that's a huge reason as well as to that big adjustment for these Garena teams.
I love the fact that you brought up those 2 points, right? First of all, with the gyroscope, it's not going to be the same from phone to phone. Some people, they kind of know within the gaming industry in itself, if you're in the pro scene, you want to use a specific type of model that perhaps might be able to give you the best response time. But on the flip side of things, I love the fact that you also mentioned Yopi and PJ kind of doing a lot for West Point Mamba Low Kings. And this is once again the blessing. The fact that these two boys had no issues whatsoever with their visas. Can you imagine a situation where West Point Mamba Low Kings had to come to this stage and not have either one of Yopi or PJ? These two have been solid carries. Now, let me also state the fact that West Point Mamba Low Kings is a team that has got teamwork kind of locked on in already. They work really, really well with each other. The chemistry is just absolutely fantastic. But these two standout players have been doing a lot for the team, which is why I think the loss of Luffy is not really a great big deal, especially in the situation that they are stuck in right now, going up against Wolves, who's pretty much more focused on the snipes. Yes, they tried to counter the snipes the last time round. We saw exactly what happened to Luffy. He was getting annihilated. And who were the players that were stepping up in those matches? It was Yopi, it was PJ, even Kalo in that Hacienda Hardpoint matchup. So I'm hoping and praying that the boys who are still in there will be able to hang with one of the best. And Zion King's going to be opening things up here for Wolves up against the exact two that we've been talking about, Beef.
And this is the kind of a mirrored situation, right? Zai has been absolutely phenomenal in the past few games that he actually played. And my goodness, this guy can just steamroll everyone. And especially if he's going to be on fire, he definitely can proceed to do so. So King, on the other hand, really consistent guy. But it's Zai that's really is going to be troublesome up against the Low Kings. And this is an essential gunfight to be won. Because obviously when it comes to the Wolves, you do not want to play into the same maps that you lost up against the Mambas. And so now it's going to be huge pressure on them to win this and essentially just cancel out those maps that they lost up against the Low Kings.
I will have to agree with you on that one, right? But of course, now, unfortunately for them, they only get 2 bans in here. They would have loved to have 4 bans instead so they can take out each and every single one of those maps that they did take the L against West Point Mamba Low Kings. But once again, it's not really going to matter. Those SNDs for the side of Wolves is going to be really strong in here today, I do believe. And when it comes to the respawns, this is exactly where West Point Mamba Low Kings might stand a stronger chance of walking away with the competition. But if it comes to perhaps just game number 6, then it might just be on the side of Wolves here, Beef. Let's take a look at a little bit of the shot of the crowd as well. Everybody's alive and kicking in the competition. And of course, it's all because of this crowd that's in front of them, cheering them on.
Oh man, this is just giving me so much memories coming in from GM3 where there was so much of a huge crowd and everyone was excited. The energy was amazing and I'm so excited to possibly go in for that cast later on into the year. But as we're trying to ready up into this gunfight, what are the key moments that you think right now for knowing very well that for the Low Kings, they're down 1 man. Like we said, they're kind of in a hard situation to be in. But what's the best thing for them to do, especially for Coach Alea to kind of bring up his team a little bit from that loss yesterday?
I think it's just a mere plan of just, I think just do the exact same thing they've been doing all this while. The only difference is, of course, going to be not having Luffy in play for those long-range snipes, especially on those SNDs. In terms of the respawns, these boys are not going to have an issue at all. Of course, there is the Alea issue at this point of time because he is stuck in this skill-based matchmaking, which he's not ready for. This is not a level that Alea is ready for because he has not been prepping for this. He has been prepping on coaching the team. He has been prepping on keeping their moods out at an all-time high, making sure that they have been, practicing, being the father and the mother of the squad at the same time. The one thing he did not expect is to pick up that mobile phone after, 3-4 years and just sit down and compete professionally again, right? He did not expect this, but, salute the guy. Because when push came to shove, there was just no option for him whatsoever. If he did not want to do this, there was no way West Point Mamba Low Kings would be able to fly, and we would have had yet another blacklist situation, which, by the way, brings me to that point. What a pity, Beef.
And something that I actually kind of saw yesterday, and the casters that Callie and Warden also mentioned, is that Alea is playing as if he was Luffy or as if he was a pro player, and that is a big adjustment that they should probably change this time around, because I'm looking at the scoreline that they actually had against UIG. Yes, he had probably the lowest points. He had 14 kills in the hardpoint matchup, just 4 kills on crossroad strike and control. And so with that being said, they don't have a pro player. They have a coach. And so that's why he should probably just just stay back, play that objective, just take care of the objective instead, because you know that mechanically he may not be as skilled as everyone else. And so the fact that he will be the last line of defense and everyone else needs to adjust when it comes to their gameplay as well. So it's really up to those 4 players to try and see how flexible they can be up against Wolves this time around.
I think, see, once again, great point there, but I think it should be the flipped way around, right? I don't want Alea to be the last line of defense. I want him to be the dangling meat in front of the stick. I want Alea to be the bait. Yeah, the bait. I mean, he's the coach. If he clunks out first, he's got time now on the mic with the boys to call out the rotations, to call out the exact specific positions. He's going to be able to look at all of the other positions of the players and all. He's going to be a much more effective coach. So the guy needs to be bait. He needs to be going out there, getting the information and preliminary information, hopefully not from the end of the scope of the snap. And of course, I'm talking from a situation based off of either control or S&D, where knowing the position of your opponents is going to be absolutely crucial, right? And if Olea is used perhaps in a situation like that, then it's not going to be such a huge loss of Luffy. Once again, he was not the highest fragger for the team of West Point Mamelokings. At no point whatsoever within the competition has Luffy picked up an MVP title for himself. And we all know, based on this game, the way you pick up the title for yourself is by doing a lot within the matchup. He was getting a few crucial kills that was very important for the match, especially in a couple of S&Ds, but he was not a game changer. So if we can just flip those roles around, I think we're all good for Garena.
Definitely, and you brought up a pretty good strategy that the West Point Mamelokings could actually play in, like with Olea being the bait. As funny as it sounds, it actually makes sense. He needs to be partnered up with someone that could actually go and bait and switch with him. And what the point is, like, Olea needs to always be with somebody if ever they're going to be going into those respawns and into those S&Ds, actually.
Yeah.
Because, yes, he might not end with a kill, but at least they have another person to try and end and get that switch around.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you, right? And who better than one of these 2 players? If Yopi or PJ tags along with Alea, sending Alea out initially to gather that information. If Alea clunks out, they toss in a utility, maybe a flash, maybe a stun. They slide on in there. I mean, we saw how PJ was just absolutely owning a couple of fights yesterday against Doyu, right? There was a situation, I believe, in firing range, very specifically. Someone was wall banging him, and the guy just had a sliver of health. He slides out, and he turns on him 180, and the guy clunks out. And I'm like, how do you even do that? That's impossible.
Yeah, he's so good when it comes to the movement, right? I think it was that S&D. He was in trailer. He checked right side first, because obviously it could be either it's 50%, it could be on the right side or the left side. It was a 1v1. And then he checked the right side, slid back inside, and then went to the left side instead, pre-fired, and that's where he got and possibly clutched up the round. And so that's really presence of mind coming in from this guy, which is just absolutely prime for him.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, you know, you would have had to play Call of Duty Mobile pretty much for 20 out of 24 hours every single day to be able to respond like a god in the game at that moment like that, because it just takes a split second for you to either get knocked out of that round or to be able to respond and turn that 180 against your opponents. And that's the kind of players we still do have on the side of West Point Mamelokings. Yes, a lot of changes. Yes, new mobile phones. Yes, you know, odds are against the West Point Mamelokings, but in no way whatsoever are they the underdog in this particular matchup. We still do have the MVPs. As long as Alea's position, as long as Alea's role is played really well in these next few matches, I think this still could be a Garena versus China in the grand finals here, Beef. But of course, we can't leave Wolves out now, can we? This is, once again, a team that's very hungry. At CDFI, they couldn't really go all the way through. CDSI now, maybe it's their time.
Definitely, and they're just showing everyone how good they can be. And we're finally starting our gunfight right now, and whoever is going to be winning this will definitely have more of an advantage at choosing the map that they want. There you go. Spots 1 though, that's going to be Zai. HG40 in hand, obviously both these teams will definitely have that secondary. For King, bringing out a pistol that we don't really get to see that often, the J358, but Zai does get the better of Yopi, and PJ gets in for the trade, a 1v1, as Zai's going to be spotted right now by PJ, going to be in a really bad position.
Not quick enough of a flick. PJ doesn't take him out just yet. It's a 1v1 Zai with the circle around. PJ on the prone, spots Zai out, and the shots are just a tad bit too slow. Zai now has the information.
Wow. My gosh. PJ's so good when it comes to playing quietly and letting Zai go to him instead. And that's something that we've seen PJ kind of learn all throughout here in CDSI. Not just going out there guns a-blazing. He's very tactical when it comes to thinking about things now, and that's a sign of a really good player. King, though, gets spotted as well. So that's going to be huge information coming in from the Low Kings.
One shot does go ahead to connect. Let's take a quick listen in onto their comms as well. Doesn't seem like there's a lot of action out there in terms of the talking. They just want a little bit of walking.
Zai gets that kill, and now we're going to be even things out into a 1-1. Just kind of unfortunate that PJ was stuck there being prone and basically playing what the Wolves and the Chinese teams just doing. They love to prone, and they just love being quiet and just trying to like attack into a very good spot, as we're actually hearing the Chinese teams right now. Yopi, not in a really good spot, needs to just chill out right now, but with the chopper in hand, they just need to beam from all across the map.
Wolves is just so good at playing this 2v2. Not a single kill that's effective on the side of West Point just yet, and Yopi finally taken out, and the beautiful backstab by King puts a quick end to that round. 2-1. Let's see if they can pull yet another, or will West Point Mamba Low Kings manage to equal up?
Oh god, this chopper skin is just so terrifying. Did you just see that foot just hanging off of that chopper? I would be so distracted right now. Man, it's like, what the heck? All right, here we go, PJ. Going in there, slowly but surely, twinkle toes. He's gonna be really quiet right now. Sneaking past a lot of these players, but unfortunately he does go down. He does get the advantage. Okay, AJ got too distracted there by the foot, but we get to see Wolves win that gunfight, an essential thing for them to win.
Twinkle toes.
Yeah, you got that.
So, no surprises here whatsoever. West Point Mamba Low Kings have never looked excited enough to win a gunfight here for themselves. Almost not putting up a fight at all, allowing the Chinese team to walk away with an easy victory over them. And this is going to allow Wolves to dictate the pace of the very first matchup that's potentially even going to end up as a loss. So I think this was a pre-planned move coming through from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings.
Definitely. And if you're Wolves, what are you going to ban? You're going to ban Summit, because obviously the Garena teams love Summit so much. They know how to play this super well. Or are you going to be banning Standoff, where if it's going to be in that control matchup, we got to see probably one of the biggest scorelines in between them. It was a 4-2 loss up against Wolves, and so the Mambas definitely know how to play Standoff control really, really well. And honestly, for me, I think the Wolves should keep Hacienda, because it was probably one of the closest matchups that they had. And yes, that Summit map was also pretty close, but I think right now, especially with the game yesterday, it's still definitely going to be huge for Wolves to win that Hacienda and having more of an advantage there with such a huge map.
Absolutely right. Of course, for the SNDs, it's not going to matter all that too much exactly where Wolves does take that ban on, but there is a high probability they would not want to step on into slums, because that is the best map of the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings. But if they want to ban against their weakness instead, we might just see them take Express out of the list. We have seen them perform on this map a little bit on the downside against Doyu Gaming. This was the only SND matchup that they took an L on. Isn't that crazy?
Definitely. I mean, when it comes to these Chinese teams, they're just so good when it comes to SND. And I feel like it's going to be the same for these Garena teams when it comes to hardpoint and possibly even control. Control's kind of like a 50-50 still. We're so good at those respawns. But at the same time, with Wolves, they're just on a different level. And it seems like the angles that they know here, they've studied so well. The rhythm that they have, I absolutely love. They don't go in too passive. They don't go into aggressive. It's like their timing is just so absolutely prime. Kind of reminds me of some other games that are played that are also tactical, and it seems like they're actually looking at those games and implementing here into Search and Destroy for Call of Duty Mobile.
Absolutely right. I mean, I'm pretty sure Wolves is a little annoyed that they don't get any bans on control whatsoever, because that's going to be one of the more threatening modes that they have to take on against West Point Mamba Low Kings. A little bit of a rewind here towards that hard point as well. There is a high probability that Wolves takes Takeoff off of the list. This has been their worst performing map as of now, followed by Hacienda. Takeoff just giving them a 25% win rate so far. Out of 4 matches played at Takeoff, they've taken the L on 3. Playing respawns, really not the best mode for the side of Wolves, and this is something that's going to give West Point Mamba Low Kings the edge in a little bit, Pete.
definitely. As you can see, what kind of maps that we have. Obviously, this is going to be our World Championship League right now. This is going to be our selection, which is I absolutely love, and I'm hoping to see an Apocalypse here for Hardpoint because we don't really get to see it that much. Arsenal also being taken out usually, so a lot of these Garena and Chinese teams don't actually want to play here. We usually do get to see more of the Takeoff, the Summits, and the Haciendas, but I want to see a different kind of play here. And obviously, winning that gunfight, we do get to see the Chinese teams have a little bit more of an advantage of taking out just 2 maps. And for that search and destroy, obviously they will definitely have an upper hand. And like what you mentioned, you brought up a really good point. It's that control that will be that swing game. But take a look at that. Wolves takes out Meltdown and Arsenal. Basically, the 2 maps that I wanted is not going to be there. And as you can see with WPM Lokings, Apocalypse and Firing Range are going to be taken out.
I mean, I love the fact that they took Arsenal out of the mix. I know it's a new map. I know it's going to be at stage 5, but I really have not practiced on Arsenal at all. I don't know the callouts, I swear to God, so I am not going to complain.
I get that. It took so long for me to just kind of get what is happening. For me, honestly, it's Express and Apocalypse. That was kind of hard to do it the very first time around, but unfortunately, I did the EU region, so I'm like, I'm kind of well equipped.
Yeah.
But we're not going to be worrying about that, but it's going to be out anyway, so that means Hacienda, Summit, the usuals that we're going to be seeing is going to be up in the air, and I'm excited to see how Wolves and WPM Lokings, I feel like this is going to be a repeat over there in, I think, the Friday of that knockout stage.
Yeah, I mean, I think Wolves are not banning against their own weakness at all, and neither are they banning against the strength of West Point Mamba Lokings. I think Wolves is just purely banning based on the fact that they don't like playing these maps, and they are going to be comfortable anywhere else. West Point Mamba Lokings, on the other hand, you can see the fact that they've really thought this one through. Number 1, Apocalypse, they don't like playing that. They're not very comfortable with the respawns on Apocalypse. But on SND, this is a really smart ban coming through from the Garena players. They take Firing Range out for SND, and this is a crucial ban because Firing Range is a 100% win rate so far for Wolves. Out of 5 games played, they've won all 5. Obviously, that's going to be a threat. And of course, you could bring out the exact same statistic for Slums. They've got a 4-for-4 win there. But this is a map on Slums that I know West Point Mamba Lokings is a little bit more comfortable to take the fight on. So when this goes to Slums a little bit later on, I think we might be able to expect an overtime. Of course, providing Alea steps it up.
Yeah, definitely. And you brought up a really good point. Taking out Firing Range was probably one of the best things that the Lokings have probably done, because the last time they saw Wolves here, it was a 9-2 loss. The loss that is just so really huge. You're not going to be comfortable playing this again. This is where Nian absolutely stepped it up with 13, and King as well with that 16 kills. And, you know, you have your heavy hitters such as PJ even struggling in this map as well. Only bagging 4 kills. Imagine, it's PJ already, and he is struggling with those 4 kills, and with just 9 and 2, they definitely wouldn't want that in the back. And so definitely Slums might be their best bet here.
Absolutely right. And you know, the match that you just talked about, King had a 5.33 KD on that SND matchup in Firing Range against West Point Mamba Lokings. So yeah, maybe maybe not that map again. So smart ban coming on through here for West Point Mamba Lokings once again. But as we look at some of the other potential maps that could be played here for SND, apart from Slums Beef, where else do you think we might be able to step on into?
I mean, Meltdown is going to be taken out right now by Wolves, so I kind of forgot what's left in the field right now, actually. I'm trying to figure out which
Express
is
Tunisia.
Express, oh my god. Okay, Tunisia is not going to be good as well, because with Tunisia, it was a really huge loss as well. Wolves kept on getting that mid pressure with the last time they actually saw WPM Lokings, won at 9-4. So I don't know, I'm not quite sure if that's going to be the best bet, but Express might be the map that WPM Lokings that could actually be surprising for them to win.
And because you just said that, I think we are about to step on into Tunisia, because if that's available on the map, why the hell not? There you go. Why the hell not, right? Because like you said, Wolves gets to take the map pick. They have already whooped West Point Mamba Lokings on this map. Let's go for round 2.
Okay, here we go. The last time we saw these 2 teams here, it was not looking really pretty for WPM Lokings, and that was up against their original roster. So with that in mind, though, like what I already mentioned, Wolves always had such a good mid presence, and for WPM Lokings, they had no answer to that whatsoever. And so far, 2 members coming in from Alpha from the defense, 1 person in A, and 2 people here in mid, so that's going to be huge for them. Begdo gets that beautiful 2K. That bait and switch is going to be huge for the Wolves. And now it's such a fast entry going into Alpha.
I have barely able to say anything on this round, and it's just a 5v1 PJ. The sniper on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings. Obviously, this is a no-go for the guy as I says bye-bye.
I like that. I miss your rhymes, man. Bye, bye, bye. Now Zai is definitely able to just find a lot of that footing left. He has that 1 kill already, but Peg having that beautiful 2K in mid is definitely going to be huge. And like what we mentioned, it's always that mid push that Wolves always go for. We're seeing the same people here. That's going to be Peg, and that's going to be huge for him if they are able to get that information down. And so far, they're not going to be pushing out aggressively in Alpha right now. There's still going to be that one player in mid into the name of Yopi that will try to get it. Susano gets that first opening pick. Yopi as well. Gonna be huge.
Oh!
PJ all blue in the feed right now. Peg finally gets that first kill from Wolves.
Smart play so far from the side of West Point Mamba Lokings. This time they turn the tables. The 4v1, Nian still alive and kicking. The players on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings. What's best for them right now is to stay hidden, to not go out for an ego chal against Nian. He does have the bomb. Can rotate over to the B bomb side. 3 players on the side of West Point already stacking that A. Hoping and praying that he does show up in the nick of time. Kalo's going to be the first one to come across Nian, who has the better response time. But Nian takes that balcony way straight up towards B. Easy plant coming on through. 1 minute down to 45 seconds now.
That is the best thing you can do if you were Nian into this 1v3 situation. Just block out one entrance right there, which all 3 members seem to be like they're going to be going at. Nian gets one. Susano goes down. That's going to be difficult as we get to see the Philippines needs to go in there for that double chow. Klo brings it close, and that's going to be huge for him. R9 in hand and with the defuse as well. And now WPM comms are absolutely lightning fast, which is something that we'd like to see, especially with Nian knowing very well he could clutch up that 1v3 round.
Once again, Olea taken out early in these rounds. It's actually a blessing in disguise for the side of West Point Mamba Lokings. But if he can take down at least 1 player before getting equalized in the round, it would of course be a bonus. See if or not this is going to happen. It's going to be a quick push coming through from Yopi and PJ. The double stack finds absolutely no one. But maybe the bomb all alone inside of Winery. Hexing slides on out in the nick of time. Finds Yopi. Can he find another one? Nobody home.
Yopi gets punished for going in there a little bit too aggressively. Over pushes just a tiny bit. And that is what happens when you go up against that sniper. Zai gets 1 piece of his own as well. Klo goes down, and that leaves mid quite open. And the pinch finally ensues for Wolves, and that is something you do not want because this Chinese team is so good when it comes to the pinch.
Alea manages to take the swing against Peg. Final player, 1v4. Coach, what can you do right now? Circles on around towards the shop. He knows it's going to be that A bomb site for the play. All 4 players on the side of Wolves on the prowl. This is something that is going to be on the side of Alea. CBR4 does get Zai as well. It's 2 for 2 so far for Coach Alea.
That's huge. Going in through mid. And now trying to get that information down. He's going to be spotting X-Chain, but unfortunately he does have that heady to play with Fennec in hand. So, I mean, that's going to be a valiant effort for Olea, knowing very well that he can go in for the slay. Obviously, a search and destroy going to be a little bit easier for someone who doesn't play that often because the pace is definitely going to be slower. And now I feel like Yopi pushing out really deep into spawn right now of Wolves is definitely going to be something that they were punished for. So, like what they did in the first round, they just need to play their angles right.
All 4 players on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings stacking that A bomb side. Beautiful push in, but Yopi gets traded out by King. He does manage to find X-Chain before that, though. 2 players on the side of West Point down for the count already. Olea with a very early rotation into the B bomb site. Can be the game-changing here, but Nian already has his eyes perhaps on the location of Olea. Zai does not make a mistake. Beautiful spot to the corner. Coach taken out.
Wow, he checks that corner right and just absolutely turns on that player. And we get to see Nian spots Susano, and you can see kind of like the snowball effect right now of Wolves. Valiant effort though coming in from WPM Lokings, knowing that they wanted to double chow that Winery, but unfortunately for them, Wolves is right there for the trade. Also has 2 players there as well. So you're seeing different plays right now actually coming in from WPM Lokings, which is actually nice to see, but obviously they're just not used to that type of rush. And I think I kind of want to see that same double push coming in from Winery, but also taking 1 into spawn as well.
One of the most beautiful things I love about LAN events is the fact that you see parents there here to support their children's dreams in the world of just playing games, right? Don't you just absolutely love that, beat?
Yeah, I mean, my parents are also really, I feel like they're very supportive on my casting journey as well. And so we get to see all of these parents in the first few years of gaming, not really too supportive, but now you do get to see that money's being played. It's an actual job. And so far, it's a high task, speaking of a job, for WPM Lokings to try and spot a lot of the team plates here from Wolves as the plan finally goes down. X-Ching with 3 kills in hand. Now it's going to be retake for the Lokings.
First 5v5 retake here for the West Point Mamba Lokings to execute. Luffy. Yopi does manage to find one. Alea circling around alongside PJ. A good backup for him. Alea's going to be used as bait potentially. PJ with a quick peek finds nothing with the Locust. Alea backs him up as well. One in the corner, absolutely nothing. King finds, oh my god! You cannot do that! The response time insane! Nian turns the tables as well. Peg, Nian hits the double. Thank you, hits the triple. And Wolves taking 4-1.
Here we go. I mean, once you get to see the Kings already locked down into a site, if you let them in, that's definitely going to be something that's hard. And for WPM Lokings, you should just not push them at all. You should find a way to stop that and also block that mid yet again. And so far, that's going to be that play number 5, Chloe, that will try to stop the push every single time, but he will be greeted by 2 players. And speaking of, there you go. And unfortunately, he gets caught very, very single-handedly with the boxing gloves. Not going to be good for him. Zai going to be there open. And it just seems like with PJ, there's just no response whatsoever, and the guy's on a rampage with a 3K so far.
Triple on the kill feed for the side of Zai. Circles around Alea. Final player. Can Alea win this out to allow Zai to get the kill? Yes, he does. Alea takes out Nian. Zai still has got an opportunity here for the quad kill. Circles on around. On the hunt for Coach Alea. Coach Alea on the other side of the building. He's not going to be caught out just yet.
Now he's going to be playing mid again. And he's going to be hunted right now by those 2 players. And this is what we love to see from Wolves. They're playing their numbers to their advantage. And now Zai is going to be in a really good spot. Oh my god! A 4K for him. Now I'm thinking, was it an ace? I'm not quite sure, but it's definitely very much a 4K right there.
100% 4K for sure. I don't know if that was an ace, but that was a fantastic play from Zai. And even more beautiful play from his teammate who did hear Alea down at the balcony. Instead of taking the kill, instead of taking an easy backstab, he calls out to Zai and he says, come finish what you started, my friend. That's the kind of teamwork you can expect out of the Chinese players.
Okay. WPM Lokings finally added some pressure here in mid, but Nyan's right there for the trade. And the possibility to get that second one. Oh my god, this guy is just nuts. Zai gets that trade as well. If you put Zai and Nyan together, they're just an absolute tank going into any site they wish. And I feel like it has to be a 3v2 here in mid now, because they keep taking it every single time, and it's now Alea all alone. And the only time is that he's getting a lot of these kills is going into that flank and also being just really, really quiet.
You know, you watch some of those classic game replays of people just playing Mario, but, you know, speed running through the whole damn thing, winning the whole game within a few minutes. That's what this match looks like. Wolves just really trampling on the players of West Point. Mama Lokings and Alea with a nasty snipe out of King, taking him right out. 6-1. A dominant match from the Chinese side, but we kind of saw the same thing yesterday against Doyu as well. There was a slight comeback in that SND matchup against them. I believe that was SND at Meltdown, where out of nowhere, absolutely nowhere, West Point Mamba Lokings suddenly woke up.
Looking at chat right now, it seems like Zai did get that ace, so what a guy. And we already kind of hyped him up earlier on to the matchup. Susano gets that beautiful 2K though. King gets 2 of his own. The snipers doing their work, and Yan gets that pick, and slowly but surely it's just going to be a 1v3 situation. Now if you're going to be Yopi, what can you do up against 2 snipers? And so far so good though. Still trying to get that information down, gets that sniper of his own, so that's a possibility to try and clutch this up, this 1v2, but bomb down with 42 seconds left on the clock. And also that one player trying to go in there for that pinch as well, so it's definitely going to be difficult for Yopi to clutch up.
The crossfire set up, and the players on the side of Wolves gets an easy one on the West Point Mamba Lokings, 7-1. One more round for that match point for Wolves.
Man, what a push coming in from Wolves. They just know how to play this S&D so well. And even if WPM Lokings send out those 2 players in mid, it just doesn't happen. But now we finally get to have a switch around, as we do get to see WPM Lokings on the attacking round. B is going to be the site that they choose to go into. It's going to be just 1 player right there. Yopi goes in there for the attack, trying to go in for that mid pressure as well as they go in for the plant. Nian gets 1. Possibility to get that second one, but PJ is going to be too fast for him.
Absolutely cracked. PJ does manage to find the trade on him. A slow retake coming through here from the side of Wolves. Bomb not planted just yet, and the naked time as Susano shows up. Zai sniped down. It's all up to Peg now. He has to buy a little bit of time for himself just to recover his HP. Meets Yopi halfway. Switches out from the melee, but still finds the kill. A lifeline now for West Point.
Both of them had their melee on. They were just like, what? Did not expect you there, friend. But signs of life coming in from WPM Lokings. 2 and 7, looking like they're definitely better when it comes to the attacking round, and looking like there's going to be more defense going in from that B side. But WPM Lokings choose to go into that mid gate instead. Oof.
DJ will find a quick one against Zai this time round. Zai's already on 13 kills. Yopi steps it up. Nian on 11. The players on the side of Wolves really cracked, but PJ trying to keep up with all of their pressure. But look at the bomb. It's so far away, and it might just come to a quick end here. King comes across the bomb. Susano, quick scope! And King goes down. That was close.
They were deciding to go in for that alpha plant, but instead they actually were very wary of a backstab happening super close from Wolves, and that is going to be homework for WPM Lokings, and they definitely did that. X-King is going to be the only person left for his team, and Susano with that fast flick off the sniper and looking like he's just improving every single time. X-King gets that kill, brings it out to a 1v4 though, but it's still very hard to actually do so. Brings it down to 1v3, but Klo finishes the job, and now looking like the attacking round on Bravo is still good. And mind you, it's not the same play going into Bravo. The first time it was straight into Bravo, and then the second time it was mid to B.
Yeah. And of course, as long as they can keep switching things up, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for Wolves to find those initial engagements to put a quick end to their run. This time, it's going to be a quick ace stack coming on through from the side of West Point Mamba Lokings. Olea with a quick entry in first. He gets the initial information. Yopi does manage to shut down Peg with that information pulled out, but Zai finds the trade onto him. PJ, can he cross this out? Yes, he can. Turns around. Xing finds Klo. Xing finds Susano. Can he find the third? No. It's going to be PJ 1v2. Information given away already. Bomb nowhere in hand. PJ finds the end, and he finds Patel a couple of shots after the reload, and still finds the finisher.
Oh, this is such an entertaining attacking round. Oh my gosh. We were just playing team deathmatch at that point, and PJ, my gosh, you can see the movement.
Yeah.
He's awake, he's alive, and right now with 10 in hand right now, and looking like that A push definitely was good for them. The fact that they pushed Winery, they did not expect that, and Wolves just had a difficult time with the response, and now we're slowing things down. Even push coming in from Wolves, a 2-1-2 split, 2 in A, 1 in mid, and also 2 here in Bravo. That's going to be the best case scenario as King gets that first pick. Yopi goes down.
You know you're having a tough time when you've got lower frags than your coach. So Klo really needs to step up. Had those opportunities earlier, still alive and kicking this time around. As he circles around, he's going to be able to come across the one and only King on the snipe. So off that Locust. Susano on the other hand, circling on around, just can't find an angle on these players from the side of Wolves. Was so well positioned.
And now the Wolves, though, plan for attack, especially for play number 4. Take a look at that. That's King. Possibility for that flank. So if they do decide to go for that B push for WPM Lokings, they're going to be greeted by 2 players. Obviously, numbers to their advantage. Going to be 1 person in mid yet again. And like what you mentioned, Klo needs to step it up, especially knowing very well he's having a hard time here in mid. Needs to probably switch with someone instead or have someone else with him. Now, as they're going to be quietly going around getting that information down, Susano does not get anyone here. Bomb holder, though, going to be going in there. He does get that information down. Nian spots Klo, speaking of. And it's a 3v5, and it's just seeming to be very difficult right now to choose a site.
5v3, and King makes that 5v2, but the bomb's still in the hands of the coach. Olea has to circle around up on Main Street, moving towards the showroom. On standby is the one and only King on the snipes. Locust in hand. Susano finds one quick scope, does not connect. And off-screen King finds the layer. That's the finisher and the match point now for Wolves.
See, that's one thing that the Low Kings kind of have a trouble with, is the fact that Wolves has a flank that is a sniper. They have that flank watch instead, so that is a really good place to have. And for WPM Low Kings, they do not have any response to that whatsoever. And also going in for more of an aggressive push into B, and Wolves is in a really good position to try and defend as Peg gets one, possibly to get that second, but Olea goes for the trade. King as well gets that kill from far, far away.
From a land far, far away, Susano finally wakes up, but Klo does manage to get found by Nian. Zai shows up, Susano goes down, and the whole of West Point Mamba Low Kings falls to Wolves.
I mean, it's the fact that it was kind of readable that B always worked out for WPM Lokings the first 2 times, that will be their fallback here for that match point. And so that was such a good read. Yes, they didn't leave Alpha open, but they left more players towards that B side, 2 players there and probably 2 in mid. So still really impressive to see how Wolves are actually always like 2 steps ahead off of this search and destroy.
I'm not surprised with the results here. I think this match was a absolute throw by West Point Mamba Lokings. They stepped on into SND. They didn't bother trying for a good reason. They didn't want to tire themselves out before the great big fight. Now, we know the biggest chances for the side of West Point Mamba Lokings taking the wins away from Wolves today, especially with the loss of Luffy at this stage, is in those respawns. And as long as we can get into match number 7 with all of the respawns won on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings, which is probably the plan here, we are still all good, right? So everything's still going according to the plan of Coach Alea. SND is dropped and out of the situation already. And now not only did West Point Mamba Lokings not have that snipe on their side, you saw how effective the double snipe setup was on the side of Wolves. So planning to take a victory would have been a pretty arduous journey, which would have tired them out even before those big fights. So smart plan coming through them.
Yep, definitely. And also, when it comes to the scoreline, history repeats itself as it's still going to be a 9-4, similar to what happened before. So let's see if this hard point will definitely be the same case as well. And obviously, Summit is still going to be in the air, and hopefully we do get to see that, the best case scenario right now for WPM Lokings. But like what we mentioned already, every single game was close, except for that control, which I think could swing it more to the favor of WPM Lokings. But without having their essential sniper in hand, especially in control, will definitely prove to be difficult. But we do get to see Olea actually playing, like doing big plays here in that SND, which is really surprising.
I mean, at this point of time, the only surprising thing for me is Klo actually fragging lower than Olea. I don't think that's acceptable. Klo really needs to step up. He needs to wake up. Yes, you might have not been so gung-ho about winning out the first SND matchup, which on paper, off paper, is definitely a no-go against these Chinese players. Once again, you've got 2 of the best snipers within the competition stacked in the team of Wolves. Walking away from them in an SND matchup where the double snipe setup is just going to absolutely rule the town is a no-go for them, right? But Klo should have been able to walk away from a little bit more of those engagements with a few frags on his side. But, that just wasn't happening. This, I hope, will not be the same for this next hardpoint, because obviously Wolves walking in here, they're pretty confident they're going to get the victory. So this is an uphill task for the Garena squad.
And definitely going back to the topic of Klo is because he was always in mid, and Wolves just every single time on the attacking round was so good at getting that mid. They sent Nyan, they sent Zai, and Zai is probably one of the highest fraggers that we have here in that SND. Not only in SND, but every game mode that he actually plays. And so Klo versus Zai every single time, it's going to be Klo losing in majority of the time. And the fact that they're double channeling that side of the map, and they probably should have stacked that mid or sent someone else to actually take it out, someone like Zai. So definitely not going to be an easy task, but this is the scoreline that we have right now. As we can see that the Wolves have a total of 56 kills, and look at the other side, WPM Lokings kind of struggles with just 33.
Absolutely right. And you can see the total number of engagements that were on the positive for the side of West Point Mamba Lokings. Kills plus assists, only 41 versus the 62 on the side of Wolves. Gunfight-wise, I mean, just look at the KDs. 1.70 versus 0.69. You can tell exactly who was having a pretty bad day out there in that SND matchup. But once again, this is not going against the predictions that were already there before this match even started. SND was always going to go to the side of the team that is absolutely cracked on those snipes, especially Zai, one of the finalists for the sniper battle this time around. He took on Nian, gets 15 kills, and the second highest one, guess who? It is the other sniper of the team, Nian, walking away with 13.
I mean, one play that I actually saw kind of step up was Susano. He was taking a lot of the gunfights, but for WPM Lokings, not able to capitalize. And here we go, taking a look at another guy that has been doing a tremendous job. That's going to be Zai, 15 kills here. And not only that, but also an ace. That is going to be absolutely insane, and that must feel good if you're going to be this guy. And we did say that he's one of the best players right now here into CDM, and slowly becoming one of the best in the world. And that's a huge thing to say, because this guy is just so good in all game modes so far.
Absolutely right. And that's exactly what you want to be known as when you step on into a game of Call of Duty Mobile, if you're a pro player, you want to be known as the flex of your squad. You want to be known to be the kind of guy to pick up any weapon out there on the battlefield and be able to annihilate your opponents. That's exactly what Zai is. He's great on the SMGs, especially when he picks up the Fennec. When he picks up the Snipe, he is, I think, equally or even a bigger threat out there, especially in these SNDs.
Yeah, I know. It's just no joke, the type of skill that a lot of these players have. Oh, King without collateral is definitely going to be nasty. So a really well-balanced team that Wolves is doing right now. And so far, when it comes to the respawns, they're actually slowly catching up as well. So that's definitely going to be huge for them. When it comes to WPM Low Kings, it's still pretty impressive what they were able to go up against, because it seems like they did some homework, especially I think it was that third win where they were able to turn things around. They were going mid to A, and that's when Susano was able to get that flick, but he was far away from his teammates. And everyone else was knowledgeable that, okay, I feel like there's going to be a flank coming in from Wolves, because every time they're just so fast when it comes to the comms, and they were able to get that PJ getting the turnaround and eventually getting that one win. And so far, we need to see something like that for our SNDs up against Wolves here for WPM Low Kings.
But I really don't know how possible it is to hope for West Point to walk away with the victory, especially against Wolves, who seem so confident in a SND setup, right? And this is the main reason why I'm not confident, is because you see many situations where players like Zai, players like Nian, stepping on into multiple gunfights, back to back to back. They are absolutely outslaying the whole team of West Point Mama Low Kings. The response time from these players is ridiculous, beef. Barely a fraction of a second. We haven't even been able to open our mouths to say anything. The guy's dead.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like they're going off into the speed of light, and we're just here, the speed of sound. We're just so slow, man. And when it comes to these players, the lightning quick, I feel like, response that they have, plus the fact that everything is going in their way, the win condition is just right there for them. It just gives a little bit of a harder time for WPM Low Kings to try and win it. But obviously, we're going into Hardpoint next, which is definitely their playground, a really impressive thing to see, and really just depending on the map whether or not they can actually win this.
I love the fact, Beef, that you and I are so synced in, and look at the colors that we're wearing. Look at the motifs that we're wearing. You know, flower, you're kind of neon yellow. I'm kind of bright yellow. Both of us with the floral patterns. You know, and this was not planned, all right? This was not planned. This is just minds in sync, and we are like across seas, Beef.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing you should do now is to make your hair blonde or silver, just like me, and now we're gonna be in sync, right? Or make the mustache blonde. That's gonna be interesting, no?
No. I'll tell you exactly why no. Because my hair's so dry. You know how long it takes to prep my hair? It's so difficult, man. And it's already this dry and pretty much dead. If I color it, I don't know. I might just go bald.
Ah, man, it's okay. My hair's dead because it's bleached 4 times, so it's okay. Like this guy, speaking of, look at this beautiful blonde dude like we can see over here. The guy is absolutely cracked. Come on, AJ, come over to the other side.
Nothing can beat Warden's blonde hair. Nothing.
Fair.
Nothing.
Top tier.
Top tier indeed. The guy would have spent like all of his casting money from 2 different tournaments just on his blonde hair.
Yo, it really is expensive. It's really expensive to actually bleach your hair, man. It's just like, my wallet is crying, but I feel good.
Callie in the chat saying bald AJ. There's someone else tagging me as well. Jishan Bale. Yes, of course, I remember the OG gang, brother. OG gang from the good old days of competitions of Call of Duty Mobile. Please show yourselves in chat. And Callie wants to say bald AJ. You go bald your head first, guy who loses a bet and then does not honor the bet. A bet that he himself made, by the way.
Yeah. I'm about to speak Tagalog to just like whoop your butt. I'm kidding. You gotta honor the bet, man. But as we're waiting up for the next matchup, chat is just alive. There's a lot of you watching right now. And yes, I did cast EU Stage 3 literally just a few hours ago. But I am ready. I am energized, especially since I'm casting with the one and only AJ Mustachio that gives me so much energy every single time.
You're a monster. The next, you're probably the next, what do you call this, model for Monster Energy or something. Woman casts all night, wakes up during the day, and casts all day as well. Holy Lord.
I live and breathe gaming and Call of Duty Mobile. I am absolutely obsessed. and I feel like the next person that I'm thinking of is you. You stream so much. Every time I catch you streaming, I just get a little bit of a chuckle. And then the next thing I see, you're casting already. Similar to Cali, he's also casting some NA teams as well. The guy does not know what sleep is.
We are all built different, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. And there's a good reason as to why this is the kind of action we live for right out here. It's still the West Point Mamba Low Kings taking on the Wolves in this lower bracket finals. Loser goes home okay, they don't go home. They go up on the stage. They take the third place, all right? But the winners, that's the focus, because they are the ones who will be moving back into the grand finals to take on DouYu Gaming. Both of these teams have already fallen prey to DouYu thus far. The team that has not lost a single series within the competition, they are pretty much super ready to meet either one of these guys as they do battle now on Summit Hardpoint. And if you look at Summit Hardpoint, there is a really, really strong chance that it goes the way of the West Point Mamba Low Kings here, B.
Yeah, and we do get to see Summit being played yet again, so history definitely is going to be right here. And we did get to see the performance of the Wolves was almost there, but not quite. Unfortunately for them, they did go out just 5 points. But that is scary if you're going to be WPM Low Kings, because you do not want to be that close in terms of points in a game mode that you're supposed to be really, really good at. Kings, though, spots one, only hit marker, though, it's going to be right for them. Peg goes in there for a really aggressive push.
Here's a quick start coming through as usual, but as all hard points will matter, the very first hard point is just going to be a few skirmishes up on top of that control room, as well as the down bottom. But Zai seems to be absolutely owning all of the boys. Nian steps on out with a KRM, gets a beautiful double back-to-back instant. Susano from up top. King's going to be able... My God, how did he even find that flick?
No idea. These people are just absolutely crashing that sniper here into Summit. Peg, though, finally goes down after losing that power position. Klo immediately replaces him, so that's going to be good for WPM Low Kings. But it's 23-3, and you need to step on it if you're going to be WPM Low Kings. They finally win that gunfight, although they do have to worry about a pinch happening, as the spawn's not going to be the favor of each team. They're just spawning right beside each other. Still yellow all across the board, though, as the next set of rotations finally pushes through with Wolves on the more favorable side.
Great battle right back here by the West Point Mamba Low Kings. PJ responding with a KRM as well. Olea will be able to find one, nailed down by Peg. Information gives the opportunity to the side of West Point to find those trades. Next, Hill will go ahead to open up with Wolves, finding the better spawn out there at the Green Radar Station, but that's going to be swapped out now by Yobi, hanging back, and he's going to be obliterating with the KRM. In the meantime, it's going to be the pretty drop, courtesy of the one and only Klo. Manages to only pull one away.
Oh man, that's going to be such a misplay, as we do get to see Wolves getting majority of the points here. 40 seconds left, and WPM Low Kings actually spawn off into a not favorable side, where we do need to see them go more towards the left side of the map, especially since their rotation from P2 to P3 is definitely going to be really essential. And so far, they're going to be spawning off on the right side. That's not going to be good for them.
38-34, match still pretty much in the balance here, but West Point Mamba Low Kings low in manpower. 16 more seconds to go. If they go back in here for the retail of P2, they won't have that early rotation. You can see the boys traveling on through, but Wolves also having the exact same ideation, with Zai just absolutely popping off, controlling the crowd just purely with the KRM. But Susano will be able to find one for himself. Zai goes down. Scrap points unavailable for West Point Mamba Low Kings as they try to take away now the spawn from this P3. It's going to be the Money Hill with King already waiting with the Gravity Vortex gun. Gravity Vortex manages to find Susano, and the damage has been dealt. But look at this, 3-player push down to the back, but King and Peg both find those slays.
The fact that WPM Low Kings just let Wolves rotate so early on is definitely going to be a really tough one to have, because they have such a solid hold rather so far. And not just that, they do have the operators and the score streaks to defend this Money Hill, and they will get a full 60. But you get to see that the spawns are actually going to be flipping, as WPM Low Kings are spawning right there, but the defense is just super duper solid here coming in from the Wolves.
Wow, this is a big break coming through from West Point Mamba Low Kings. 24 more seconds to go. Wolves has got a lot of time to come back in here for a reach out. Will they be able to find a break just purely to find a couple of scraps for themselves? They go in one time. PJ manages to slay one. Nian goes down as well, and that forces Wolves to go for the reset of P4 instead. They now have got the early hold onto P4. So rotations need to come through from the Filipinos so that they can circle around from the side of Edge platform, attack the spawn first. But it's going to be the Hunter Killer drone on the prowl, and it finds absolutely no one. So objective advantage to Wolves.
Right now, it's going to be that player number 5 coming in from WPM Lokings. That's Klo that will make the big damage if he's able to do so. Preddy finds no one coming in from King, a wasted opportunity. Now 3 players are going in there for the flush, and speaking of, Klo actually gets that essential kill, as we do get to see that fight into spawn. It's definitely going to be huge for them, and that's PJ that will try to go and cook and try to get that spawn, and unfortunately for them, still loses the gunfight. 3 players now from Wolves, spawning really close here in P4, but Olea with the War Machine definitely stops the play.
Yeah, beautiful play by Olea, and that's just going to be able to slow down the attack of Wolves. PJ brings in the Sparrow, but quickly tickled out of that one by the players of Wolves. They do find the hill yet again, and West Point Mama Lokings have got no choice. They have to go in here for yet another challenge. 13 more seconds left, though. One more slay, and they're right back in for that P1 reset. They do circle on around, and the scraps will be picked up by Wolves, still with a beautiful advantage in this matchup, but not by a lot. A good hill can pull West Point right back.
Just 1 second of scrap time coming in from WPM Lokings, and now they're not even in position for P1 as well, as you do get to see it's just all blue. And so far, we do need to see at least one early rotation coming in from WPM Lokings, because so far they've just been playing that catch-up. Not just that, though, we do get to see Wolves having such more of a beautiful advantage when it comes to playing those operators, is playing it to their advantage so much more so compared to WPM Lokings.
And you see Wolves is just really smart, especially when it comes to the operator activation on the side of West Point Mama Lokings. Wolves knowing that they kind of just slow down the attack. They know that they've got a great big advantage with the points already, and they know that they can easily win out these gunfights. But is that decision going to turn around against them, as a lot of those points have already been lost? And here comes West Point Mama Lokings for the equalizer now. 18 more seconds to go. They continue slaying out the players from the side of Wolves. Klo will be able to find yet another for himself, and the hill is locked down by West Point Mama Lokings. They shall equalize right here on P1.
Good positioning right now by WPM Lokings, not really over pushing at all. They're just holding out their angles so well. Yopi is what I actually see a lot of the time when it comes to holding down those angles. But now we are going in for that rotation here into P2.
Yeah.
You get to see an early rotation right now from both of these teams, but obviously for WPM Lokings, they're having a little bit of a reset where we do get to see them more on that favorable side.
It's going to be the P2 play this time round, coming through from the players of Wolves. West Point Mama Lokings. There's a little bit of a lag here on that matchup, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We do apologize. Even we can't see exactly what is going on there. But it has been a great fight thus far from both sides. And it's really shocking to see them play this toe-to-toe with Wolves, with Olea. At that point of time where we were, watching that matchup, he only had 5 kills. So Alea's not really doing a lot in the matchup. No surprises there. Once again, he's not the main roster player. He's the coach of the team who has been forced to play to keep the team within the competition. But for them to still be 50-50 on equal standing with Wolves, it's great. It only goes to show the quality of the rest of the players.
Oh, definitely. Everyone's stepping up, and Yopi just holding those angles down definitely was huge for that P1 win and getting majority of the points. And so now we do get to see the brilliance of Wolves and how they're actually adapting, and knowing very well that they're going in for those early rotations. They're very knowledgeable about the spawn control there. And obviously, I feel like that P3 definitely was huge for them, got majority of the points. And not just that, gave it away, knowing very well that the next hill is going to be at the very other side of the map there in P4. And yes, we did see signs of life coming in from the low King, trying to go in there for the break and getting that 1 second of scrap time, but it really was that rotation back into P1 was definitely key for them to catch up when it comes to these points.
And it's very evident that Wolves is really not making those mistakes a lot at all. Yes, they are on the back foot, but mainly because whenever they do lose the hill, they don't go back in there for the ego challenge, which does allow, of course, West Point Mama Lokings to find those streaks a little bit more easier. But now, and this was something that we did talk about earlier on as well before we went on to that quick segue, because West Point Mama Lokings were picking up some crucial points that Wolves was giving away because they did not want to go back in there for those challenges, and that seems to have swung right back here against them.
And now Yopi going to be in a huge advantage by rotating early into P4, and that just made the rest of his teammates spawn all across the map. They're in position. Not just that, they also get the scrap points as well. Early fights coming through. Nyan just charges in with the KRM, only gets the hit marker. Unfortunately for him, his teammate's going to be right there. And as we saw that WPM Lokings had such a solid hold here into spawn, they lose it very quickly, but they are also really good at the response going in there for the contest as well.
Spawn taken over by the side of Wolves already. The players hop on in, but a great big fight by Susano and PJ. It's going to be Susano with the Purifier, just melting the players on the side of Wolves. But King's going to be able to step in with a huge gravity vortex that just opens up the hill and at the very same time blocks off the access from the side of the cable car edge. Great big deal of damage with just that one operator by King. 201 to 175. Wolves now going to be able to find a couple of points, but PJ once again pulls out a triple out of nowhere. This KRM on fire. 4th kill in a row. 7 seconds to go. West Point Marble Lokings all for the reset. Back to P1 again. Crazy stuff out of West Point.
You can't spell Garena without KRM, man. And we get to see Yopi and PJ just show them how it's done. And especially knowing very well that we did get to see the same play in P3 with Yopi just going God mode. And let's see, they're starting to cook. They're starting to heat up, and now they are getting more of the anchor spots as player number 4. That's going to be Susano getting that high ground, getting that information down, and winning a lot of these gunfights here in Catwalk.
This is still going according to plan. West Point Mamba Lokings wanting to win out all of the respawns, and this is one of those proof that we most definitely need, and the team definitely needs to buff up their courage just a tad bit more as they go up against one of the greatest teams out there, courtesy of China. This team of Wolves having 2 great snipers. On SND, they are absolutely cracked, but out here on the respawns, West Point Mamba Lokings slithering around them, taking the 250 to 178.
There we go. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. The fact that it's still Summit here for that hard point, it's even more dominating here for WPM Lokings, just doing such an amazing job at adjusting the rotation into P3 and now in that P1 as well. They're just so good. The KRM, man. That's the reason why people ban Summit hardpoint up against Garena teams. It's because we're so good at the freaking weapon.
Absolutely. I mean, what the next step, I mean, we have been able to see the competitive scene for Call of Duty Mobile grow so much in the past. I think the next step is going to be weapon bans coming on through as well, right? I mean, if that is ever implemented, I think the game will definitely change and change for the better for sure. I think it's going to bring out a lot more of these crazy moments out there. But speaking of crazy moments, Yopi PJ once again hard carrying the team. But this is not changed. This is not just because Alea is now playing on the squad. Luffy was not the biggest player once again for the side of West Point Mamba Lokings. This is same old Yopi and PJ beef, and it's good to see them just keeping this momentum at an all-time high. So once again, everything going according to plan. SNDs might not be the best play for these boys, but the respawns is where we expect West Point Mamba Lokings to show up, and show up they did.
Definitely, and the fact that they learned later on into the half of the game, the fact that they needed to rotate early, because that's when they lost a lot of the points in the first half, is the fact that they did not have any answer to that rotation from P2 to P3, and in the next set of rotations, they definitely learned really, really quick and adapted so well and stopped just rising points coming in between them from the Wolves. And not just that, it was Yopi actually rotating early into P4 from P3 that was just so absolutely prime for them to get majority of the points in P4.
Absolutely right. And of course, they have to work all the way around. Everything needed to go perfect for their side, especially those operator plays as well that we did see absolutely fantastic on the side of Wolves, mainly King as well as the gravity vortex gun. I think that was a match made in heaven. His plays was so perfect until you did see the gravity vortex plays from the side of West Point Mamba Lokings when we rotated back into the P1. I believe the final one, which was just equally as perfect in terms of a counter, blocking out the access from the spawn of Wolves, blocking out the top floor as well, not allowing them to execute a lot of pressure, especially in the starting points of the P1, which we both know kind of swings back and forth. One more point where West Point Mamba Lokings very easily kind of took over, and the KRM plays out of Garena. Woo! Hot!
Hot damn! This is so, and they're just so
like
good when it comes to KRM. I mean, it's just really nice to see that Wolves also tried to go in for the KRM plays. Obviously, we did see Zai having the KRM in hand as well, but obviously with WPM having Yopi as well as like PJ getting those kills essentially, and the 4 in a row in P4 definitely was huge for them. As speaking of, we do get to see Yopi having that 40k, Susano with the 39. I mean, everyone was doing such a good job that PJ only has that 30, man.
We're not gonna look at Alea, right?
No, I'm blind all of a sudden.
No, but I love it. I love it. As long as Alea is still getting kills, you know you can smile, right?
Yes,
because once again, let's just think that this is the main sniper of the team. And of course, when we go into S&D, we change the mindset a little bit. Okay, we're not going to depend on Alea too much. We're only going to depend on Alea to make sure West Point Mamba Low Kings does not get a DQ because they do not have sufficient members to participate. But as long as the rest of the players like Susano, players like PJOP can continue to step it up, West Point Mamba Low Kings still has got a strong chance to get back into the grand finals. 1.43 rating this time around with 39 kills through 4,519 damage. At one point, Susano was on a 7 spree. This guy was having a little bit of fun.
Oh yeah, I mean, if you don't have the KRMs to be right there up in your face, you also have Susano trying to beam you from across the map, getting those anchored spots, and he's definitely an essential player. As you can see over here, just keep your eyes on player number 4. He will always try to be in those angles that will try to get as much information and will relay it to his team as fast as possible.
2 matches down, potentially 5 more to go if West Point Mamba Low Kings wants to get the victory. And of course, we keep focusing on West Point Mamba Low Kings because this is them doing the impossible. This pro team is going up against one of the bigger teams from China with their coach playing on their side. They don't have a full squad. Their coach, the guy who has not touched the mobile phone seriously to play a game of Call of Duty Mobile since 2020, 2021, is now sitting down and going up against one of the best from China. I would have said no. I would have said there's no amount of money that you can pay me to make me go through this. But Alea, he's the man. He's the man.
Definitely. I mean, you get to see the maturity of this guy, the fact that, okay, he's probably getting a lot of, flack in the comments, but just mind you, he is the brains. He's the reason why they are here in the first place as well. And yes, it's a team effort. Yeah, everyone else, like all of the individual players are very talented on their own, but someone needs to weave them together. And I feel like the glue that's actually holding everyone together is that coach of theirs. That's Alea. And not just with his strats, but honestly, I also think it's probably the brotherhood that they have within the team.
The fact that Alea is getting kills and there are some people in the chat trolling him, I cannot even believe what I'm reading, right? If any of these players end up in a lobby with players like Zai Nian, you think you're going to be walking away with 30 kills? You might just be the next top comedian. You just might be.
You're funny, man. You're hilarious. We're laughing so much here in the studios in our houses. But I mean, we're giving the guy some slack. He's in the spotlight right now because we haven't seen him in this position ever, and it's really interesting to see how he's able to actually adjust. And so far, I think he's doing a way better job compared to yesterday.
Yes, he did a fantastic job yesterday as well. Look, once again, I'm not expecting the world out of Alea. I'm not expecting, like match-changing plays, tide-turning events out of courtesy of Alea. But what I am expecting is the players of West Point Mamba Low Kings pulling off the absolute impossible. If you guys would have noticed, I'm on this West Point Mamba Low Kings bandwagon for a reason. Because they are playing an impossible fight. They are playing with 4 players, okay? Alea is not a main roster player. He's their coach. He's the guy that does the talking. The rest do the walking. Now they have forced the talker to do the walking, which is turning out to be a little bit difficult, obviously, for great big reasons, right? If you ask your teacher, one of your teachers, to sit down for the exact same examinations, your final year examinations that you are taking, your teachers probably going to stand a 50-50 chance, right? Because they're great at the subject they're teaching you, but maybe not at all of the subjects that you're learning at the very same time. Alea is stuck, okay? I would pity any teacher put in that position. Any.
Oh, man. I love it. Like, right now, we're so entertained when it comes to this team, and bless their souls for actually stepping it up here. Even though they are at the face of adversity, it's just so hard to be in their position, and we're poking fun at it, but obviously, it was so stressful, I'm pretty sure, like, knowing very well that one of your players just could not be with you at such a crucial time. And I remember, it was actually Bobby Plays, I was watching the stream, that actually said, if they can win up against DYG in a broken team right now that they had, missing just one person, they're probably going to be one of the best in the world already. And no, they weren't able to beat DYG yesterday, but the fact that they're still bringing such a huge fight today up against the Wolves is so very impressive, and that still goes to show that WPM Low Kings is still very impressive as a team as a whole.
I think the level of respect that I have for West Point Mamba Low Kings just shot up even further when they knew that hey, you know what? We could maybe go back on the decision of taking Demos out of the team. Maybe we could just throw him back in so we can make things a little bit easier for ourselves. He's a main roster player, yada, yada, yada. You know the drift. But they said, no, we're just going to stick to the decision. We're going to go against all odds and throw the coach in there just so that the team cannot get disqualified. And we're just going to, stake our bet on this. Just go 4v5 against the best of the best out of China and see exactly how it goes. And like you said, still be able to pull away a game from Douyu Gaming. I mean, hats off to the team. This is just the impossible being made possible by West Point Mamba Lokings. But I, of course, emphasize impossible against a team like Douyu because nobody in the competition thus far has been able to take a series away from them. A couple of maps, absolutely yes. But against Wolves on the flip side, this is very doable, Veep.
Definitely super doable, especially like they actually won up against DYG in the same map.
Yeah.
And so that's why I'm questioning, why didn't Wolves actually ban Summit, knowing very well that WPM Lokings beat DYG pretty convincingly 250 and 217 yesterday. Yeah. And so that's a big question mark because you could have brought it into Hacienda first, but maybe we're going to be seeing that later on, possibly if we do get into that point. But yeah, I mean, it's just like a big question mark. So for Wolves, they're just betting on those SNDs, and possibility for the control crossroad strike is actually still going to be there.
This could just be on, on the opposite ends of the pole of either they're just being really, really smart with this or just being extremely silly about the whole ban situation, right? Because I cannot find any rhyme or reason for the bans out of Wolves. I swear I can't. Like West Point Mamba Lokings, I get their bans. I get exactly why they don't want to play at firing range, so on and so forth. But Wolves, on the other hand, this is where things could get really crazy, whereby they could just be absolute evil geniuses by bringing in absolutely random bans before they get to stage 5 so that nobody's going to be able to read the maps that they're not so comfortable on. Alternatively, I could just be reading a lot into this and they could just have something else going on in their heads and taking maps off, deciding that, hey, today I just don't feel like playing here, bro. So I'm going to just take it off of the list. Meltdown, Arsenal, I don't feel it today. So it could just be that.
Honestly, I think Apocalypse would be such a good map coming in from the Lokings because that is one chaotic hardpoint map. If we know that if they can just cut the rotation, if they can cut the sightlines of the snipers, because you will definitely see some snipers off in Apocalypse from the side of Wolves, but just smoke them out and you're good. You know where the spawns are going to be. And so it's usually these off maps that we usually do get to see a lot of the teams that are having a hard time just absolutely have a best time just getting to use that to their advantage. The fact that it's new, not a lot of people are still used to this.
Absolutely right. I absolutely agree with exactly where you're coming from. Alternatively, they could just say, where are we a little bit more comfortable on? Where do we know each and every single spot? Where can we play without even thinking, is he going to be hidden behind this corner or that corner? Because when it comes to those instant reflexes, you want to be playing on a map where you are absolutely used to, right? Like it like the back of your hand. And that has got to be Summit Takeoff as well as Hacienda. And as it seems, Summit, it was a breeze for the side of West Point Mamba Lokings. It was a truly dominant display from them. 250 to 178 with Olea on the team. I repeat, 250 to 178 with Olea on the team. It's just, taking this to the next level. If West Point Mamba Lokings can do this, imagine what they can do with their full roster and they go serious against the squad.
This is kind of reminding me of Naruto, and we get to see that WPM Lokings is actually Rock Lee with the weights on his legs, and that weight's going to be Olea in the best way possible, by the way, because he's making the guys just so much more better. It's basically a 4-man right now, okay? And the fact that they're still able to perform in such a huge way is still very impressive. And imagine putting back Luffy later on. That's an even cracked team that I'm excited to see later on, but they still have this journey. Maybe, who knows, they can win all of their respawns today and still the same case compared to their last game back in, I think that was June 16th, where they were able to win it 4-2, winning just all of those respawn games and bringing themselves back into the presence of DYG.
I think it might just be the greatest match of all time if West Point can walk away from the series against Wolves and take a dub instead of an L. I'll lose my mind. I will lose my mind laughing, first of all, because it's just a feat that it's supposed to be impossible because Wolves is not like some chump squad, playing a couple of ranked matches. This is a national squad, right? This is a team that represents the country. This is a team playing on home ground, on home soil. And you've got their fans, you've got their parents cheering for them in front. And you've got here West Point Marvel Kings. Thankfully, their coach is sitting down right there beside them because in a usual situation, the coach cannot communicate with them when they're going through these matches. So I guess that's a plus point. But the minus is the coach can't concentrate because he's playing.
Definitely. I mean, that's the reason why I think they're probably putting him more on the back end of things because that gives him enough time to look at the mini-map. As a coach, you're just constantly looking at the mini-map, writing the rotations down, thinking 2 steps ahead, kind of like Isagi, just playing that blue lock in his head, trying to fit in all the pieces in his mind right now. And I think that is still, I feel like the reason why they're still holding on is the fact that the communication from coach to team is absolutely there. There is no latency whatsoever because usually you do get to talk to your coach after the game. And now he is probably going to be like that IGN as well for them to possibly go in for the rotations, the early rotations or whatever adjustments that we have to make.
And it's just insane that the chat is now asking for a casters versus casters, Garena versus global, and then we've got someone saying that the Indian casters is gonna crush the Garena casters. Look, guys. First of all, all we need to do is just get Warden to go 1v5. Garena wins. All right. Beef and I will be Olea. We'll just chill in the background. We'll just back him up. I'll be the bait.
Ooh, someone said in the chat that I played competitively back in 2020. I was close. I was actually close to being in competitive back in 2020, but instead I wanted to be a caster because that's where the money's at. No, I'm just kidding. No, that's where the fun is at. I just decided that I wanted to tell more of a story compared to just grinding every day. So yeah, wow, I can't believe you actually know that. What the heck?
Amen, right? So Beef Mommy, the next pro player on stage 5, representing all of Garena and the casters at the same time. Beef, I think that'll be legendary, Beef.
Yeah, I mean,
That'll
I'm
be
just
beyond
I'm
legendary.
playing like this, like with my iPad, and they need to allow me to play with my iPad, by the way, because of how like much of a bot I am. So I'm casting like this at the same time. But hey, I mean, come on, just get me in your roster. I can be the +1. Hey, maybe I can be the +1 of WPM Low Kings, man.
Maybe you can. Maybe you can. I mean, clearly they need more +1s, right?
I mean, this just goes to show that you need a sub every single time. If you're a team, you need that sub because I think for the Low Kings, unfortunately, the other guy's not there anymore. So they had to get their coach. And so they need to find, like, after this whole tournament, they need to find a way to just get that 6th man in.
Yeah. I think, one of the bigger things here would be to, I mean, I want to say this, but at the same time, I can't say it. I will say it, obviously, so that you guys know exactly what kind of monologue I've got going on in my bloody brain. Is the fact that the teams need to figure out a way as to how to sort out their visas a little bit faster. But it's not as easy as that. I think we had a conversation like this in our chat group as well. Sometimes you need to have the invitation letter from some of these countries, some of the events. And if you're not one of the teams who are guaranteed going on to the playoffs, you kind of have the time constraint. So it's a little unfortunate that that is the case.
And here we go, we finally have our maps down. If you're not aware, you have a full set list, a new set list of maps that we have. So we're not going to be seeing a repeat of whatever maps that you have, a set amount of maps. And now we're going into that control round where we do get to see the plays going on. And Raid, Standoff, and Crossroads Strike still going to be in the presence of them. And obviously, a lot of these teams actually banned out certain Hardpoint and S&D maps. So every single map from Control is going to be played here. And if we're going to be repeating history, let's see what happens in that Crossroads Strike because everything went down to the wire. I'm kind of wondering if they're going to play it first, if that'll be a good deal for both of these teams to just get that out of the head. So 4 wins coming in from WPM Low Kings and just 3 coming in from Wolves the last time they saw each other. So that's going to be interesting. Take a look at Coach Olaire right now. Take a little bit of a nappies. Wow.
You need a couple of power naps. You are playing in one of the most dangerous waters of Call of Duty Mobile. A couple of power naps, definitely going to swing a few of that luck in your favor. But speaking of the maps as well, Beef, I think there's going to be a high probability here that we drop by Raid for Control, but it's going to be Standoff instead. This is going to be a huge plus for West Point Marvel Low Kings, who are currently on a 100% win rate, played twice so far on this map. They've walked away with 2 victories versus a 33% win rate for the side of Wolves.
Man, we're getting the same maps from their game a while ago. I feel like this is just trying to show that ego, who is going to be having it done. Standoff yet again, where we know the WPM Low Kings won this 4-2.
Oh, yeah.
And especially with BJ and Yopi, again, literally these two twins are just absolutely slaying every single time. Now, as we see Wolves signing on the defense, they definitely will have an easier time here on Standoff.
Of course, it's just going to be a few frags back and forth, but it's mainly going to be focused on how West Point Mama Low King circles around to find those control points. Thus far, they are being spawn trapped just purely by 2 players, King and Nian, pushing up forth. And you can see Nian absolutely obliterating them with the sniper halfway through as well. Susano's going to be able to push on out, find a double. PJ finds King, cannot find the double onto Zai as well, who quickly takes him out of the equation. In terms of lives, there's not much big of a difference. But West Point Mama Low Kings can't seem to find the ingress towards either side of those control points.
And here we go. We do get to see an early spawn trap coming in from the side of Wolves. And they're getting it down, but unfortunately for them, they're not actually able to utilize that, as Peg not spotting that one player going around him. It's still Olea! And now speaking, I finally brings him down. And you don't really get to see the chopper in hand too often. And Olea right now with the chopper definitely going to be going huge for them. And nice to see a different kind of LMG being used right now to hold those spots down.
This is insane because West Point Mama Low Kings just sneaked away the B control point and nobody from the side of Wolves bothered to do anything. And now West Point Mama Low Kings with the life advantage as well as potentially the hill advantage here. One play gets laid out. Susano with a backup, and that's a huge kill coming through from him up top on Bakery. And that's going to allow PJ to hold the site a little bit longer. Second of this squadron just ticking away little by little. Spawn trap now executed by the one and only PJ. Fennec in hand, 6 kills. The guy rages on.
Oh my gosh, and Yopi just solo holding here in Alpha. Everyone else in his team just outside trying to go up there for the slay. As you do get to see the 3rd tick of progress going down, and a 10-3 is definitely going to be right there. Susano is doing such huge plays here as well, especially getting that double when it comes to that hunter-killer drone. Finally do get to see a little bit of a stop of the push here coming in from Wolves. King able to deny that, but Olea just beaming with the chopper in hand all across the map, just doing a phenomenal job. And Zai just needs to stay there, be a little bit careful, but Susano there for the trade. A 9 for him already, and an amazing offensive round. And the fact that, like you mentioned it, they went in for that ninja capture in Bravo.
I absolutely love the play out of West Point Mama Low Kings, but at the same time, I think that was a throw coming through from Wolves. They could have defended that B control point, just bought themselves a little bit more time, but ego challenges coming on through. They wanted to spawn trap. They wanted to stake all of their claim onto just one hill, and they got punished for it. And now an aggressive defense out of West Point Mama Low Kings on the prowl, sending out 2 defenders on that A control point. Yopi gonna be slaying all around, getting in the double for himself, quickly backtracking, finds yet another player, switches out from the melee to the Fennec, and King goes down as well. Yopi on a roll, and PJ joins him as well.
Here we go. The lives are slowly getting that lead for WPM Low Kings as Susano gets that kill. LK24 in hand. That's going to be huge for him, and he's been a phenomenal player for his team right now. 13 to his name, and obviously he knows where to anchor down these spots down. And he does get taken out by that nade. X-King definitely going to be huge for him as they are able to get rid of at least one player that will stop that rotation down. And so far, they're still pushed back into their spawn.
BJ beautiful on that Annihilator gameplay, but Nian annihilates him from up top. Zai's gonna be able to circle around. Susano goes down as well. 3 life differential, but look at this. Both on the defensive side, so on the side of West Point Mama Low Kings has not been tickled at all. Zai shows up with the Purifier, tries to take away one segment off of this A control point. Might be able to do that as Nian backs him up as well with the right tech AMR. All the players from the side of West Point Mama Low Kings being forced to spawn from way back at Bakery. By the time they circle around, this A might have just lost 2 of those segments.
And there you go, they're just going to be giving it away for free because B is going to be a difficult hill to actually go and get. That B plus spawn 14 and 13. No, just make it 12 actually, as Nian's going to be right there. And so far, the saving grace right now for Wolves is actually Nian creating that space down with that sniper, and they need to play with his call. And so far, it's going to be smoked out. That's going to be huge coming in from Wolves, but it's a heavy, heavy defense coming from WPM Low Kings here on Bravo.
Hunter Killer drone. Susano tries to shoot it down, but Nian's Hunter Killer still manages to find the mark. K-Low, can we find a nade? Gets the tag. punches through his opponent's Yopi, backs him up. Glow with a great big play coming through. 2 life deficit now for the attacking team of China. Wolves on the prowl, 3 lives down. Susano continuously doing the damage. Can he spot the guy on top of Granny's as well? Doesn't even need to. One guy on the back prowl. Peg is gonna be the 1v1 going up against Olea. Olea has got his back and he slays from the back as well. Glow fight exchange. Crazy stuff out of West Point.
Here we go. Olea's actually a really good job at just maintaining this side of the map and just disallowing rather, that backside push. And now we do get to see Kalo getting a lot of these kills down, getting 2 to his name. 8 and 2 is going to be the name of the game, and King is able to get that, but he is spotted down in a pretty good adjustment coming in from WPM Lookings, and it's a 2-0 so far, race to 4, as we do have that switch around. And Olea is actually just anchoring down those points, knowing very well that he can't go toe-to-toe to them mechanically, so he's just choosing a spot with a weapon that he knows that he can beam with.
I absolutely love the plan out of Olea here. And like you said, just anchoring down some of these spots, punishing those players on with a 3-aim. It's going to be PJ on the prowl, finding a double for himself. Nian does manage to find Olea as well. But look at this, very aggressive plays coming through from the side of West Point Mamba Loking. They want to go in here for the spawn trap. Hunter Killer Drone going to get taken out of the equation as well. The defense onto the B control point once again, very weak for the Chinese team. And look at player number 2, Yopi sneaking it away. Nobody challenges Yopi, but Wolves wants to spawn trap.
And it was actually the fact that Kalo and PJ went down so early into that backstab is what allowed Wolves to go in there. 4 players coming in from Wolves are actually going to be right there, and then that also leaves that Bravo flag open. And they do capture it! That one player, Yopi, is able to solo hold that Bravo flag, and even though we do get to see Wolves with the life advantage with 10, objective can still be won right now, coming in from WPM Lookings.
The damage has been done though. Wolves managing to pull off this spawn trap because the game still has not updated the multiple spawns on control. Just having that single spawn allows these spawn traps, which just turns the tide of battle instantly, especially when you've got operators on activation from the side of your opponent. Susano though brings out the purifier. Can he purify a couple of souls here for us to all watch? One player is going to be getting up to the top floor. Close going to be able to find a couple of shots. Susano finds one in the corner as well, but it's going to be the Sparrow play on the left hand side for Yopi. They want to go 3-0, and they're so close to doing that.
Oh my god, Big Freddy coming in, gets 2, that's gonna be huge for Peg, but then they're still winning when it comes to the objectives. Just a punch left for them to go in and have this 3-0, and that is how you play control. We saw Wolves getting greedy. Yes, they did the spawn trap. They had a 10 life lead, but that left Yopi all alone to capture that Bravo flag, and even though they had the lead, Wolves just was able to forget that there's still that A objective, which is so much more easier to get.
The passion on the face of Coach Olea. You gotta feel it, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. West Point Mamba Lokings looking for a 4-0. Wolves, the start of this round hot though. They're already tickling that A control point. Hexstring bringing out the war machine. Can he engage well? He most definitely will pop off a few. Everybody knows they're not gonna go tickle that war machine just yet. King's gonna find that backstab. They go for the spawn trap. Everything working on the way of Wolves thus far.
There you go. That's gonna be sign the flag coming in from Wolves, and fast, quick here in A. It's going to be a takeover that they needed so far, and I think for WPM Lokings, they're just a bit away for free as that one player, and that's going to be Peg, that will try to win it. And King goes down though. Here in trying to wait for that spawn trap, that early spawn trap, as we get to see that beautiful Freddy just trying to get rid of that one player. That's player number 2, but that third tick of progress here in Alpha is going to be right there.
You gotta respect the game sense out of Wolves that Freddy brought out by West Point Mamba Lokings could have prevented the cap onto that A control point. The prevention still does happen to come on through, but the Freddy was absolutely useless as the player on the side of Wolves quickly backs away. Does not fall prey to the Freddy. PJ on the other hand, Annihilator on the gameplay. Can he continue to annihilate? He does exactly that. Clearance on that A control point. And now it is a 6 life deficit from the side of West Point Mamba Lokings, but it seems to be making no difference. PJ still on the prowl. Finally goes down to Xing. Yopi for the spawn trap this time round, and West Point Mamba Lokings gives them a little bit of payback.
36 seconds left with just 1 tick of progress in Alpha and none whatsoever from Bravo, and definitely WPM Lokings can try to win this on the time, as you do get to see those 2 players just absolutely going nuts on the backside. And right now, TJ with 23 kills already to his name. Him and Yopi has just been an absolute menace here into back alley, but finally gets shut down. And Yopi, speaking of, still wins those. And oh my goodness, these two are just absolutely insane. 13 seconds left on the clock as one person's going to be right there for the takedown. They need to take off that one person. 13 seconds left on the clock, and Yopi should need to step on him. An essential 1v1 being won right now with this one player, but it's too late as WPM Low Kings wins this so convincingly.
That's Olea. He tells the team, sit down, boys. The war ain't over just yet. You put your fist up in the air, boy. Punching those players down. Olea, he looks like he is already enjoying the scene. I don't know if West Point, at this point now, needs to start looking for a new coach because Olea is feeling it.
Man, you gotta be shaky right now if you are the Wolves. You're playing up against the team that isn't even supposed to have that one person in their team. Exactly, and it seems like every time they play Wolves in the same map, by the way, that they met them a few days ago, they're winning it a little bit more convincingly compared to the last time. Now, it was a 4-2 win the last time, and now it's a 4-0. What an absolute display of confidence coming in here. But since now the momentum of Wolves are going to be shut down, it might come back, especially here in this S&D, and I'm excited to see what map they're going to be playing here.
But this is exactly where the team of West Point Mamba Low Kings can use this momentum to continue to steamroll the team of Wolves. The biggest play is going to be how can they outdo the snipes on the side of Wolves? How can they anchor down a couple of these spots? Not really engage, but force those close quarters combat. But even if they do that, you know, on the flip side of things, the quick scopes out of Zai and Nian just way too good, right? Split-second decision-making time for these snipers, and it seems to be no issue whatsoever out there on the S&Ds. But this is the prediction from the start of the day that's still holding true B for the both of us, where these S&Ds were going to go to the side of the Chinese team. The respawns, though, were going to be taken over by the Garita squad, and West Point Mamba Low Kings has been keeping to the script. But now, as we move into S&D, this is where they stand a chance to break out of script and turn the tables now on Wolves by walking away with the S&D.
It just depends on where we're going to be seeing them, because Express is still very much up there when it comes to that S&D round and where it's going to be placed. So I think Express could be the best case scenario for WPM Low Kings to try and get an S&D round, but if they break it here, at least they still have that one hard point matchup, and obviously we're going to be ending things with that control round. So it's still very much into the favor right now of WPM Low Kings, with the fact that they're just on point with every single respawn game mode that we have. It's definitely so impressive to see. As you get to see finally the results right now, as 109 kills for WPM Low Kings and 96 for the Wolves. It was just no questions asked. This is the playground of the beautiful Mambas with a 1.14 KD.
Extra 13 kills, and you can see Olea didn't really make a huge difference there, but he got a few flashy ones off of Wolves. I have to say, this guy has been holding the team together, and he is the mama and the papa all at the same time, and now he's just walking them, holding their hands. A 4-0 win over Wolves in this control. And this can just be broken down in two ways. Number one, West Point Mamba Low Kings, they stack, baby. Number two, Wolves really needs to work on the respawns.
Man, Yopi with that 33, with the 4th MVP to his name, with the highest streak of 7 already. That is just nuts. We saw this similar kind of score streak coming in from Susano the previous game, so now it's really impressive to see that everyone else from the WPM Low Kings gang are actually stepping it up. We saw such huge plays coming in from Yopi. He was the reason why they were able to cap that B flag. Going into that second round was just absolutely insane for him to do, and that they were down such huge lives when it comes to it. So again, once we see the highlights here, we do get to see that there's so much adjustments that WPM Low Kings just did right, especially with Wolves trying to go in for that spawn trap early on in that one round.
I expected a good match, for sure, obviously. You know, why else would I expect anything else out of this game, right? But a 4-0 out of West Point Mamba Low Kings, who are pretty much playing with 4 players against 5 stacked players from the side of China. Goodness me, this is a good warm-up before they go up against Doyu, but it's not all over just yet. Of course, Wolves still has got the advantage here. They are going up against 4 good players, and the coach of the team, they have the advantage because this is not even the usual synergy within the West Point Mamba Low Kings that they're going up against. So if they drop the ball, this is going to be a tad bit embarrassing, and I think that's going to motivate them even further.
Yeah, well, what a display of showmanship here for WPM Low Kings. They're ready. They really are. And I'm just proud to see this team, especially from last year, just step it up, have the same group of people that has been brought up. They're homegrown. They are. And so it's nice to see that they're just so good at adjusting. And also with the addition of Susano, getting those long shots down. And the fact that Olea right there with the chopper, just beaming everyone from across the map is the best thing that he can do, because obviously up close, he'll have more of a difficult time. But now, taking a look at what we have for SND though, it was an absolute show that Wolves actually displayed back in Tunisia, but it's all up to what kind of map we're going to be seeing here today. And like what I mentioned a while ago, Express is still right there for the taking.
My eyes are on Susano, because Susano just needs to look at the situation as a blessing from the gods above, or God, depending on which religion you're from. If you can bet on the fact that Luffy got taken out so that Susano Yu can shine once again in the position of the sniper, then that's exactly what you have to do, because we all know, and Beef, Susano Yumi, we go way back to the days of Ways of War, where Susano was just absolutely popping off on the snipes. I want that version of Susano right back in this SND matchup, regardless of where we go. And if we do see that version of Susano, then Wolves gonna be in a lot of trouble.
Definitely, and it's just really important which map actually comes first here. It's going to be Express or is it going to be Slums? That will definitely be the game changer, because like what we saw, Express, not a lot of these teams here so far have played this map, and it can definitely be tricky. It can definitely steamroll out of control, as I'm hearing some nades right now. Are they going to be in-game? No, I don't think so. But it's really impressive to see that Apocalypse, Arsenal, Meltdown, the newer maps are going to be taken out, but we are having that possibility of Express being down here. And I'm just going to hype up this map just a little bit, because depending on where you're going to be starting, usually teams actually have a little bit of a hard time when it comes to that defense.
Absolutely right. And of course, you know, Slums, Express, either one of these maps, when we go ahead to play, you're going to see a strong chance of West Point Mamba Low Kings walking away with the match if we drop by Slums. But it's not like it's going to be 100% to the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings, because Wolves is really comfortable playing that map as well. But if we go into Express on the flip side of things, it is going to be on the equal, but that's not the case. Wolves versus West Point Mamba Low Kings on this SND at Slums. It's a 50-50. Both teams have a 100% win rate thus far.
Ooh, that's actually still pretty good for WPM Low Kings. And the map like Slums, it's going to be tiny. You do have your angles, but the snipers also have their cheeky angles as well. So if you did enough of your homework for WPM Low Kings, make sure you just do not peek it whatsoever. And if you do peek it and you still come out with your lives, just don't re-challenge it. And so far, it's going to be a full 5-man rush coming in from WPM Low Kings when it comes to that defensive setup. Yeah. Just trying to read everything that's happening here coming in from Wolves.
This is a smart setup by West Point Mamba Low Kings, just full on 5-man stacking this bomb site. Player after player will drop on. Inside does get the refrag against Yopi. Headshot taken off. Yopi should have gone for the prone instead of just standing there once he got concussed halfway on through. Nian's not going to be able to spot a player just yet, King. On the... How?
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 The guy's just absolutely cracked. I mean, Olea just did not have any kind of chance whatsoever. Like what I said, just don't peek it. Clotho, on the other hand, goes down, and whatever lead that WPM Low Kings actually had is just quickly disappeared, as just one player is going to be left right there, and Zai does get PJ, gets turned on, and that's going to be huge coming in from Wolves. And man, I feel like it was just the response coming in from Wolves. They're just so good at getting rid of any kind of pressure when it comes to the man disadvantage.
Absolutely right. But of course, this time round, as Wolves starts off on the positive here, West Point Mamba Low Kings not going to go in for an aggressive defense yet. Again, they tried that out. They absolutely went in there for a messy setup. And this time, it's going to be a slow push instead. PJ, the aggressive one, with the Fenix, going to try to see if he can find the angle onto Peg. The grenade will be tossed on first, but Peg's just way too aggressive. And he will have to back away for the time being.
There you go. It's going to be a little bit more of a passive play from the Low Kings. And That's going to be huge for them because the aggressive strategy just did not work out. No information whatsoever. They do know there's a lot of people making noise here in through mid as Peg goes in there with the Krieg 6 in hand, gets that first pick. There is no response whatsoever coming in from WPM Lokings there on that side of the map, but Susano is able to get that trade down. So still, even when it comes to the lives, as majority of the people from Wolves are actually going to be planting here in that Bravo side, and PJ overextends, gets that beautiful double, and they did not expect this man at all.
No, they did not. A triple for PJ. He's on a roll. Susano finds one with a secondary MW11 for the pop. West Point finds the round return for themselves, and the slower paced defense seems to be the winning play here for the side of West Point.
Ooh, wow. You're such a rapper, man. The MW11 color pop. Like, what the heck? What a rapper. You have another career, AJ, when it comes to, like, if you don't want to cast anymore, you can just be a rapper for sure.
Go, Shorty. It's your birthday.
WPM Lokings pushing really deep here into whatever we saw here in P3. Hard point. And it's just that one last player down. Zydo, if you want to have that one last player that will try to go in for those 1v1s or 1v2s, it'll be that guy. Still man advantage coming in from WPM Lokings though.
You gotta love it if you're a West Point fan. The Lokings are... Lokings are absolutely kicking butt at the moment. But obviously, you know, the Chinese team, they do have a great big advantage here because of those snipes. But the blessing in disguise here is Slums is pretty balanced in terms of those close range combat as long as you can find your angles. Magnus managed to find a frag, and the numbers advantage this time over to the side of Wolves. Nian makes that an even bigger advantage. Susano with the snipe this time round. Can he circle around and make the team proud? A 1v3 for Susano. Not winnable, but he starts by winning out the first shot against Nian. You seem to have lost Beef Mommy for a second. Peg just sought him out. A little anticlimactic there. But do bear with us whilst we reconnect with Beef Mommy. 2-1 so far as Wolf. They do manage to find the shot. West Point Mamba Lokings. Let's see if or not they can manage to circle around and find the annihilation onto them. On the defense this time, it's going to be a slow Prowlby.
There you go. It's going to be a slow push now coming in from the side of the Wolves. They want to be careful, but Kings, just get that wall bang. What the nasty angle was that? Nian, though, speaking of another sniper, tries to get that information. And the good thing about Wolves right now is even though they had that first pick, that's still no information to them whatsoever, knowing very well that there could be majority of the players here, and Klo even things out. So Bomb is going to be down.
Susano on angle already. Is King going to be making a mistake here with the position that he holds on to? Does not overstep his boundaries. Still well hidden away as he finds that grenade straight towards the positions of the players on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings, but King, jump shot, still manages to find the connection onto Klo. Zai circles on around. Can he find yet another? Should be able to beam down with the assault rifle. Good slide in, but Yopi, it's not going to work against him. Zai does not find that counter. It's a 3v3, and the bomb gets planted by the side of Wolves.
And now player number 4 is going to be going in for that long wraparound, but he's going to be finding nobody. Now everyone else from WPM Lokings needs to get that information first, as they're going to be smoked out. But the bomb is going to be planted for that side of the map, and Susano gets one, and off the smoke doesn't really quite get the next one, and Zai goes in there for the trade, and the MU-W11, I can't say it like you, AJ. He still gets that kill down, and Susano's going to be going in for the defuse, and King was just too far away, and I did mention that he was just far away trying to go in there for the flank, but I mean, that was such a slow rotation back into Bravo.
And the main reason why West Point Mamba Lokings is actually keeping up with Wolves right now is because of that one guy that we called out at the start of this matchup, Beef. It was the focus onto Susano. Without Luffy, Susano has got the great big opportunity to step up. This is like all of his prayers coming through at the same time, because if Luffy's still around, Susano's not going to be able to shine all that too easy. Now he has got the hot spot. He's got the spotlight right on his head. Thank God he's not balding and blinding us at the very same time. Now with the 5 kills all equal up on the battlefield, he just needs to deal with 2 of the best snipers from the competition.
Oh, well, let's see. When it comes to the aggression right now, is this one so far. PJ just absolutely amazing. And what I'm actually missing right now from Wolves is the fact that they always do double peek, and now we don't really get to see that. But King, though, gets a beautiful 2K. Speaking of Zai, also gets 2 of his own and a really fast Wolves win here. But it was still pretty good coming in from the Low Kings, and even though we didn't really get to see what was happening because of how fast everything was, that is the response that we needed from Wolves.
Fantastic response from the side of Wolves, and Zai really popping off alongside King. Nian struggling a tad bit with the engagements against West Point Mamba Low Kings thus far, but if you can have these two players continuously pop off in this way, there's nothing much to worry about at all. Nian's not going to be too happy with that, though. He does want to have the title of the King of Snipers work its way in terms of efficacy within these matches with all of those connections. Zai's still going to be stepping it up with a Kilo 141, one of the better assault rifles that you can currently use within the meta.
And the way that the bomb is planted is just so good for the side of Wolves. They're able to go in for that defense, but obviously they are going to be smoked out, and this is what worked out in the first place. But Nian goes in there, knows very well where the bomb's going to be right there. Alea, though, gets his first kill, and possibility to get that second, a huge one for him. Zai, though, yet again gets that kill. And now still going to be evened out, and we do get to see Yopi pushing down really aggressively. One more player needs to be dealt with, but with 10 seconds left on the clock, we need to see at least one player. And Nian tries to stop the push, and there you go. Yopi is able to stop it. They are able to get that defuse, and the fact that they went up close and personal into the personal space of the Wolves just made them have so much more of an advantage here.
Olea getting the double and then the defusal to win out the 6th round to make this 3-3. God almighty, I never thought I'd see the day.
So crazy lah. Oh my gosh. He's actually stepping it up. Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, it was Wolves that just closed the gap in between WPM Low Kings, and with the presence of Olea getting that 2, and they were just confident into going in there very well. And even though that the Wolves actually had a really good spot to go in there for the defense, kind of like where Nian is at, that's why he was able to get that snipe. What they want is to get that plant down and position it in a way that they can defend just in one side of the map, and that is the beauty right now of Wolves. And so far, it didn't really work out for them.
Great timing with the concuss, sends in the utilities first to open up the spot to take the plant bank. Will be able to just find the squad just before he gets annihilated, though. Klo does manage to step on out. Zai already tagged up, finished off by Klo. Great big advantage here as they both pincer the players down from the side of Wolves. Xing can make a lot of impact if he does show up in the nick of time. Susano does manage to sneak on around. Nian taken out of the equation already, and Xing does manage to play that efficacy in terms of positioning from the top. And King, a 1v2 once they get a defusal from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings, perhaps.
Oh no, King's gonna be in a really good spot right now with 13 seconds on the clock, and we do get to see that Susano's gonna be right there. Oh no, does he have enough time? Switch to your secondary, my dude! No! What? Oh, that was his secondary. He went for the kill instead, and unfortunately for him, that doesn't really give them more of an advantage. And there was actually one more player, and unfortunately for him, tries to go in for the body block and goes for the kill instead, and that is just so sad to see. But still, that is a really good sign of life from WPM Low Kings, and tried to go in there to close the gap again, but this time around Wolves gets the better of them.
It was when you know you got to pick up a secondary, and the secondary is going to be an SMG, but you can't run fast enough because now got to carry that SMG.
So, I think that one thing that we need in Call of Duty Mobile is to drop a weapon, because we don't have that option yet.
But you do get the option to pick up dual primaries, so I guess it balances it out.
Imagine if we actually have that in the game, that you can just drop whatever weapon you have and switch into a knife and
Whoa! Zai will be able to punish the first one. Peg finds the second. PJ does manage to find the trade, though, but the numbers all stacked against them. Yopi and PJ, but the two best players from the side of West Point Mountain Below Kings still alive and kicking. Slithers around. PJ fights one. Yopi on the other side, but traded out already. Zai does find the final frag as the remaining player on the side of Wolves. That's a game-saving attack, because that could have been once again equalized.
What we need to see is actually more presence from WPM Low Kings to try to go in there for the backstab, because you know that they were supposed to plant into that side, the left side of the map, but as we're going to be switching things around, looks like they want to go for an A execute instead. No information whatsoever. There's going to be 2 players right there as X King goes down. Needs to worry about 1 more player. Bomb quickly goes down on the other hand, and another fight is going to be right here in mid. And as King gets that beautiful pick off of Broken, that's going to be information relayed to them.
Like, we'll be able to find Alea as they try to run away from the bomb. Right after planting it, Nian's going to be able to find a beautiful snipe as well, leaving Yopi and Chloe all alone. Can they find this defusal on that A side? The players are all stacking up already. Peg does manage to get in and do exactly that. Round to the side of Wolves. Yet again, 6-3. And this is where the Chinese players started to run away with the matchup little by little.
And the fact that they had a fast plant, that's good. They were able to get rid of at least 1 player, but they weren't able to kind of position themselves deep into where P2 is supposed to be. On the right side of the map is where things kind of went wrong for WPM Lokings, and now they're going in more for a split approach here. Yopi goes in there for that information through the smoke, spots no one, does not get any hit markers whatsoever. And that smoke is going to be huge coming in from Wolves as they possibly stop the push. But Susano, a god name, and spots another player, but doesn't really quite get the kill.
Could have gotten a beautiful back-to-back there with a beautiful sticky and a quick scope. But the quick scope does not connect. Alea, on the other hand, showing off exactly how many bullets 1 good mag of the chopper can hold. 44 back. And he'll continue to spam those walls for sure, but the bomb sites are all blocked out. A 5-man stack can come on through here from the side of West Point Mamba Lokings, and we see exactly that onto the B bomb site.
And now we're finally getting a plant down by Olea here into that Bravo side. They only have to worry about X King right now.
Wow.
And it's just Susano just stepping it up for his team now. Doing a phenomenal job at slowly getting it. It's still very doable for WPM Lokings to catch up when it comes to the points. And so far, they don't need that double sniper setup because obviously for Wolves, they also only just have 2, yes. But for Nian and King, they're doing a phenomenal job. But for Nian, he's actually kind of struggling right now when it comes to those kills.
The probably the only unhappy player right now is actually Luffy, because Susano's doing absolutely fine on behalf of him. West Point Mamba Lokings, they still do need to manage to walk away with this round though. Susano's still alive, but he's got Olea for the backup. Finds one. Olea does as well, but quickly traded out by Zai. A 1v3, backs away. Quick scope does not connect, and Zai goes in for the hunt. CBR4, and from the other end is going to be Nian and the Fennec. Way too easy for them to walk away with this. 7-4 now. And surely you cannot have West Point make a comeback from this, or can you, Beef?
It's still very possible, but so far they're just struggling when it comes to dealing with multiple people all at once. They keep getting those entry frags, but there's always someone in for the backup coming in from Wolves. So right now from WPM, we need to see them kind of bunch up a bit if they are planning in there for the rush. And especially with the Wolves are actually playing their smokes to their advantage, trying to stop the push going into that Bravo side. And so far, the 1 player, Zai, actually over-pushes just a tiny bit, and Kalo is going to be punished. Information given, though, and he still gets that double, gets the triple, and Zai just enters in there scot-free.
He was just getting into the zone, and then 3 players just walked into his sights, and he decided to take all of them down. Susano tagged up, not out of the equation just yet. Zai on for the prowl. Going to be able to find him, but Susano has managed to find the trade on him. Beautiful quick scope. Finds yet another with the secondary as well. MW11 for the pop, but King shows up from the back. 50 Gs wins the bout.
They're leaving mid open again, and this is something that WPM Lokings kind of struggle with, is the fact that they're losing a lot of their momentum when it comes to just defending that mid side, because you need to get that information down, but they're just allowing people like Zai to go in there for the back end push, and there's just so much more entrance on their end if they're not able to defend this part of the map. Here we go. A different kind of approach, though, coming in from both teams. Nian gets a double, opens things up for his team, but PJ and Susano get 1 apiece, still even when it comes to the playing field, though. But Susano on a roll.
Susano's on fire indeed. Has got the bomb as well. Goes in for the plant. King all alone with the Fennec circles around. This is all about the timing. Can he find Susano? Tagged up from the back. Low on HP. Turns around. Finds Susano. Does not engage. On the other side, he's going to be able to meet PJ. One of the better players from the side of West Point Mamba Lokings. PJ should be able to find this clutch here. It's crunch time for King. He needs to find the double, and it's not going to be easy.
Oh, here we go, King. This is where Wolves is so good. But you know, one thing that I'm actually just pretty curious about is the fact that WPM Lokings cannot catch a break. Where was Susano? Why was he so far away? If they just actually held Broken together as a team, it would have been such an easier time for them to go and defend. They had numbers advantage. You know, Wolves are so good at dealing with the numbers, especially if they are kind of in a really precarious situation where they're down with the numbers. they're still so good. And every time they plant there in that particular bomb site, they are just not able to sustain it, even though they do have numbers advantage.
I mean, it was a mistake from Susano in that final round, but I'm not going to kind of be hard on him because he was most definitely doing a lot for the team of West Point Mamba Lokings all throughout this SND matchup. We expected him to step it up, and he did exactly that. So he has delivered on that ask. But of course, as we move on right back here to a situation where we have to go back-to-back on respawns, it throws the ball right back into the court of West Point Mamba Lokings. And what type of ball it is? It's a basketball. And you know what they say. Filipinos, they love that basketball.
Love basketball, exactly. We just love it so much, getting the hoops, even though we can't really dunk because we're too short. But dreams are still dreams, and right now WPM Lokings holding on to their dreams, and that S&D was actually still pretty impressive, the fact that they were still able to take out a lot of those rounds. And a gem, a star, a diamond was born under that pressure, and Susano is stepping it up. Imagine if Luffy was still here, then that would be, I feel like, a completely different story here in this S&D. But my goodness, we're heading on over into hardpoint, and this is what we love. But before we get into that hardpoint, 54 and 46 going to be your kills, and obviously the Wolves having the best of it, but signs of life coming from WPM Lokings. They are slowly starting to learn how to play up against the Wolves here in this S&D.
This is still them sticking to the script, though. Dropping those SNDs, but trying their very best to pull those respawns back. And of course, if Wolves wants to stand a chance to walk away from the series, the victors, and jump right back into the grand finals to meet No You Gaming to make this an all-out Chinese battle at the Chinese Invitationals, then they got to do the absolute impossible. And it looks like the impossible because West Point Mamba Lokings were looking so dope on those respawns earlier.
Absolutely, but you get to see X King actually kind of struggle when it comes to those points, not only having 4 to his name, but without any surprise, we have Zai with the 20 kills, and this guy needs to be stopped. And so far, there is still no kind of answer from WPM Lokings in S&D, but they slowly are trying to get those information down. But it's a good thing for them. We're ending things here in S&D and Control, and another S&D round later on if we are going to get there. But you already know how well WPM Lokings actually played that hardpoint in that Control game.
Yeah, absolutely right. And of course, as we watch the highlights here, let's talk a little bit about the hardpoint matchup that we can anticipate right after this as well. Once again, Arsenal and Apocalypse has been banned out by both of the teams. And we did most definitely see a fantastic display of aggression by West Point Mamba Lokings on the Summit hardpoint earlier on, where they continue their 100% win rate thus far. 7 matches played at Summit and 7 victories gained by the West Point Mamba Lokings. And of course, they take that opportunity to ruin the win rate of Wolves at the same time, leaving 2 maps to play, either Takeoff or Hacienda. Both maps, I do know, the players of West Point Mamba Lokings love to play on.
Oh yeah, I mean, if it's going to be that Hacienda map, I'm living for it. I'm excited to see it again. But if we are going to be playing that takeoff round, we haven't really seen both of these teams actually play, because obviously we've seen them only play that Hacienda. Yesterday, it was a Hacienda map against DYG. WPM Lokings didn't really have the best of times. It was a surprising defeat. It was 250 and 169, where we absolutely saw Ma just shred everything, and No having 60 kills, the most that we've seen here so far in the competition.
Absolutely right. And of course, these players are absolutely cracked in those situations, but we have seen a lot of progress coming through from the players on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings. And we need to emphasize once again, this is not a 5v5 anymore. It's a 5v4. West Point Mamba Lokings are playing with their coach on tow because one of those players just could not get their visas approved in time. And this just turned out to be a pretty unfair battle. But it's giving us a lot of moments where it's just absolutely hilarious to see Alea owning his spot out there on the battlefield, pulling out the melee, anchoring down with the chopper. I think we're going to see a little bit more of that in the next coming matches as well.
Oh, definitely. And he's actually doing a good job at adjusting when it comes to his style of play, knowing very well that he can't really go head-to-head when it comes to these players. But he is going to be hanging back. He's going to be having those LMGs in hand. But I honestly think he should go for the LK24 because that gun can beam all across the map without any problems whatsoever. We saw Klo. This is what Zai is actually using. But Chopper definitely still very impressive. But if you are going to be met with someone else close to your face, you are going to be losing that because the ADS speed is just not going to be as fast. So let's see what kind of gun he's going to be using here in this hardpoint match.
Yeah. I absolutely agree with you. I think the time to kill on the LK24 is monstrous at the moment in the current meta. But I do understand where Alea is coming from as well. He doesn't want to be the lurker. He doesn't want to be the slayer. He does not want to be the roamer. He wants to be that guy. He wants to be that camper who sits in a corner, already with the ADS, already with a gun, that's not going to run out of bullets in the next 3 years. Okay, Alea wants to be that guy in those ranked matches. I get him. I understand him. I feel him.
You are him.
No, I actually hate camping because I get really bored very fast, okay? My ADHD brain cannot take just 2 seconds sitting down in the same spot waiting for someone to appear. I just roam around, even though I die a lot.
Pew, 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 pew. Just guns a-blazing. No thoughts. Just kill. Kill, kill, kill.
Rank protection.
Kill. Exactly. Rank protection. Oh my gosh. You're just using the card also to get those XP points. But here we are ranked warriors. And obviously we can really just feel whatever Alea is actually going through, but obviously that guy is way better than us. He has the brains for it. He has the comms, and like what we saw a while ago, mid-game adjustments are just so important. And that summit game, the last time we actually had hardpoint, Wolves was in a pretty good lead, a pretty sizable lead, but with the sizable adjustments that the WPM Lokings actually had, it just goes to show that the brain is still there. You get to see the teams, or the players rather, are actually listening to whatever comms that Alea is giving them.
Yeah, absolutely right. And Alea, the passion still never dies in the eyes of this boy. He is absolutely ready to take on the biggest challenge of his life, to not just coach, but to play at the very same time. You know, this is where things get super difficult. And I think, you know, just hats off to Alea for being able to do that. Keep calm, keep all of that pressure boiling within his head and expressing it in the best way possible, which is out there on the battlefield. But it's turning out to be, you know, a couple of gunfights that he really cannot handle as well. And I think this is where the suggestion that you gave seems to be applied by the players on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings as well. They're not allowing Alea to roam outside around too much on his own. You always see him on the tandem alongside Yopi and PJ, backing him up, playing for trades if in any case Alea does get taken down. But that's mostly coming through in those SNDs. When it comes to these respawns, I love to see the initiative being taken by Alea here to anchor down some of these spots. And by hook or by crook, the players on the side of Wolves needs to find a victory in this next hard point if they want to stand a good chance. The last time we went into control, it really didn't look good.
Didn't look good at all. And if we are going to be going again, it's crossroads strike if we do get to that point, because so far we are going to be even in the points. 2 points right now for the Lokings, getting that summit hard point, getting that standoff control as well. And now obviously coming in from the Wolves, they do get the 2 S&D rounds, but you're gonna be seeing that S&D, but it's gonna be the last map. You still have to win the hard point. You still have to win that control, which is going to be so hard, because so far the West Point Mamba Lokings are on point when it comes to those respawn matches, and it's either going to be here for our last hardpoint round, Takeoff or Hacienda. We already know Hacienda. The last time we saw these two teams play it, it was a really close round. Again, it was 243 and 250, but more into the favor of the West Point Mamba Lokings, and that's where we saw Susano absolutely slay it. Especially now we saw that S&D game. He's definitely stepping it up this time around.
And it's great to see Susano kind of stepping it up, right? And that was the matchup where you did not see a lot of great KDs from the side of West Point Mamba Lokings. They were losing out on the gunfights a lot against Wolves in that matchup, because Wolves just, you know, turned on beast mode in that game, and they were outslaying West Point Mamba Lokings. But the biggest of difference was the points, the early rotations, the important kills were coming through from the Filipinos, and they were winning out the important fights when it came to breaking those hills and just keeping the hill on their side. It was a really close match. It was nail-biting for sure. And if that was a nail-biter, I'm hoping for the final few matches between these two to be the exact same as well before we go into the grand finals. I mean, it's the last day of CDSI. Why not?
Absolutely. And you know, this one thing that CDSI has kind of given us a lesson for is that Chinese teams need to pay more attention with their respawns. And this same thing can be said for Garena. We need to think about our search and destroys a little bit more, because if you just combine those two together, and that is the reason why CDSI actually exists, is that whatever region is going to be participating here is going to be one of the best in the world coming out of it.
And that's why it was such a kick in the shin when I found out that the blacklist players could not fly to China, which is so ridiculous, right? Because they were the game changer. They were the ones who are going to be able to play your SNDs down to the T, play your respawns up like champs. They were going to be the flag bearers of Garena. And yes, they didn't make it through from the upper brackets, but they stood a really, really good chance of absolutely crushing it down here at the lower brackets as well. But it's just not a situation we will be able to enjoy. They couldn't make it through. Almighty went up against Wolves to fight for that one now free spot. Almighty won that out, but still couldn't take the cake yesterday. I think it was a great showing by the side of Wolves as well, because the game against Almighty, even though it went into a game number 6, it was a fantastic victory for the Chinese side.
Definitely. And like what you mentioned already with Blacklist, a lot of people had such high hopes for them in the beginning of the year, obviously being the champions from GM4, and now it just seems like they needed that redemption here in CDSI, and they just kind of fell off the map into the beginning, and now obviously kind of struggling. But that fact that they couldn't be here in person definitely is quite the blow, but hopefully that doesn't really affect them too much later on when we will have the Garena Masters 5. That is one way to absolutely just take a win here, especially since they lost out on this particular LAN event here in CDSI. And now as we're waiting in for our next hardpoint matchup, it would either be Hacienda or Takeoff being played here, and I think it is going to be a big deal. If it's going to be Takeoff, I think it's still into WPM Loking's territory. Hacienda, on the other hand, yes, WPM Loking actually won that up against the Wolves the other time, but it was really, really close. So if you were the Wolves, I think Hacienda might be the better play here.
West Point Mama Lokings has got a 0% win rate on Takeoff thus far, but that's only in CDSI. They took that L against Almighty, and that was not an easy victory for Almighty at all. I think there was just 2 points between the teams. The victory was taken by, of course, Almighty, but 248 points garnered by West Point Mama Lokings before losing that match. I think that was most definitely a heartbreaker that West Point Mama Lokings was not expecting, but obviously that's exactly how the cookie crumbles at the end of the day. They lost that by no chance whatsoever, by no means whatsoever does it mean that they're going to take the L against Wolves if we do go into Takeoff. And to your point earlier on, Hacienda, we've seen this game already. We've seen the victory from the side of West Point Mamba Lokings, but it might just be an ego child once again. But no, it's not going to be. It's going to be a Takeoff. And I think there's going to be a huge chance that you see the Garena team walking away with a victory, because the stats on the side of Wolves, they don't look great.
But if Wolves did watch that Almighty and WPM Lokings game where the Lokings actually just let go of that particular game, maybe they've taken notes, maybe they've studied, and that's the reason why we are here instead of Hacienda. Takeoff, though, definitely going to be a difficult map. We already saw it played out a few times already. We've seen this. It's a classic map here. All throughout the year, it was played in 2022. And so far, so good. Wolves, though, going to be spawning off into the least favorable side. And WPM Loking is going to be right there for that scaffolding control.
Yep, smart play coming through from Yopi instantly as he wants to play those power positions first, but they get slain from the power positions as you see two players on the side of Wolves stacking those objectives. The rest of them trying to clear the perimeter. BJ is going to try to find a couple of backstabs. Very successful at doing so. Flips the spawns around. It's not going to give them a huge advantage at this point just yet. But if they can maintain this side of the map, then it's going to allow them to string that P2 very easily as well. So towards the ending part of this first hard point, West Point Mamba Lokings trying to play the long game.
And this is going to be a back and forth because obviously P1 is going to be that contest hill that a lot of these teams are actually kind of struggling to have a hold of. And so far, it's going to be WPM Lokings getting the best of it. Not just that, the rotation for next is going to be right there. Only one player, though, coming in from Wolves are going to be there. He does lose out on that gunfight. That was supposed to be King to try and infiltrate it. Zai, on the other hand, also loses that gunfight. X-King wins an essential gunfight, and as we actually see that, WPM Lokings actually pushes out a little bit too long, and they're able to give up that spawn that they so much favored here to the Wolves.
Yeah, nobody was anchoring that down. Just a tad bit of a mistake coming through from the side of West Point Mamba Lokings. But time's not up just yet. The hill just opened up. So West Point stands a strong chance. It's going to be a big fight coming on through. But Peck does manage to shut down Susano, who was going for the anchor. On the other hand, it's going to be big fights coming through from Yopi. Single-handedly wins the hill, slays the players. Nian will be able to win that back. for the side of Wolves, so as they find the equalizer in the map. Nobody circling around to pull out the anchor from the spot. Only one attempt, and I think that's a great big waste. But I do see the long game play once again from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings. If they lose the next challenge, they're going to try to set up P3.
Wolves is so good when it comes to the pinch here in P2. They always send that one player off, and so far, it's still going to be an open hard point. We do have the Wolves, though, a little bit closer into that advantage, going for that rotation into P3, which is surprising for me to see that WPM Low Kings actually not going to be favoring that rotation early on into P3. So far, they still have a long way to go, as an essential gunfight still going to be ensuing here in Generators. It's X-King gonna be right there. It's a good thing that Susano wins that essential gunfight. They do have the more favorable spawn, which is Generators, but Peg gonna be right there for the defense.
It's gonna be a circle around by Klo. Big fights coming on through from this guy. He's trying to anchor down Generator for the squad. Can he stay alive? He does not, as Zai wins out an important gunfight on behalf of Wolves. And the operator investment coming on through from the side of Yopi as well. Claw! But it is going to be quickly snuffed out from the CBR4. Claw investment by Peg instead, and that's going to be super effective. Back onto the hill we go. In the meantime, Alea goes in for the challenge. Claw gets a double, takes out Peg. Alea steps it up as well. Traded out by King, and this is just back and forth between the two. But West Point Mamba Low Kings really needs to hustle now. They do have the advantage with the spawn. They throw their men in there. Two players playing the objective. Final 14 seconds. And they need everything.
Klo right now wins 2 essential gunfights, especially with that rotation. Winning that rotation going into P4, he will be met by 3 players coming in from Wolves, so everyone else from WPM Low Kings needs to step on it, especially going in for the next set of rotations. So far though, Wolves winning those early rotations into the hard one. That's why we see a little bit of a lead here. They are holding it down so far. Annihilator in hands, and unfortunately Zai goes down really quickly, not really able to capitalize on that operator skill, and so far they're going to be pinched down. It's like right now, WPM Low Kings have no advantage or anchoring spots whatsoever.
Olea manages to shut down King. The guy's not... I mean, he's still bottom fragging, but so much more effective today than he was yesterday. He seems to have found that rhythm. Can you imagine if he had more days for Alea to prep for this competition? I think he'll be outslaying the players on the world side by this time. He's keeping up with Susano. 11 kills each for Susano as well as Alea. Susano does have the Purifier in hand, goes into Purify the souls of the players on the side of Wolves, and they win the hill with that fantastic play as well. But a pincer maneuver coming through courtesy of the Chinese players with 13 seconds more to go. PJ on the slave from the left. The right is being held, but this pincer will give Wolves the hill back.
The Wolves are so good when it comes to pinching all of the sites down, and just allows WPM Low Kings to just spawn off all across the map. And right now we're seeing such one-dimensional plays from WPM Low Kings, and that's the reason why maybe they had such a hard time up against Almighty, even though they did have the advantage. So far though, P1 being occupied by the Mambas, and so far when it comes to the power positions, we only see the Wolves actually just going in there in position.
70-97, West Point Mamba Low Kings. How are they going to turn this around in an open hill? This just opens them up to slays from the side of Wolves to charge up their score streaks as well. This is a risky hill coming through from the players on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings, who are trying to catch up, but they use the opportunity really well. Exchang with the operator investment as well. Gonna be able to pump one out, but Yopi trades them out. 98-83. West Point Mamba Low Kings finding the comeback on P1 in itself. Talk about a little bit of aggression. Wolves unable to pull this back from them.
And now we do get to see such an amazing comeback coming in from WPM Low Kings, and now we're finally having that lead switch at the moment. And oh, just as I said that, it's going to be scrap points into the favor of the Wolves. And not just that, they also are in position for the next hill, also having the more favorable spawn, so that's going to be huge for them.
96-104 now. This is such a close matchup. Nail-biter indeed, as Wolves sets up P2. Well, the West Point Mamba Low Kings players make the exact same mistake of not finding that anchor spot, taking the spawn away from them. Do they just want to attack from the back and go in for a slow rotation once again to P3? We will need to wait and see. PJ attacks from the front. It's going to be a Sparrow play all the way through, but gets burnt down by King as he goes in for the Purifier investment. Investment after investment will meet each other. Klo breaks out the Gravity Vortex gun as well this time round. He's going to be able to catch a couple of players, and once again the final pop on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings gives them the hill. But on the other side, it's still a lot of pressure coming through from Wolves, who do have the favorable spawn.
Here we go. That was such a big investment coming from WPM Lokings, and that leaves them dry going into the next set of rotations, which they still haven't rotated early on. I don't know what's happening, but they need to start investing here in P3 because so far, not only do they have no operators whatsoever, just only Susano having that one. He does take it out, tries to funnel everyone out, so that's going to be huge actually for him. Tries to gain that control down. He is just waiting for the rest of his teammates, so that is going to be a huge investment. Coming in from Susano, gets a possibility. There you go. Third kill already to his name, and also allows the rest of his teammates to actually go and spawn right beside him, even though they didn't go in there for the early rotation. Susano using that purifier to flush out every single one of the Wolves players, just essential for this P3 control.
Fantastic play from the operators out of Susano, but the response comes through from X-King as well. And I love the patience play from West Point Mama Lokings. They did have the players to rush on into the hard point, but they waited for that backup. They know that they cannot ego challenge the players of Wolves at all. They need to play trade for trade, especially in a fast-paced game like hard point like this, and the teamwork seems to be working out perfectly. 144 to 125, but the pincer maneuver yet again on setup by Wolves. They come on through all at the same time. Zai gets a double on 5. Spree already finally put down by PJ. Zai was on a roll, ready to annihilate West Point Mama Lokings. And of course, if he had continued, the kill would have gone their side. But West Point Mama Lokings just digging deep and pulling this out of nowhere.
Come on, we need to see an early rotation coming in from WPM Lokings because so far they are just keep breaking the hill. They keep just trying to break inside. A pincer maneuver coming in from P4. Unfortunately, they do lose that, but they do have that generator spawn, which is huge for them. Well, they just keep spawning that one player out. Doesn't really quite get the kill, but the nade is definitely going to be played. And so far, what they need to kind of just avoid here in this area is to also be pincered as well. And that one player only having that 1 HP left, that's going to be King, and he does go down.
Top floor, West Point Mama Lokings, smart play so far, and they all hop on in at the same time. Yopi with a big investment this time with the claw. He's going to buy the team a lot of time. One slides in straight to his crosshair. He's going to continue to annihilate. Back and forth we go. And it's going to be the hunter-killer drone on the prowl as well. Will it find anyone? Yopi with a reload peg. This time does manage to put up a strong fight, but Zai drops by to find the annihilation. Nian with the double. This time with the Sparrow. Final 13 seconds. And the rotation already made by the players on the side of West Point Mama Lokings on the setup for P1. As this P4 is just a no-go this time.
Peg, though, already there for the defense here in P1, just flushing out a lot of the players down that'll essentially did have that anchoring spot. Zai, on the other hand, in a really good spot as well. The power position to take out a lot of the players. So they're so good and when it comes to cleaning up a lot of the gunfights outside of the hill, but we still do get to see WPM Loking still have a little bit of that lead down. And we always saw Wolves in the early rotation. They also have the anchored spots, but they're still down when it comes to the points. And now we do get to see WPM Loking still on it, still on that hype train, but with Zai, with Annihilator, is going to be that stopping force.
Dangerous play with the Annihilator, circles around, but Kalo puts him out of the equation, finds King as well. Back and forth we go, but West Point Mama Lokings winning out a majority of those fights. Once again on the P1 prowl, West Point Mama Lokings, can they win this out? Wolves circling around. It's going to be a three-man stack coming through from their spawn out of the Special Forces base. They flush on through, but look at this power position play out of PJ, circles around. Zai attacks from the back, once again with the challenge, and Wolves stops the bleeding for the time being, but only with the final 10 seconds to go. West Point Mama Lokings with a 45-point lead already on the P2 setup. It's once again on the side of China.
Oh my goodness, it's just WPM Loking is just so good at breaking the hill. And even though they didn't have like much of the control when it comes to that map, they're still able to do things head on. As player number 2 and player number 1 is going to be spawning off right there, more on the favorable side of the map. That's going to be Gorilla, and a huge Preddy coming in from Yopi to stop that Annihilator, to stop that push rather, into that spawn. And essentially going to cause chaos here, but King goes in for the pinch. And now just one player, that's Peg, getting an essential kill with the claw, tries to get that control here in spawn, but unfortunately does not get it.
PJ once again, big work out of that Sparrow. Will go for the double pop, finds the hill yet again. Olea drops by with the War Machine play, turns around, finds Zai, gets annihilated. Zai still alive and kicking, Susano drains him out. Yopi from the other end, claw investment this time on, and Yopi continuing to be the damage dealer of West Point Mamba Loking. Final 15 points coming on through from West Point, and Wolves struggling to find the hill for themselves. This is still P2, early rotation into P3, can just be the finisher the Filipinos are looking for.
Early rotation coming in from X-King, and he's going to be met by 3 players coming in from West Point Mamba Low Kings. He wins that gunfight, but unfortunately for him, Susano's going to be right there. And so far, Susano has been such an amazing force here in P3. Always in that early rotation, but Nyan yet again with the Sparrow tries to shut down Susano, and he does. 2F going to be cleared out. And so far, so good coming in from Wolves. And even though they lost the first set of gunfights here in this rotation, this Sparrow coming in from Nyan was absolutely prime for them.
Expensive investment from Zai brings out the Annihilator, but gets annihilated instead. West Point Mamba Low Kings with the kill. The players on the side of Wolves a little bit too far away. 8 more points, 8 more seconds. One big win for Yopi, but he gets annihilated on the other side. PJ still alive and kicking. Moves on in for a double for himself. Olea, can he get the triple? Wow! Praise Olea! He does walk away with a double. And the players on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings still in a toe-to-toe fight with the players on the side of Wolves. King circles around, finds the kill. Olea waiting for backup. They're a little bit slow to the plate, but it doesn't matter because only 5 more points needed, and that is done and dusted already as West Point Mamba Low Kings wins out another respawn.
Here we go, here we go. It looks like it's going to be the respawns yet again for WPM Low Kings, and what a valiant effort coming in from the Wolves, having an advantage into that early round and always going in for that early rotations. But unfortunately for them, it's just the gunfire is just too much coming in from WPM Low Kings. They are going against them head on, even though that they're not going there for those the early rotations. They're still winning the gunfights. They're using their score streaks white and also coming in from those individual solo plays that we like to see. That's Susano that's going in for those early rotations into that P3, trying to get that spawn control as well, which is probably one of the bigger ones to just commend. And look at Coach Olea. He's just being fired up, knowing very well that they'll have more of an advantage here in control.
But if control does go into Crossroads Strike, though, that might just be the biggest punisher for the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings. We know they don't like those long angles. A double snipe setup from the side of Wolves still very much possible if Crossroads Strike is the map we play for this next match. But if we go into Raid, on the other hand, then the gameplay is, of course, going to be full on fire from the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings. But Alea, this time around, not a guy who was forcing a hard carry from the rest of the players, kept his own cool out there on the battlefield. More than 30 kills to his side. I think he did a lot in this matchup, and some of those annihilations coming through courtesy of Alea were huge to win out, or at least hold those hills for long enough for backup to arrive.
He was definitely having multi-kills also to his name. I was looking at chat. It's like, oh, he was getting triple kills. He was getting double kills. He was high-impact kills. And now this guy is like slowly getting used to it. Honestly, AJ, I'm not going to be surprised if he starts to become the 6th man for WPM Low Kings. But let's take a look at the score right now. 221 kills for WPM Low Kings and 211 for the Wolves. But obviously, WPM Low Kings will have a little bit more of an advantage here. KD of 1.05. And what a convincing hardpoint win. Even though they were kind of shaky in the beginning, it doesn't really matter. Take a look at that scoreline. Everyone is just nice. Everyone's flourishing, but obviously the objective being won by the Low Kings.
5 players in total from this game dropped the 50 bomb. Yopi with the 51, PJ with the 53, Susano with the 50, Peg with the 50, as well as Sai with the 50. What an insane matchup. And look at this, X-Jing and Olea, what's the huge difference between them, man? Just a couple of fractions in terms of the KD difference. You know, getting 2 kills more than Olea. And Olea just started playing again versus a player who has been in the pro scene for such a long time. Dude, I don't know what to say. Olea's just hitting the ball right out of the park, but the man that we all gotta bow down to, Susano. I told y'all, this guy, he definitely prayed for an opportunity, and God gave him this opportunity to shine, and he's not wasting it. On the day when Luffy doesn't show up, Susano walks away with a 2nd MVP.
2nd MVP of the day, by the way. So when we said he needed to step it up, he took it a little bit too seriously and just wanted to be MVP twice in a row now. And so you see players such as Susano and Olea just finally stepping it up and trying to be on the same playing field as the rest of their teammates. Wolves, on the other hand, are on the brink of being eliminated here as our final game is going to be in that control. But before we get to that matchup, let's take a look at what Susano actually brought to the table. And we said that he did that solo hold, that solo rotation here in P3. It's really those individual plays that mattered so much, and also bringing out those operators as well and the timing of those operators being used.
Everything went the way of the players on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings, and one of the more unbelievable plays was for the P1 hold. And the shocking part here is there was no response whatsoever coming through from Wolves. And this is such an open hard point that one would expect to swing back and forth. It just did not. Maybe the first ever time we went into that hard point number 1, there was a little bit of back and forth where we saw Wolves turn up a little bit. But from then on, the moment the players on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings just found a little bit more control of the map, they were playing their power positions down to the T. We keep seeing Yopi up on that scaffolding, annihilating the players from the side of Wolves, not allowing them anywhere near that objective. I think the P1 was such a massive hill this time for West Point.
Definitely. It's supposed to be a contest hill, and even though they didn't have the more favorable spawns, they're still able to get that hill every single time. I put it in my notes here. It's always that P1 control that West Point Mamba Low Kings has majority of the points at. P2 was more of that contest hill because obviously they kind of struggle when it comes to getting that guerrilla-based defense in that spawn. But that rotation into P3, they finally kind of adapted to. When in the first set of rotations, they kind of had a hard time because the Wolves actually rotated earlier on. They were able to go break the hill every single time. There was no solid hold from both of these teams, and I feel like the biggest thing that Wolves actually had was that P4 pinch where, yes, it was a back and forth, but they were able to get majority of their points back in that P4.
Yeah, P4 definitely a contest hill. In terms of P3 being a money hill, both teams tried to cash in on it, but only one team was playing it so much better, right? And especially with the operator plays, unfortunately, once again, for the side of Wolves, things were not clicking through yet again. Zai, with the Annihilator investments, just didn't seem to be making those high-impact kills. In fact, he got traded out instantly after getting one, best-case scenario, 2 kills every single time he brought out the operators. Things weren't going the way of Wolves at all. It has to be a confidence factor as well for a team that knows they have to fear West Point Mamba Low Kings on these respawns, and things are not going to get any better. Now we step on into a game mode where it's the worst. Okay, I have to say, I can't say the worst because Hardpoint just officially became the worst, all thanks to West Point Mamba Low Kings. But it's still below 50% win rate for Wolves on control. They've got a 45% win rate so far. That's not a great stat to have for your side.
Absolutely, and if it is going to be played in Crossroads Strike, again, if history is going to repeat itself, West Point Mamba Low Kings won this by just a little bit.
Yes.
And if y'all remember, if your memory is going to be on point, they won it because they played Wolves like a book into that last round where actually Wolves had so much utility. They decided to use that util at the very start of the map up in Catwalk, but they got no information whatsoever and left them dry into the later parts of the map where WPM Low Kings just was able to get that and just kind of outsmarted them. And probably one of the reasons why I think they're doing an amazing job at these hard points and control rounds right now is because, yes, Alea cannot do things mechanically, but he will be that guy with the IQ plays to actually change the strategy mid-game. And we've seen it already. Wolves are actually pretty good into the beginning of the matchup, but the adaptability of the Mambas right now are just so good.
Absolutely right. And once again, it is the spotlight for Susano to show up and absolutely dance his dance of death against the players of Wolves. If we do go into Crossroads Strike, the last time we did go into Crossroads, we did have Luffy on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings. Olea wasn't playing. Olea's the factor this time round, but we've been seeing the rise of Olea just over the past 2 days. He started off day 1, bot fragging all the way through. We couldn't hold it against him. He's the coach of the team. We expect that sort of performance. But today, in that previous match, 30 kills against Wolves. Alea's showing up, and he's showing up big. And the rate of growth from Alea is insane. If anybody wants a coach, if anybody wants a little bit of motivation, this is the kind of guy you want to go to. He's the kind of guy that can take on any challenge and say, you know what, bring it. I'm going to whoop it.
Yeah, I mean, he's just been bringing it on every single game. It kind of needed a little bit of time to heat up in the first match, and slowly but surely he's been improving quite significantly.
Yep.
And like what I mentioned already, I won't be surprised if he'd actually be that 6-man later on because, oh my goodness, WPM Low Kings absolutely needs a 6-man just in case of situations like this. But we are back into the map selection right now as Control. You only have these 2 maps left. It's either going to be Raid or Crossroads Strike, and I'm interested to see if Raid will be pulled out right now because obviously with that standoff, it was just, without a doubt, an absolute sweep. It was a 4-0 into the favor of the Low Kings, and so far, the only chance I think that the Wolves can fight back and bite back is to bring it into that Crossroads Strike.
Either map, we have seen the stats, and both of the maps, West Point Mamba Low Kings has shown up against Wolves. We know that this is crunch time, and Wolves 1 round away, 1 map away from getting kicked out of the competition. technically, this is where the journey ends for them. They take the third spot and they allow West Point Mamba Low Kings to get into the grand finals to take on Doyu Gaming with an opportunity or at least a crack at beating them. The unbeaten team thus far at CDSI.
Well, DYG, it just seems like it might be a little bit more of an advantage for WPM Low Kings right now. But it's still signs of life for Wolves as Crossroads Strike is going to be chosen for this last control game. And like what I said already, this is the best case scenario for this team because it was a little bit shaky the last time that they met here. And it was only that last minute decision for the Low Kings to stay back and be passive in the first half of that last round was the reason why that they won. And so far, Wolves, hopefully they did get to just study up on just a tiny bit. And this is, again, the best case scenario for them as we start off our last control match.
Crossroads Strike is definitely the better map for the side of Wolves. West Point Mamba Low Kings needs to take all of these engagements as carefully and as cleanly as possible. Halo will be able to open up against X-Jeng, but it's a double coming through from the side of Wolves. The lives are not going to matter all that too much at the starting point, as we just want to see exactly how West Point Mamba Low Kings circles around towards that A control point. As I say that, they find two crucial kills to aim for the first segment of A.
Now we're clearing it out, and it's Wolves again with the catwalk control, and a lot of the times they're actually winning a lot of these gunfights. And why is this so essential? It's because it gives you more of a view into the spawn right now of WPM Low Kings, and Zai on a 4 spree right now, and unfortunately does get taken down for him. And so far, still even when it comes to the lives though, and yes, just a 2 life advantage coming from WPM Low Kings, but they're getting the objectives down.
The positioning's held down here by West Point Mamba Low Kings a little bit too good, a little bit too smart. They're using the barricade as the perfect cover, and 2 players just anchoring down the barricade, not aggressing on to play the objective just yet. Finding the slays, finding the perfect opening in terms of timing, and then hopping onto the hill. And just a sliver more left on this A control point for West Point Mamba Low Kings to annihilate it. And just when they put it at a point like that, they switch their objective over towards that B control point. Big brain plays coming out through from the Filipinos yet again.
There you go. That's going to be huge for them. 13 and 13 though, and plus 2 ticks of progress here on Alpha. They're still trying to go in for that objective, but a solo hold coming in from Yopi goes in there for the Bravo flag. He does get spot though by Peg, but he still gets those wins. And this is the beauty of WPM Low Kings right now. They're also thinking about that objective. Neon goes down, and that's going to be huge double kills coming in from PJ.
Distraction coming through from Kalo as well as he pushes on deep into the spawn of Wolves, and that gives a little bit of extra time to the objective players, aiming for both of the control points at the very same time. Both of them are gonna win it. Objective B lost. A's gonna be saved in the nick of time, but it's just a sliver on left here, and a minute 30 seconds to go. 5 lives left for Wolves. They managed to win out their gunfights. They push back the players of West Point Mamba Low Kings, who can now circle around because no more spawns left for the side of Wolves.
Here we go. 4 and 6, still very doable as we do get to see things evened out by Peg. Susano, though, going to be on that backside push, still wins that gunfight, but an essential gunfight being won by Yopi right now. And unfortunately, he does go down. Still very doable, but a lot of time right now coming from WPM Low Kings to get that capture point, to still try to go in for the objective. X-King goes down. Kalo and PJ seal the deal for their first attacking round. Not looking so good if you're going to be Wolves, because you are finally going to be going into that attacking round. But obviously, Crossroads Strike is definitely going to be that map where it's easy for both ends. And so right now, let's see, because they're so good at getting those entry frags.
It's insane that West Point won that out by kills instead of capture, and Olea only had a single kill. The rest of the players are really hard carrying the squad. Yopi, ready on the play. Can it find anything? Yes, it will. It clears out the space just a little bit, helping beef up the defense onto that A control point. All of the players on the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings this time pushing out forth yet again. Susano circling around with the Purifier. Can he find one player? It's a little bit too far away. Gets tagged up from the back and still saves himself before King finds him.
Pushed out a little bit too much, and you do get to see Wolves just kind of slowing down their momentum just a tiny bit, but we do see Peg in a really good spot with the claw. Is able to go in for those kills from the long range, but he does get tagged up. Alea with a chopper is able to take him out. An essential operator is going to be shut down. X-King brings out another one of his own. Neon as well. So that's going to be 3 already utilized by Wolves, and obviously that's going to be very good for them, especially being on the attack, because it's a little bit harder. 19 and 14. We still get to see Wolves having a little bit more of an advantage here. 5 set up already. Spread out across the map. And now for Wolves, though, they need to slow things down just a tiny bit. They are trying to capture that Alpha flag, the third tick of progress down here in Alpha. No response whatsoever coming in from the Low Kings as they are trying to stop that push into Alpha, but obviously that tank area is definitely going to be so hard. One more flag gonna try to be captured right now by the Wolves. 14 and 8 is going to be your scoreline. That's already more than half. And the Low Kings just need to stay put. And so far, they're doing a really good job at trying to stop the push right now. 13 and 8 going to be your scoreline. Still pretty impressive for WPM Low Kings. They just need to stay put.
The B control point has been defended perfectly thus far, but of course one can say that Wolves barely has gone in for the attempt as Xjing now tries to play the objective, the rest of them roaming around, trying to play the position of the Slayer. One more kill that lands on West Point Mama Low Kings, no more respawns coming on through. Susano Olea, big kills comes on through and Olea goes out and he's no longer playing. The rest of them need to hard carry the squad. Nobody on the attack for this B control point as Wolves now have got the ability to circle around. This round has to be on the side.
And especially with the amount of weaponry right now of Wolves, they are set up for that next defensive side as well as King having that operator kill. X-King finishes the deal in each attacking round, and like what we've already seen before, what we've foreseen here so far, it is a back and forth, but so far they need to win that defensive side. WPM Low Kings again on the attack. Let's see if they're going to be as good as their first attacking round, trying to get more progress into both sides as a push, a catwalk push coming in from Myopi. It is going to be a 2 kills from that nade. That's going to be a huge opener for them.
26-29, West Point doing better on the attack this time around as they've got the lives count all down, dwindling for the side of Wolves. King does manage to trade out Yopi after Zai gets taken down. Peg steps it up as well. A 4-life deficit, but West Point Mamba Low Kings trying to play this super aggressively. K-Lo once again trying to roam into the position of Wolves, trying to see if or not he can spawn trap a couple of players. Finds absolutely no one. The timing goes a little bit south, but he gets the backstab onto player number 1, traded out by King. But the damage has been done because that distraction gives away 2 segments on the B control point. No, Peg saves the day for the second segment.
Here we go. And now it looks like Wolves are actually pretty good when it comes to the adjustment here, when it comes to that defense. Looking pretty solid compared to the defense of WPM Low King, so they're learning a lot more now. And now we're going in for that alpha push. Finally, no progress whatsoever on that side of the map as Zai goes in there very aggressively, loses out, and when it comes to the bullets, and unfortunately for him, has to reload. And there's still that one person there in the form of King that can go into the defense, and X-King actually able to bring out that war machine though, and now all of the annihilators, all of the operators are going to be taken out right now from Wolves.
And this is where you know Wolves are really not comfortable playing control at all. They could have cleared out the segment on the B control point, but nobody puts in the effort whatsoever, allows West Point to go in to close off this B control point. A good slay coming on through though with that sticky out of King. Alea gets taken down. 20 more seconds for the play. West Point Mamba Low Kings with 5 lives left now need to consider exactly how they're going to circle around and punish Wolves, because this one is about to go to the Chinese side yet again.
This is not looking good for WPM Low Kings. 4 lives to 9, and yes, they're going to be taking that Bravo objective, but they still have to worry about A. There's no lives whatsoever, just 3 to his name, and no ticks of progress here. X-King able to finally get his rhythm back as PJ's going to be the only one left here. 1 minute on the clock, though. That is still a lot of time, and what he can do is actually go around to the backstab. He is having more of an advantage here, but he just really needs to go in there really quickly, and he does get taken down by Nyan. And so far, Wolves is looking so much better on the defense compared to the Low Kings, and right now I'm really curious to see how they're going to be able to progress here.
Well, Wolves are playing for their lives after all. They lose this, they lose the series. There's just nothing that's going to allow them to slow their pace down at all. But Susano's going to get that aggressive side out of him activated yet again. King's going to step on out, but Xing finds a God Nade out of nowhere. Peg steps it up. Nian continues the fray of slays coming through from the side of Wolves. 2 lives down for the side of West Point Mamba Low Kings. Purifier investment as well now for the side of Wolves. Things just go from bad to worse for West Point Mamba Low Kings.
They're just having no response whatsoever to Nyan. After he makes that space down, no one's actually there for WPM Low Kings into that mid control. We always see players from Wolves in mid. You always see King right there on that corner near Alpha. And now they have no response whatsoever. They're going to be spawn trapped the heck out of here And it's just 14 and 26, and looks like the Wolves are in position. And if you're WPM Lokings, you cannot allow this to go back into that search and destroy, because you know it's going to be that Wolves win. And right now, WPM Lokings faltering into this attack and also in the defense, and looking like Wolves is a much more solid game here for this Crossroads strike control.
It ain't over till it's over. A gets captured though. West Point Mamba Lokings need to deal with 12 lives on the surplus for the side of Wolves whilst they circle on around, and it proves to be an impossible challenge to keep up with. 4 more lives left. PJ still alive. Sorry, Olea still alive and kicking as he circles around. He's gonna anchor down middle. Try to see if he can spot anybody approaching his corner, but nobody shows up. In the meantime, Kalo finds the slay. 17 lives left for Wolves. There's just no way they get outdone by West Point at this game.
It's always that mid control that just the Lokings need to always adjust to, because so far it's Neon is there, getting those kills down. Easy kills coming in from Neon. Just one more player left, and Peg just finishes the job. And we are at map advantage coming in from the Wolves. And so far, we're going to be evening things out 3 and 2. And whatever lead WPM Lokings had now is slowly just changing the tides. They need to do a phenomenal job. They need to play perfect control at this point.
They need to win out every single round. Susano steps it up yet again. He's still alive and kicking. Yopi with the investment of the Sparrow will get quickly taken out, but the Purifier is still on that activation. But as I speak about it, only gets a single slay. Zai goes down, quickly traded out. But the number of lives gonna be on the positive as the first segment of that A control point gets taken away. West Point Mamba Lokings, they have to pull this off perfectly if they want to be able to step on into the next match, or at least the next series.
And now we are seeing the lives dwindle into the side of WPM Lokings. So far, though, they can capture that Bravo flag, but they're not going to be stepping on it. That one player going to be adding that mid-pressure. One player coming in from Wolves, that's Neon, going in there for the stop him. He stops that push going into Bravo, and that is just a really good place to just put your snipers on. And speaking of, Susano kind of slowing down when it comes to the pace, 18 to his name, and so far not so good from the WPM Lokings gang with 20 and 11. More than half of the lives into the favor of Wolves, and it looks like we're possibly going things and gonna possibly go in for that search and destroy right now, and Wolves is bringing it to 100.
Peg is just absolutely cracked. The guy's just piling on the kills. 32 slays already, the most in the lobby thus far, and they're not slowing down. Final 2 lives left for the players on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings, and that's the absolute end. 33 kills for Peg, and he single-handedly was the game changer in many of those rounds.
They did not have an answer to Nyan. They did not have an answer for that mid control. X-King, that was going to be... it's actually, no, it's not X-King. It's actually going to be King that has more of that control there. And every single time that Lokings tried to push through, they weren't able to get a lot of these lives up. It looks like for Wolves, they were able to learn from their past mistakes. And obviously, they needed every single step of the way, as we are even when it comes to the wins. A 2 and 2. And it is all down to this S&D.
Oh, and we all know S&Ds kind of belong to the Wolves as far as West Point Mamba Lokings is concerned. But the one small difference here is the fact that this map, you can also play your positions well, especially if you're on the attack, to force those close range combats and not really open yourselves up for the annihilation with the long angles. But that being said, there are many long angles on Express where the 2 snipers on the side of Wolves can absolutely pop off yet again. So this is not going to be an easy one at all for the West Point Mamba Lokings to win.
Definitely a map that WPM Lokings could actually surprise us for, because Express is a difficult map right now because a lot of these teams aren't really used to it. And the fact that we're playing it last, this is the lifeline right now of WPM Lokings. And yes, the sniper angles are absolutely nutty, but you can bring the space a little bit close here, especially if you know your angles well. And so if they did watch the European region, if they watched the NA region, if they did their homework, you saw Express map being played a lot in those SNDs and how differently you can actually play those and the angles that you can actually have. So I'm hoping that WPM Lokings have studied, and also for the same side as the Wolves, I hope they're prepared for this and possibly going to see DYG, but I don't know who's going to be winning it yet. Obviously, SND is a little bit more towards the favor of Wolves.
The winning factor here for the side of West Point Mamba Lokings is going to be dependent on the use of the utilities. If they can find those smokes to block out those long angles, also play those concussors as well as flashes, and time them perfectly, you are going to be able to make your crosses and then later force those closer combat in terms of engagements against Wolves and potentially just win it out towards the end. West Point Mamba Lokings, this is not down and out for them just yet, but Crossroads Strike, as predicted, just does not go their way.
And as you can see with the points, it's just so good. X-King kind of a little bit faltering when it comes to the 22 kills, but still on the positive. On the other hand, we're seeing players from WPM Lokings actually kind of struggling. PJ with that 34k, definitely struggling to get those kills, and Susano as well with that 19 had no answer whatsoever with Neon. As we do get to see Peg having that 33 kills is going to be your MVP with I think this is his fourth. Yes, it's fourth MVP count. And this is what I'm talking about when it comes to Crossroads Strike.
Yeah.
I was kind of worried for WPM Lokings because one of the playmakers for that was actually Luffy with the sniper. He did get that 40 up against the Wolves the other day. So, I don't know, with him, the absence of him here in this map was probably one of the biggest reasons why it's so lopsided.
That is, of course, an opportunity for Susano to step up in the place of Luffy and shine. Show that he definitely deserves the second sniper role in a more confident fashion. But of course, it has to be proven against Wolves in an SND matchup, which I believe not many teams stand a good chance on, unless, of course, you're Doyu Gaming.
Doyu Gaming is just chilling right now. They're just trying to see who's going to be winning it. And the fact that Wolves is shaky right now up against WPM Lokings, where DYG absolutely kind of had an easy time yesterday, that says a lot about how far the skill level is between DYG and Wolves. So whoever wins this, it's still going to be difficult because DYG seem to be kind of untouchable right now.
I mean, DYG did 3-0 Wolves the last time they came across each other, so it might just be a quick series, but it's the grand finals of CDSI. You could just see Wolves turn on beast mode. Maybe it's gonna be it's not a full moon, but we're quite far away from a full moon on top of everything else, so that might just be the only nerf factor. But the question is, can they even get to the grand finals? Because we've got a bunch of Filipinos who do not know the meaning of giving up just yet, especially when you've got a coach like Alea roaming around out there on the battlefield. And in situations, push comes to shove, earlier in that matchup in Hardpoint, he got those 30 kills, and that's just an impossible feat. He made that possible.
Yeah, I mean, like what we keep saying, the pressure right now is on Susano because he is the lone sniper right now of WPM, and they always had to go up against the double sniper setup of Wolves and also for DYG. So he has been stepping up to the plate. It was just this one caveat that he had here in Control, because when it comes to the Control, the sniper actually, or the person that had a little bit of an easier time is not here. Susano had 29 the last time he was there, but right now it seems like he still needs to kind of find a way around when it comes to Crossroads Strike. But we are in a map where we don't really have much information between both of these teams, and that's why we keep saying that this might be a map that could favor WPM Lokings if Wolves did not prepare well enough for Express.
Absolutely right. And I don't think either side did not prepare enough. But the question is, can you prepare enough for a map like this? Because you never know exactly what sort of strategy your opponent's going to be running with out there. Who's going to be having a really good day? Can you control a player like Peg out there on the battlefield? Even if you can deal with Peg and his SMG skills, can you deal with Zai and Nian, who are continuously competing against each other to outdo each other's snipes? This is a team of Wolves that competes against each other within the team in itself. They're not competing with anybody on the outside. And when they do turn their focus on the outside, usually they annihilate the teams that they come across. They're having a tad bit of an issue here with West Point Mamba Lokings because, once again, these boys just do not know the meaning of giving up just yet. They're pretty much playing with 4 players who are really, really good with the gunfights, and Alea who's struggling a tad bit, but they're hanging on for their dear lives. Into this SND we go, where nothing can go wrong. They cannot afford anything to go wrong, Beef.
Definitely. It's just hard because you are down a crucial player, and Alea definitely, I think, is probably one of the better coaches that we've experienced lately in the scene. And so I'm not going to say that he's a detriment, but also they need to find a way to kind of play around, knowing that their play style is going to be different now. So far, we've seen it work in this particular matchup, especially in those respawns where, like I already mentioned it earlier, you see them adapt so fast. It's because they have a coach right there in hand, in your ear, and usually you do get to see the coaches just talking to them after the matches, but they do have that coach here to have that real-time quick and lightning responses. So it should work out for this SND where the comm should be on point. And like what you mentioned a while ago, AJ, the smokes need to go down for this team because the snipers right now of China is just absolutely insane.
You know, it's a double-edged sword having the comms with your coach and having him play together with the team as well. On top of everything else, you're hard carrying your coach because there could just be a little bit of dissatisfaction within the squad. I mean, you could be expecting your coach to have a clutch play. You could be expecting your coach to anchor down a spot, which he might not be able to do based on his current level of gun skills. And you get a tad bit upset with him. That could cause a little bit of disharmony in terms of communication. If that does happen, it's going to play against the West Point Mamba Low Kings for sure. And the only one that can control exactly how this goes is the coach himself. It's exactly how Alea now manages his players out there on the battlefield as a player himself. It's a terrible situation to be put in, but he's taking it like a champ.
Yeah, I mean, WPM Low Kings is doing a really good job right now. They have, like, 3 reasons why they're not in their A game right now. Number 1, we keep mentioning it, Alea replaced Luffy. Number 2, they're playing on phones that they only really tried a few days ago. And third, I mean, it's just you get to see these Chinese teams do LANs for such a long time. They're so used to this kind of setup. And so I'm excited to see how WPM Low Kings will bring it to the table here for this SND. Because obviously Respawn's is theirs. Unfortunately, this control game is just not it for them, and now they need to pull every stop, every trick in the hat in this SND.
Playing against a foreign crowd, it's not easy at all. Obviously, when you have some fantastic plays out there, yes, you're going to have a couple of cheers, but it's not going to be as loud as the Chinese teams who are there, who have got some home ground fans. You're going to be able to soak up all of that love and joy, as well as the energy that's being outputted by Wolves on the battlefield. It's going to be a total chaotic matchup if we do have China going up against China in the grand finals, but it'll be the icing on the cake for CDSI to see West Point Mamba Low Kings fight through all of these challenges and still get into the grand finals. I think it'll be nothing short of insane for them to be able to pull it off. I think a lot of people are shell-shocked by the fact that West Point Mamba Low Kings is standing toe-to-toe with Wolves 3-3 on this best of 7 with 1 more game to go because they did not expect them to get this far with Alea.
Me neither. I mean, we're at our 3-hour mark, AJ, and we still have 1 game to cast here. And this is why the Chinese games are just so insane, and the fact that they will have that stamina all the way through because they're used to insane rounds in SND. They're used to multiple game 7, so they definitely will have that pressure on them. Now, this is the question for WPM Low Kings. Do they still have the gas here? And if they win this SND, will they have even more gas going up against the YG? That is a question, obviously, that is still a little bit far away. But after this 1 game, we'll see how great WPM Low Kings can be.
We most definitely will, right? And I think to answer that question, if they can find a rabbit out of a stray hat that they find on the ground, I think that's going to give them enough confidence to take on Doyu Gaming. I don't know if it's going to be enough to take a win against the unbeaten Chinese team, but it's most definitely going to give them enough confidence to at least pull away a couple of maps. Because I think getting the speed pulled up against Wolves is going to be a huge confidence booster.
Definitely. You need that confidence boost. And if you are going to be on the attacking round, I just kind of hope that the Low Kings are on the attacking round because when it comes to Express, you kind of tend to see that these teams actually have an easier time on the attack. And hopefully they do get to have those advantages down.
Yep.
Usually we do see more of a Bravo push compared to that A push because office definitely is a little bit more open. And let's see. I'm interested to see how both of these teams are going to be playing it because obviously I think coming in from the Wolves, they might send over Nyan over to departures that will try to block that access off. But I'm hoping, I already said it a while ago, that the Lokings watched the EU and NA broadcast because that's where you know where the positioning is going to be at.
Absolutely right. Down at ticketing, perhaps you can force a few of those close-range combat. But at Terminal, if you want to take the fight there, it's just going to be an absolute annihilating gameplay that West Point Mamba Lokings will need to tank against the double snipe setup of Wolves. Susano's going to be the savior if he can find that perfect ace game. He did bring out the perfect side of his gameplay in the previous SND, but they couldn't take it all the way. Maybe now we'll get to see him shine yet again, but this time with a dub on his end.
Here we go. Oh, PJ already yawning. Honestly, it's been a long day, man. And y'all deserve to be at this point to actually give us a show. Where yesterday we saw Almighty have such a difficult time up against DYG, and obviously it wasn't that pretty. I didn't really expect them to. I mean, we didn't really expect them to kind of have an easy time, but when it comes to all the gunfights, actually it was up against Wolves rather. It was easier for Wolves to actually win up against Almighty, and it just really goes to show how well prepared WPM Lokings are right now, even though they do have that one player down. And you can see that Olay is going to be fired up. He's going to be that heart in the team.
Hopefully he can be the top fragger of the squad as well. It's a big ask, but you never know. It's S&D at the end of the day. And if he continues to maybe anchor down with a CBR4, he might walk away with a couple of extra frags that even he might not expect. West Point Mamba Lokings takes on Wolves at the final available map on this S&D. We play Express.
Love Express. This is a map that I am very happy that it's going to be here because it definitely is a strange little map. A is going to be wide open, plus you have that train to actually accidentally kill you. We do get to see a split push a little bit. One player coming in from WPM Lokings are right there. That's going to be your sniper. I mean, the sniper, CBR rather, Alea. Trying to go in there for that departures defense. Trying to cut off that rotation into the back end. He does spot one. That's information given to his team, especially to Susano, where he's going to be blocking off a lot of the sidelines here in A-Bridge.
Attack C. Bomb planted. PJ will be able to find one. Attack C. Guys, keep spamming this in all of my fights on ranked matches on S&D. Goodness me. I actually tried to circle around looking for C once. Couldn't find it. Peg circles around, tagged up from the back. No annihilation. X-Ching, on the other hand, gets the information. Slays out Yopi. Kato won't be able to find Peg in the meantime. PJ does manage to circle on around. Nian, final player left, and PJ is going to put a quick end to that. West Point Mamba Lokings with a very aggressive round.
Perfect flank watch coming in from two members of the Lokings. We had Oleo right there in departures, and we also had Susano right there for A-Bridge. And we usually do get to see at least one sniper here in A-Bridge because you know that there will be a flank coming in from the opposing defensive team. And now, Oleo's going to be in the same area right now, but he is going to be tagged just a tiny bit. Essential gunfight being won right now by King, and that's going to be an opener for them, but PJ does get the trade.
Back and forth we go. Numbers all equal. Bomb site. Bomb on the ground. Yopi's gonna find the plant. PJ on the backup. Can they slide away? A four-man stack approaching from the north platform. They arrive at the bomb site at the same time. A good attack now can give them a easy defusal here. It's all about the timing. Will they go in for the pylon?
And speaking of those lurkers right now, Ole and Susano need to find a way to push it, and Nian just spots him. This is going to be hard for Olay to go and clutch up as we do get to see X-King with the defuse. And that was a really good adaptation right now coming in from Wolves, knowing very well that the flankers, there's going to be two. And so they were able to instead bring it a little bit closer. Instead, they made the snipers kind of a little bit more of a secondary thing and not create that space. And so far, B push, 3-2 split coming in from Wolves though.
Attack C. Spam's coming on through the YouTube chat. Attack C, we go, and Peg finds two. Doesn't find no C. He's an acer. On for the 3 spree already. Can he find the ace? Peg circles on around. Bomb Just right at his feet. 2 players on the other side. It's going to be Alea sticking together with Susano. King circling around from the back. Spots Alea. Alea doesn't see him just yet. Backs away. Jumps on out. But King finds the easy finisher. Final player left now. And King should be missing him. Although he could have just found him.
There you go. I mean, Susano just gives away his position, and X-King being able to take him out. X-King going to be a pretty vital player at the moment. He is trying to step things up. And so far, he does have that 2 kills. So far, WPM Loking's kind of struggling when it comes to the attacking round right now. And obviously, the absence of that sniper is definitely going to be huge coming from WPM Lokings. And if you were the Wolves, you are going in for such a big roundup here in mid. They have that presence down. The defense going to be in mid, going to be solid, but it's still going to be that A push, which they do see King actually have. So off is still a little bit stronger for WPM Lokings. But Sound Q already coming in there. Yopi gets away with his life.
That sound cue was not attack C. Alea circles around. Bomb still on toe. That A bomb site's just not going to be the victim this time around. Perhaps they want to circle around towards C. They might not see it. Pun intended. Sano, on the other hand, finds one. Bye-bye, Nian, he says. Good snipe. Won't be able to find a concuss. Gets the hit mark check as well through the concuss. Information. Players on the other side of the train. PJ already in position. Takes an easy one against King. And this round has to be for the side of West Point Mama Lokings.
One thing that is very important when it comes to that A defense is to have that train control. Susano gets that kill as well, and so Susano has been an absolute tank when it comes to defending this on the long run. X-King, on the other hand, not having a good luck for his side. 2-2 is going to be your scoreline, and Express doing Express things. With the new map comes around, you do get to see adjustments being made by both of these teams trying to play around with it, and WPM Lokings already knows that they will have a little bit of trouble when it comes to that Bravo flag. Wolves, on the other hand, still does the same kind of push, a 3-2 split.
A team ace earlier by West Point Mama Lokings, but this time Nian starts off with a perfect snipe against Alea. Quickly, the numbers traded out by Yopi, finds the shutdown onto King and goes in for the instant plant. Nian now is going to get challenged! And what a nade out of nowhere! It's going to be an interesting push this time coming through from Wolves, as it's a 3-man stack coming through from the north platform. The defense for the side of West Point Mama Lokings all stacked up already. 3 players just waiting to welcome them.
There you go. It really is that train control that we really needed. Peg gets that 1 kill. One more coming in there. And they're always going in there by pairs. And so far, great adjustment coming in from the Wolves, where you already expect that there will be that A push. And unfortunately, there was no train control. And they went in there for the backstab instead. And so far, nice adjustment coming in from this China team. And so far, WPM Lokings have been doing the same play 2 rounds in a row.
Let's see West Point Mama Lokings this time. It's going to be yet again a rush coming on through. But a B stack on defense for the side of Wolves. They want to play retake. Can't force it. They just have to play this rock, paper, scissors. They're just losing out against West Point Mama Lokings, who have played this down to the T. Next round has to be a push towards B though. But I definitely understand why they're not doing that, because down at Terminal, it's just way too open of a site for West Point Mama Lokings to survive those snipes against Nian.
We need to see some sort of train control right now. Olea needs to step it up. He needs to go in there. Yes, he's the lurk, he's the flank, but so far no one from Mills is actually going to be there. Susano spots Nian though.
Wow.
Klo also gets a kill of his own. Possibility to get that second one. Yes, the R9 doing some damage. Deals a little bit of damage to the King as well, but Susano does go down. Olea stuck in a 1v2 situation. He needs to go and step on it. He needs to go now because it's going to be diffused. And there you go. I mean, that rotation from Olea was just a tiny bit too slow, because yes, he was being that flank watch, but at the end of the day, no one was going to be right there, and they needed all hands there on A.
Olea calls for an eco round as he saves his gun.
We're going to see a lineup Larry.
This time it is the B push coming on through. West Point Mama Lokings just switching it up just a tad bit, but Nian and Zai hits a double. Instantly now the plays of the West Point Mama Lokings, leaving Olea once again in a 1v3 clutch. Finds the fist, but traded out by King. Nothing goes the way of West Point Mama Lokings, and they desperately need a few rounds before this gets out of hand.
Where are the smokes? If you're going to be pushing B, you need to smoke out arrivals, because you know that a lot of the teams, a lot of the players are going to be coming in from there. Now a different kind of push. They're bringing out 4 people. 2 here on mid, 2 and A. One's going to be stepping back just a tiny bit. We do have Susano being into that flank watch again, which honestly I'm not really quite big a fan of because he does need to create his space for his team.
PJ finds an open one, takes King's head right off. Susano circles around. Beautiful flick. Beck never stood a chance. Zai trying to find the angle. PJ well hidden already. Kalo. Oh my goodness. How did he even connect the final few bullets? Exchange taken out. 5-man ace once again coming through from West Point Mama Lokings potentially. Nian circles around, but Zai makes sure that is not the case. Olea taken out of the equation. Zai will find a double for himself, but in the meantime, Yopi's done the quick deed onto Nian, leaving Zai all alone, and Susano finds the finisher.
There goes Susano being really big when it comes to those kills as we're now switching those sides. And what I mentioned already, the defense is actually a tiny bit harder. Especially since Wolves do have more of those sniper presence that can open so much space for them. And now the bomb's not even going to be picked up. They're just trying to go in there for that kill. And Nian deals a lot of damage, not able to sustain, but able to get rid of Susano. You do not pick that area. You do not absolutely peek that part of info of arrivals because you know that there's definitely going to be a sniper right there in your scope.
And finds the hit mark first and then a quick finisher. But the trade does come through. Let's see if or not the rest of the team members can do Peg justice. The bomb in the hands of Wolves this time round. They're inching towards that A bomb site. West Point Mamba Lokings playing for retake. Nobody's going to arrive at ticketing just yet. West Point does need to rotate on around, but it's going to be a tough one against Nian, who's going to be on standby with the snipes already.
Let's see, player number 5, that's going to be Nian. Again, the same place where Susano was at, but unfortunately for WPM Lokings, they do not have a sniper to play with. Yopi, though, trying to go in there and push again, needs to be very quiet because he will be met by a really huge sniper. And now, they need to step on it. The train control needs to be done. Yopi gets that kill. Nian goes down. That's going to be a sign for you to go and pinch for this one.
Boom! You gotta love it. Yopi with a perfect sticky. Pulls in 2 for himself. Zai circles around. Doesn't find anyone just yet. Spots 1. But Yopi still doing the dirty. X-Ching now taken out. Can he go 4 for 4? Circles around. It's going to be the defusal. Yopi slides. Misses the first one. Does find the second engager. And the clutch as well.
Is it enough time, though? It is just enough time. And definitely almost really close. Only one in between them. This is probably like the closest S&D that we've seen Wolves actually have up against WPM Lokings, and yes, that is all thanks to Express being played here in this S&D. Full 5-man push coming into WPM Lokings. We need to see a smoke here, but it's a good thing they're not crossing over into no man's land where Nian can definitely have that snipe, but Peg does get opening pick, gets that too. Susano gets Nian as well, and now it's going to be a 1v4, and this is why it's just so difficult to go into that Bravo push on that defense because of how aggressive you can be on the attack.
And mainly, Wolves, I believe they have already detected their winning play. Push into B and you will find a slay. West Point Mamba Lokings stands no chance against the long-range scopes.
Where are you going?
Out of Wolves.
Smoke's down, though, in Bravo. So far, there's going to be 3 in Alpha. There's going to be playing in for the retake here. Possibly going for more of that mid-control. And what we need to see coming in from Yopi is actually going in for that backstab. And so far, there was no flank whatsoever in that last round. Yopi was that flank, rather. And Susano gets rid of Nia, so that is 1 sniper down. That's going to be huge for them. And you can see over here, PJ's going to be right there for the backstab. Going to be greeted by King right now.
Pwah! Fantastic one by Zai. Can he find a double? Spots the player, does not respond in time, drops a nade to buy himself time as he quickly reloads. Peg will be able to sort out Yopi in the meantime. Susano, oh my god, that was so fast. 1 more round for match point for the Chinese squad.
It was player 4 and 3 in the comp. This is how you know the comms are so quick, okay? If you rewatch that part of the map, of this S&D, this round rather, Zai and King. King was supposed to be that flank watch. PJ saw him, did not get the kill, and that information, the closest person was Zai, and they just double challenged him. PJ, Kalo, get 1 apiece, and PJ is just so angry right now. WPM Lokings doing a phenomenal job when it comes to those kills. Susano as well. They do not want to end things. So far, so good. Nian going to be the only one left for the Wolves, and he does go down. Olea spots him. 7 and 5, still very doable. Slowly but surely, WPM Lokings actually finding adjustment here into this round.
Race to 9 rounds. The only thing that Wolves might just be upset with at the moment, because would have won it out if it was 7. West Point Mamba Lowking still stand a good chance of making their way back in here. But the more we find this B pushes coming through from Wolves, the harder it's going to be for West Point Mamba Lowkings to pull the momentum back to their side. Susano's going to be the game changer down mid. Finds one, puts him down onto the ground instantly. It's going to be King this time round, but double snipe setup for the side of Wolves still alive.
Here we go. Player number 1 is going to be challenged by 2 players right now, and unfortunately for Olea, he does get spotted. Things are going to be evened out. And like what I mentioned already, I feel like for WPM Lowkings, they need to find some sort of flag, but we do get to see Susano just dealing so much damage already. Yopi slips on in inside the point right now, inside of the bomb site, and Kalo, big kills coming in from him and gets to finish the job, and there you go! More than enough time, and we're just 1 round in between, and what a good setup coming in from WPM Lowkings, knowing very well that if they go in head-to-head into Bravo, it's not going to happen, so they're playing it back. So far, so good.
I don't know what these players eat, but I want some of that. They are so freaking fast with the response times. This time, bomb being left behind. Wolves are saying, we don't want to take the plant. No, King's like, no, I just forgot it. My bad. Let me go get the bomb. And he slows down. Well, that's it. That's an interesting play coming through from Wolves. They're going to find a slower approach this time round. But look at this, Nian pushing up fourth already. Can he engage with Olea? Can Olea get the CBR4 kill? Slides on out. Does not find the connection just yet. Olea, look to your left. Nice one. He finds Nian.
That is called timing, but Zai is right there for the trade, but still going to be evened out as they went in there for that mid push instead, going in for that Bravo take, but they do have that one player that will be definitely hard. Peg. Information goes to him, and everyone else from WPM Lowkings need to start pushing it, but they're being flanked every single time. Zai gets rid of Kalo. What a different response coming in from Wolves, of kind of like just playing it back just a tiny bit, and this is what they want. They were going in for more of the hunt, knowing very well that the WPM Lowkings are actually going to be right there outside and spared across the map, and so far a 1v3 situation with 33 seconds left on the clock in Yopi. This is a really hard job to do.
Starts off the 1v4 by taking down a good player off of the railway tracks. Spots out King, but the scope's just too hard to deal with. 8-6. And this is match point now for the Chinese squad of Wolves.
So good. Such a good adaptation of Wolves right now. So the fact that they slowed it down, they didn't even go aggressive when it comes to that Bravo push, and now they did leave the bomb. Because knowing very well they're not committing to a site quite yet, and so far getting that information down as player number 2. That's Yopi spots 1 player, and the Neon can definitely do a lot of that damage down. Seems like they want to go in for that alpha push as well. They are pushed out. They are ready, especially with Zai right there, and if the timing goes right, Peg is going to be able to get a layer right now. And so far, WPM Lowkings need to go in and push right now because Wolves is in a perfect defensive setup.
I have to agree. 2 players stacked on north, 2 on the south. Nian finds Kalo. This might just be the start to the end of West Point Mamba's Lowkings run down here at the lower brackets. Nian misses the timing, but a quick scope deals with PJ. 2 more players left. It's going to be Yopi and Susano. Nian, 1 by 1, he eats them all up.
Congratulations right now to Wolves for making it into the upper bracket. We finally have our contenders for later on into the grand finals. WPM Lowkings' valiant effort in that express map definitely was impressive for them, but unfortunately, they just couldn't really adapt or like as fast as we saw Wolves actually do so. Again, S&D still remains to be the top pick for these Chinese teams, AJ.
Absolutely right. I mean, I wouldn't have had it any other way. Yes, West Point Mamba Lowkings, they do get kicked out of the competition in the 3rd spot, but it was a valiant effort from them, and Olea is my personal MVP for taking on this crazy challenge. Nobody else would have gone in and put themselves in a situation where they are just going to get absolutely ridiculed, because this is top-level gameplay. And you as the coach agreeing to jump on in, to get annihilated in the comment section, to be laughed at if you do not perform, but you know you got to do it because it is for your team. Hats off to the guy for being able to pull that off. But of course, West Point Mamba Lowkings, they kept the end of the bargain for the rest of the players as well, right? PJ, Yopi, everybody performed. We expected Susano to step up in the SNDs. He did exactly that, but it just wasn't enough against Wolves.
Now, this is still pretty impressive for WPM Lokings to show that they can still bring it into the very end, the last map, and was so very close to take it into overtime. And like what we said, everything was against Lokings, and with that, with that said, they're still able to perform so well. What more if they're playing on the device that they're used to? What more if they had Luffy in their team? Like I said, this is just training grounds for them, man. But again, Wolves dealt it with such finesse, and obviously winning that control game was the do or die moment for them. That was the swing mode that, you know, people are usually kind of 50-50 about, and with a crossroads strike, they definitely won it. For me, that is the game show that just kind of twisted everything more into the Wolves' favor. For me, though, I feel like Susano is going to be my MVP of the day because he had 2 in a row today. And also the fact that he stepped it up, knowing very well that Luffy's not going to be there for the secondary.
Absolutely. I mean, if you calculate even the MVP spot that he took in the match that they lost in that S&D matchup at Slums, there's 3 total MVP titles for Susano. So he has stepped up on a day that, you know, it was the perfect opportunity for him to shine. He most definitely has managed to really put on a good show for everybody else out there to consume, but it just wasn't enough at the crossroads strike. Especially, it was a great 1-round victory from them, but 4 rounds they got defeated, outplayed, outgunned by a team of Wolves, even though Respawn's just not the cup of tea for Wolves.
Definitely. I mean, the fact that the respawns aren't really their best, but they were able to pull things up into that control game, especially knowing that Crossroads Strike is more of their favor. So it's kind of like the similar thing. It was those last 2 maps that was kind of the question mark, right? If it was Raid, to be honest, the WPM Lokings would have won it, and we would have seen them up into that grand finals. But same thing here for Express. Yes, we get to see that the Wolves definitely have an easier time when it comes to those S&Ds, but the fact that it was Express, we kind of saw that they had a little bit of dim spots here in this map, but they were able to adapt very quickly. And just like that, this is why we're seeing them in the grand finals with DYG.
And Luffy would have been the game changer on Express. You've got these long angles, especially when you want to engage at Terminal. It's not going to be the easiest of tasks to take on those battles with the SMG. We saw, and the players from the side of West Point Mamba Lokings were just not using the utilities as well as Wolves were. You could see multiple times West Point Mamba Lokings, especially when they were playing for the B bomb site, they just kept getting flash concussed halfway through. The engagements just turned out to be absolutely smooth for Wolves right after playing those utilities. But it was a close match indeed, 9-6. West Point Mamba Lokings came close, but not close enough.
Here we go. I mean, taking a look at the points, it's just kind of far away when we did get to see Neon just pop up when it comes to the sniper, but Susano was actually doing a good deal of damage as well. It really was Peg with that 13k just always being guns a-blazing either in mid or by train, and I feel like it was the attacking round that West Point Mamba Lokings that wasn't able to capitalize on their advantage of being on the attack. The fact that we only saw it a couple times coming in from PJ and Yopi, that they had that train control, and that's probably one of the most important spots if you are trying to defend that alpha flag after planting the bomb.
And it wasn't a game easy to win for the side of Wolves as well, because this was West Point Mamba Lokings giving their all, but Zai managed to outplay them in multiple rounds. 1.39 rating, 15 kills in total in this S&D to 1,640 damage on a 2 spree at a certain point. And this is the 7th MVP of match wins that Zai walks away with. 11 of those games, he actually took those MVPs as well, but they were losses. Zai is truly something else.
Zai is just on another league of his own, and I'm excited that he's actually stepping it up as a player, and he's been just doing so well and so consistent all across the board on every kind of game mode as well, on any map actually. I don't think he's ever been bottom frag, and I think for quite a while now, and so now he's positioned in a way that he can actually lead his team. The rest of his teammates are still ready to go up against that rematch in DYG, which I'm so excited to see, because obviously DYG, again, this is the rematch history that we wanted to see. Wolves versus WPM Lokings. Wolves now gets the better of the Lokings, and now we're gonna see another rematch from DYG into Wolves, so I'm really excited for the grand finals.
Absolutely, and DYG is a absolutely cracked team, a 90% win rate on S&D, a 100% win rate on Control, and we know Wolves struggles at Control, but it's going to be the S&D that might just be neck and neck for me, right? If you look at the statistics of Hardpoint on the other hand, Yes, respawns are not the best mode for the Chinese teams. You see a 67% win rate for the side of Douyu Gaming versus a 39% for the side of Wolves. The numbers clearly stacked up on the side of Douyu, on top of the fact that they have not lost a single series. Only 4 maps have been given away, and only Kagendra took 2 maps away from them. Everybody else only managed to take a single one. Douyu is playing this on the next level. If Zai's great, Douyu, I just do not know what to say.
Man, you got Ma there dropping 48 with a freaking sniper. It's just so scared. You think that Wolves is so good. Yeah, they're good. But if you see DYG, they're like the big brother that just knows how to handle every situation. They were able to slap around WPM Lokings yesterday, and now Wolves had to bring it down into the last map and almost brought it into overtime in S&D. They had a hard time with these guys, and now they're going into DYJ. And obviously, every team comp is definitely going to be different up against each other. So maybe right now, with the S&Ds, it might be a little bit closer than what we expected. Respawns, definitely going to be that question mark. But again, that control from DYG is definitely going to be huge for them, especially knowing that they won it up against WPM Lokings in that crossroad strike.
And with that, the players on the side of West Point Mamba Lokings, they walk away with $5,300. Not too bad of a consolation prize in the 3rd spot. Second place will walk away with 10,000 USD. And of course, the grand champions, the master of masters, walk away with 14,000 US dollars in their hands. Let's see exactly who will be able to snatch that. And of course, more than the money, it is the pride. More than the pride, it is the title of Master of Masters. And it's going to be an all-out Chinese bout for the grand finals, Beef.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is like a question of who's going to be the best China team. I think this is well matched. They've been on this phone for a long time. They've been playing with each other for such a long time, yes. And now I feel like this is a more even matchup, which I'm excited to see. And let's see how resilient the Wolves can be, especially knowing that they just went into such a long game. That was almost 3 hours and a half, which is absolutely insane. But for us casters, we're just having a really good time. Honestly, I didn't even notice that it's been 3 hours because of how entertained we've been.
I have to agree. I did not notice 3.5 hours have passed on by already. But in order to help the players regain a little bit of the composure, rest up a tad bit, I believe we're going to go on an extended break. When we do go on to a break, I believe it's going to be a 1-hour rest time between series, which is a tad bit insane. But, you know, we'll take it. We'll see you guys in a bit,
tomorrow,
I'll have to say.
Let's see who is going to be the Master of Masters here at the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational 2023. It's your girl Beef Mommy, and with me the Mustachio AJ. Grand Finals, baby. How are we feeling right now? This is the rematch that everyone has been waiting for.
Absolutely excited. And of course, CDM, it kind of ended with Wolves being the dominant one, not once, but twice beating down DouYu Gaming. But in recent times at CDSI, it seems like DouYu is the most crazy team out here that we all got to look out for, right? Recent stats shows that they are absolutely unbeatable. They've even met Wolves one time already, 3-0ing them, not giving Wolves a single chance. But I really feel like Wolves was not super serious in that matchup, and this time we're going to see them go all out here, Beef.
Definitely, and it's just really scary with these Chinese teams, right? It's always a back and forth between the two top teams. Unlike here in Garena, you get to see kind of a mix of like 4 different teams just trying to get out of it. I'm thinking of Smart Omega, Black Ops International, Almighty. Arguably, but now it's always those top 2 teams getting a stab at it. Last year, Q9 sort of had that name into the spotlight, but unfortunately for them, they just could not bring it here to the table. And now the CDM representatives going to be really strong in the form of DYG and Wolves, and like what you said, a lot of people are expecting a sweep here.
I think it's going to go down to the wire. I think DouYu Gaming is obviously not going to let this one go easily. They've built up a lot of momentum. They've built up a lot of confidence. Recent stats from the China Masters Season 5 shows us that Wolves has got the strategy to beat them down not once but twice, right? I believe they took them down in the upper bracket, sending them down to the lower bracket finals. DouYu earned their life, got back in, and still got whooped, but that one went down to the wire. It was all the way down to a match number 7 in the best of 7, with Wolves finally winning it all 4-3. There is a potential that happens here this time around as well, even though Wolves got taken down. I mean, the only, little disgrace on the statistic of S&D pull thus far by Wolves, that one single loss that they had, that was dealt with by DouYu Gaming. Could that have been to just prep their confidence up a little bit, maybe?
I'm excited for that, and also I feel like this is a really good matchup, which I think that DYG definitely has more of the momentum now. We did get to see that Wolves did have a hard time just because they were always battled out up against WPM Lookings, which I think could be one of the weaknesses of Wolves. But right now, it seems like, I mentioned it a while ago, DYG, it could be Wolves that could put that nail in the coffin for them later on into the grand finals. But obviously, when it comes to the gunfight, whoever's going to be winning that and dictating who will be getting those maps done, especially this is a game 7. And I think this might bring it into the distance, similar to what we saw a while ago. So it's a question of, will Wolves have that 1 hour break that they had, be able to pull it through here for another long matchup?
I think it's more than enough for them to really compose themselves, prep themselves for this next matchup. They know what to expect. They've met DouYu Gaming not once, not twice. They've met them quite a number of times already. They know exactly the kind of gameplay. They know exactly the kind of strategy and tactics out there to expect as well as counter. And they've got the firepower to get exactly that done, right? You're looking at Peg and Zai being the main slayers on the side of Wolves, and those are not just the only ones. You've also got Nian, who's got the capability to outslay both of these players put together some of those times. If it's not Zai, if it's not Peg, it's always Nian on the backup. And that makes Wolves such a great team when it comes to the engagements. But on the flip side of things, you've got Ma, you've got Chuan M, and you've got No stepping up for the sign of DouYu Gaming. This is gonna be a crazy matchup between the two, and I don't care what happens. I don't care who takes the win, but I want to see a match number 7 out of this best of 7 beef.
And it's funny because a while ago, when these Chinese teams are going up against these Garena teams, right? The Garena teams will always try to come up on top when it comes to those respawns, and S&D will always be that region for the Chinese teams. But we both have Chinese teams now, and it seems like DYG has a better time when it comes to those S&Ds, which is so surprising for me. And Wolves, on the other hand, will have more of an easier time when it comes to those respawns, especially just looking at what happened in their last tournament, right? Which was brought down to the wire, back into that game number 7, and they always got those respawns right. So let's see if it's going to be the same case here. And it just seems like for Wolves, they actually were able to kind of study what happened in that WPM Low Kings game and kind of apply it, especially in that control crossroads strike.
I have to agree with you, and I think this is going to be one of those weaknesses that they try to patch up this time round. Like you said, Wolves really good at those respawns, really good at those hard points, and they do have the edge over DouYu Gaming, but they also showed us that the snipers on the side of Wolves, they're not chilling this time round. They want to go all out. King steps up his gameplay in a lot of those S&Ds these days as well. So Doyu Gaming is up for a challenge on even the very first matchup that they've got going up against Wolves this time round. It's going to be a tough one, but it could also be a flat-out 4-0 victory. Let's see exactly what we've got in store. It's going to be Peg, Exchange, Zai, King, as well as Lian representing Wolves. And these 5 are all warmed up, ready for some action, B.
Oh man, speaking of warm, they are definitely on a roll today. And yes, we brought it to the distance, but let's take a look how well DYG has been chilling the entire game. And obviously, they've been watching that series up against WPM Lokings, but we do have the lineup. We do have Chuanem, Ma, Nono, Uruchi, and also Sunowo that will try to bring it down to the distance, and how dominant this team will be, especially knowing that their run in the whole CDSI has been absolutely flawless. But here comes the possible kryptonite in the form of Wolves for this team.
So map bans, where do you think we don't want to go? Where do you think we want to be hopping on into? I mean, we've got 2 separate sets of data. We've got one from CDM and we've got one from CDSI. I'm assuming that Wolves kind of threw their match against Doyu Gaming initially, so that might just be a red herring there. What do you think, though, Beef?
Well, I feel like if we're going into the stats from CDSI, it's out the window, because the only time that these two teams kind of met each other was during that week 2, day 3, where DYG was able to give that 3-0, which is so uncharacteristic of Wolves. And I know there was a reason why for it. I think one of the players from Wolves were actually not present during that day. So still a lot of things to be considered. So I think the more valuable one was in their, I think that was a few months ago when they did see each other from that a few months ago. I'm trying to remember. Oh yes, China Masters Season 5, where it was down to the wire. So if it was going to be a map that you want to not see DYG in, honestly, they do have any kind of firing range game. Just take it out.
Absolutely right. Wolves perhaps might want to find that ban on firing range, especially because it's not available for control, where they do know how to play their way around. So absolutely true in terms of a ban that can come through. But look at this preview. These guys really know how to put on a good show out there on the battlefield, and they really know how to flex off of the battlefield as well. They look super cool, don't they?
I was about to say, I mean, these Chinese teams with their colored hair and really beautiful haircuts, it's giving beef mommy right here. I feel like I could be like easily part of any China team. Like if you look at my haircut right now, they're just so wild when it comes to their style. It's pretty cool. It makes me think that these Chinese teams definitely put the L to some teams when it comes to style, and just that, when it comes to those gameplay as well. But as we're starting up the matches and we're waiting right now for DYG to just get into position, it's not really that surprising that we do get to see these 2 top Chinese teams battle it out here in CDSI.
Doyu Gaming is absolutely pumped. I love the energy. Everybody is ready to rock. The first one's out to the table. Wolves, the second one to follow. Doyu Gaming, Nono, March 1M, Ruxi. Everybody ready to take a go at each other. And the first things first, we got to see exactly who wins out the 2v2, because they get to dictate the pace of the upcoming series in this best of 5. This is your championship matchup, the grand finals of the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational.
That makes you wonder who is going to go up against who, and obviously the fraggers are going to be right there. I'm expecting the last 2 people from Wolves are actually going to be going at it again. That's going to be your Nians, that's going to be your Zais. But a while ago, it was actually King that was able to represent the Wolves. And now I think it's going to be, depending on what kind of map they're going to get, I think it would probably be Ma. Because he's like really accurate when it comes to his shots. But how about you, AJ? Who do you think they're going to be bringing up here to the table?
I think it's most definitely going to be Ma as well as Nono. The 2 of the players really know how to deliver out there on a battlefield. Roxy has been struggling quite a little bit, so I highly doubt that he will be showing up. There is a potential that Chuan M gets sent out, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting how all of these players just really deliver when it comes to these kills, and especially knowing that you are going up against another China team, I feel like the strategies are going to be a little bit different, especially when it comes to those S&Ds, because both of these teams are just so deadly accurate when it comes to those gunfights and also those snipers, and we keep mentioning the likes of Ma, the likes of Nian, because they just create so much high impact kills. But let's see what is going to happen here. Like we mentioned, we're trying to figure out who is going to be that person to represent their team when it comes to those gunfights. And like, yeah, Ma is going to be a huge guy for them, but No, I think could be one of the people to represent DYG. He was the one that was able to bring out 60 kills in that game yesterday up against WPM Low Kings in that Hacienda win, 250-169. So I think definitely this guy is on a roll at the moment.
2.14 KD on the Hacienda. No was on fire, and that's exactly what you want against a big team like West Point Mamba Low Kings, who were able to challenge Wolves quite a bit, right? Dragging them all the way in that best of 7. Nobody has been able to push Doyu Gaming that far in the competition just yet, right? And that's just so impressive to see. Doyu has managed to pretty much control all of the series that they've jumped on into, be it the best of 5 or the best of 7s. Wolves, on the other hand, have let things get out of hand one too many times. Against Almighty, against West Point Mamba Low Kings, not once but twice this time around. It is gonna be quite difficult to see them go all the way through, just purely based on the data picked up from CDSI. If they do pull this off, it's gonna be the greatest fake that we've seen out of a Chinese team in quite a while, Beef.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I am really excited to see both of these teams actually battle it out, because for the past few weeks, the past few months, it's always the question of who's going to be that #1 team. And going into the playoffs, going into the knockout stages, it was always Wolves that was in everyone's minds because of their win back in Masters Season 5. But it looks like DYG looking very, very comfortable at just proving them wrong, especially for me, the most important way for them to actually prove everyone wrong was to give such an amazing performance yesterday up against the Mambas, and for the fact that the Wolves kind of had a short break over here. I mean, they kind of had a hard time up against the Mambas today, but let's see if they're able to pick things up back here in the grand finals.
41 matches played so far on the side of Wolves. Doyu Gaming has only played 27. That's how concise they have been through their journey in CDSI thus far, with an 85% win rate on the side of Doyu Gaming. The main reason why they have been in the upper bracket, they've not dropped a single series at all. Wolves, on the other hand, stepping in here with a 63% win rate. The odds are stacked against Wolves. And once again, the question still will stand. Is this the biggest fake by Wolves just to set the stage up perfect for themselves? A overconfident Doyu Gaming, so they can, of course, outshine them instantly in the most easiest of manner? Or are we seeing a brand new #1 in the most dominant fashion out of China? Doyu Gaming is bringing a lot of those numbers on paper out there on the battlefield. We'll have to see in a bit.
And as we get to see these players just readying it up for that gunfight, it is really important to just win this. I mean, a lot of the time, it's really down to those map picks. And we saw it a while ago up against WPM Low Kings and Wolves, where honestly, we even talked about this, AJ, back into our break, where I feel like if it was a raid Crossroads Strike instead, I mean, just to replace Crossroads Strike here in Control, I feel like WPM Low Kings would have had more of a chance here into the grand final. So again, it really is pressure for those two players on both teams to deliver into what map you'll be picking here.
Absolutely agreed. The map picks are going to be very crucial. And from what we've seen thus far, I don't know whether it's just pure ego chow or, I mean, like, once again, it could be polar opposites, right? We could be thinking one side, but it could be the absolute opposite. One could think that Wolves is strategizing all of these map picks, which look like ego challenges, or they could just be thinking they've got everything right, but just being so wrong about all those decisions. We will find out over time, I guess. Zai and King will take on Nono and Chuan.
Ooh, Kill House. This is going to be huge. I'm excited if there's going to be a sniper option here, because this is definitely sniper haven for Kill House. But not a surprise that we do get to see Nono here. Obviously, he slays out, similar to what Zai is at the moment for all of these Chinese teams. King and Chu1M does need to step it up when it comes to those kills, but you already know that King is actually going to be a really reliable and consistent teammate for the side of Wolves. We're finally going to be starting out our gunfight, as this is definitely going to be a slower pace compared to Saloon, so they're just trying to gather that information, and they do have the util to play with.
Grenade dodged. No, sends one right back, but the wall will have King backed right back up. Zai, MW11, the weapon of choice. ASVAL in the hands of King. Pushes up to the left, a little bit closer towards No. King has got an opportunity here. The advantage. Backs away, spots Chuan's head. Does not stand up for the shutdown just yet. The smokes will be played as No gets a little bit of attack, but does not aggress just yet.
Zai having that pistol definitely is going to be key for the eyes compared to King's right now. I mean, for King rather, it's going to relay that information, and he's not trying to go for that pistol round actually from that far away. No, they just need to have a little bit more of information, and now Chuan going to be able to catch Zai off guard and No as well, and that's going to be a fast round coming in from the side of DYG, so that's going to be huge for them. And I feel like it was just a little bit of, it's kind of weird, okay, because for Wolves a while ago, you saw them, they were going in for more of aggressive plays up against the Low Kings a while ago, but now it seems like DYG is a little bit more comfortable with bringing the space down.
Was a very aggressive push from Wolves, just not expecting a good counter by Doyu Gaming, but this time they want to play the exact same aggression yet again. King from that right hand side push, the flank comes on through from Chuan, the counter play. Chuan does not expect King on the left. Will he take that flick? He still is pretty much focused on Zai on the right hand side. It's gonna be No with the backup as well. Both ASVAL pointed towards No. Full tags, and No cannot engage. Will have to leave the damage dealing to Chuan.
Both of the members right now, both teams are going to be split off, but No is at a really good spot to spot off just like that one player from Wolves. That's gonna be King. So King is in a very difficult spot as Nono's gonna be dealing that damage, and Chuan M is actually gonna be there for the backup just in case. But it's going to be a stalemate, and that's something that's really hard for Killhouse right now, and Chuan doesn't really play that advantage of having two players on one. And there's going to be a stalemate yet again. Zai, though, goes in there for the push into mid and just trying to get that objective down. What?
And No and Chuan will be able to find the tags. Very smartly played by Doyu Gaming, allowing their opponents to rush for the flag and finding the slays. Both of those players holding off, you know, the different angles, not really piling up onto each other. And that is the slaying game and the slaying firepower from the side of Doyu Gaming that Wolves really needs to think about, especially in the S&Ds later.
Here we go. And now there's going to be just one more round into the favor of DYG. This is match point already for this gunfight. And now what we need to see from the Kings is a little bit more of a response. And now it seems like DYG's getting the best of them. Now they're just trying to wait as Chuan does tag King, dealing a little bit of damage here, and obviously you're not able to regen that health. Honestly, something that I think SND should have, but here we go. It's going to be Zai in a really good position, but he's still going to be reluctant a little bit.
Very quiet. A Horseman will be able to find Chuan. Good positioning, good approach by Zai as well. No will find the tags, finds Zai as well. Zai stands up at the wrong time. No had him all the way there. Good positioning onto King, and No finishes off the gunfight, giving the advantage to Doyu Gaming.
This is not a good start right now coming in from the Wolves, but hey, they just played that to perfection. And like what we mentioned already, it seems like there was so much reluctance coming in from the side of Wolves, and you don't really get to see that every day. And now this is the fact that this is, I feel like, more of a balanced fight, and maybe DYG also has an edge. And speaking of an edge, they finally have an edge in deciding which maps they're going to be playing on, and also which sides as well later on.
And this is going to be crucial. It's not like Doyu Gaming has not beaten Wolves before. Although Wolves steps on into this competition as the #1 seed from China. They are the winners of the Chinese Masters Season 5. That just concluded in the middle of last month, so not too long ago, was when Wolves proved exactly who the best in China is. But Doyu Gaming's not too far behind in CDSI already with a 3-0, a 1-up against Wolves. Whether or not it was a fake by Wolves or that is exactly how things are gonna drop by the end of the competition, with Doyu Gaming picking that #1 spot right back away from Wolves. We will have to wait and see. And with Doyu Gaming now having the advantage, Beef, do you have any idea where we're gonna go here?
No idea, because I feel like the last few days here in LAN, in CDSI, the fact that we saw Wolves struggle and DYG just breeze through when it comes to that upper bracket is definitely something that is huge, that is amazing. They gave 4-0 to Almighty, that brings down Almighty into the lower bracket. Same here when it comes to the Low Kings, the 4-1 is just so convincing every single time. And now for Wolves, it was a little bit shaky from the beginning, and that's why it's just kind of hard to see them in this spot. And it really looks like a different Doyu Gaming, and that is why when it comes to those map picks, like what you mentioned, I'm not quite sure what kind of game they can play, because for Doyu Gaming, they have more of an advantage in those SNDs, and for Wolves, it seems like they can actually start with those respawns and honestly just take out standoff.
I think Doyu Gaming is going to go in here for a ban at Slums for the SND, because this is exactly where the series between them concluded at China Masters Season 5. On top of that, Wolves has got a perfect 100% record at Slums SND. 5 games played, 5 games won. On the flip side, Doyu Gaming has not stepped into Slums SND at all throughout the whole of CDSI. That could just be a huge indicator as to where Doyu does not want to play this respawn at, this non-respawn at. But of course, on the flip side of things, we could also perhaps get dragged into Express. We just saw exactly how dominant Wolves is there on the map.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like for Express, I really want to see how both of these teams play it. And a while ago, we did get to see Wolves kind of struggle a tiny bit into the beginning of the few rounds against WPM Low Kings. And like what you mentioned, that Slums game for Wolves definitely was the biggest of, showings that Wolves had a little bit of edge there. DYG might be able to ban the Slums because they just don't want anything to do with it. And obviously, the last time that they played, there was still a little bit of, I think it was going to be rule changes just a tiny bit. Obviously, we didn't have the maps that we have now, and so it's interesting how they played. If they're going to be bringing out maps that we haven't really seen yet being played here before, I just really want the Apocalypse Hardpoint, man.
I think he'll keep dreaming about that one. I don't think either one of these teams want to hop on into Apocalypse. I think Arsenal's not one that they're going to go for as well. I think it's going to be a very standard gameplay between the two. And if we do, on the other side, get Apocalypse or Arsenal, I think it's a legitimate reason to lose our minds later.
Yeah, I mean, if they are, I feel like that's the amount of trickery that the Wolves can actually still bring out. Just pick a map that DYG is not expecting you to play. And so far, the maps that were brought up a while ago against WPM Low Kings are the exact mirror of the map that we've seen in the last time they saw each other. So that's going to be huge for them if they are able to master, let's say, the likes of Meltdown. Express a while ago, they still were able to win it pretty convincingly. And now for Doyu Gaming, I'm excited to see how they're going to be bringing those unorthodox maps to life as well.
If Wolves can take the first SND matchup, there is a high probability this one ends at a game number 6. But, it's all going to be dependent on the map that we get dragged into here. And Doyu Gaming, they have got the opportunity to dictate the pace and to decide exactly where they will go ahead to meet. Firing range could be a fantastic spot, and that is if Wolves does not ban firing range out of the equation. Tunisia could be another place, but I am very skeptical about Tunisia, mainly because Wolves has got a double sniper on this setup. You are going to be able to control that A and B. We saw how that kind of cracked down against the West Point Mamba Low Kings as well. Not the best of places to take on Wolves at.
Definitely. And actually, well, speaking of going back to that firing range argument, is both of these teams actually did have a win in firing range back in that season 5 of Masters, but it's still a 50-50. There is no absolute way that one team has really good statistics here, but it's anyone's ball game. I'm excited for it. And again, I'm looking at that Meltdown, but I think coming in from Wolves, they might just ban that Meltdown map unless they're just keeping it until this very last moment in the grand finals.
A firing range, a Slums ban versus a firing range. I don't know. This one could go either way. Doyu Gaming, Wolves, just show me the map pads already, Pusangala.
Why are we extending it? Come on, let's get the ball rolling, but
we already had a 1 hour break, man.
No, right? It's 1 hour break.
There you go.
Really happens, and there you go. Oh, wow, they're listening to the broadcast, but hey, take a look at that. Tunisia's going to be banned. Arsenal as well. So there's going to be a lot of these classic maps that are going to be banned, and this is what we love to see. They're keeping things spicy. And why? Because you're going to be seeing an Express. You're going to be seeing a meltdown. Possibility for an apocalypse, AJ, is right there.
Tunisia slums out of the equation already, and this is a really good ban coming through from Doyu Gaming. As anticipated, they do not want to play against Wolves, who's pretty stacked on that slums S&D. The least firing range Express as well as Meltdown, 3 of these maps. If we go to Express, there is a 50-50 chance either one takes it. But if we go to Meltdown, I think it could just swing the side of Doyu Gaming.
And speaking of Doyu Gaming, let's talk about their bans. It's actually not surprising. You already mentioned it. Slums definitely going to be off the table. Smaller maps are just not their cup of tea. And now for Summit as well being taken out, it's because the Wolves just dominated up against DYG 250 and 134 the last time they met each other in this map. And now we're going to start things with Express. It's going to be spicy. The last map that they went up against here, up against WPM Lokings. And now they're going to be playing it again. It looks like they have a pretty good strategy. And now a full send coming in from DYG here in Alpha in a 3-2 split for Wolves.
Spicy like some chicken joy.
Like
I want
chicken
some
mommy.
Jollibee.
Beef mommy,
right now.
spicy beef mommy.
Spicy beef mommy indeed. Peg, good engagement. Manages to take one out and will get a double for himself. Peg starting things off absolutely hot. Now they're going to come across Nono as well. Nono circles around, gets his butt whooped, and this is a 5v1. Ma, if you want to step it up, now's the time. Nope.
Nope. That was fast. That was really, really quick. And now that was a good response coming in from the side of the Wolves because they went in for the split attack. But once they got that information down that it was going to be an alpha push, the rest of the players coming in from mid are actually going in there for that train control, which eventually had them a pretty clean sweep. And now we're going to see a similar situation coming in from DYG, but a little bit more played back a little bit as they try to get that information down, as obviously King will try to give and relay that information to the rest of his teammates, which already has been given as we get to see 2 more players going for the rotation.
As anticipated, the double snipe setup from the side of Wolves just a little bit too strong to deal with. Doyu Gaming will have to focus on this A-bomb side a few more times than they would prefer. Wolves not going to allow them to survive that B-bomb site. Zai will find a god nade out of nowhere. No taken out of the equation. Clears off the trophy as well. And now it's a 2-man stack onto the bomb site. They can go in for a quick defusal. In the meantime, it's going to be X-Ching who clears out the area. Who smokes are out. Bye-bye, Doyu. You lose this round as well.
And now Sonoa and Ma, the 2 flanks that DYG had, gonna have a hard time when it comes to their rotation. Probably should have rotated early enough, but Nian is gonna be able to take that pistol shot, and now we're up 2-0. And so far, here we go, like what I said, AJ, the kryptonite is slowly seeping in when it comes to the side of DYG. And so far, I feel like those 2 people, the fact they don't really need it, so far they probably just need that 1 player and just stack A.
And everybody on the side on this of Wolves performing, with Peg hitting the 3 kills already from just these 2 rounds. Doyu Gaming just finding a little bit of a difficult time finding those engagements, ending up on a positive for their side. But now Ma, as he flanks around, X-Ching gonna be found, but he doesn't get aggressive just yet.
Wolves, though, they're not committing to that A side, and now that information coming in from play number 3, definitely gonna be huge for them. But I see still no rotation coming from those 2 players in Wolves right there on the train tracks. And there's only 1 player there. That's going to be Peg. Going to be greeted by 3 players already. They're just going to stay put, but then he does spot Chuan.
He just says, thank you for feeding me. I am hungry. Peg, 5 kills already. Circles around, finds nobody. But it's not going to matter all that too much. He is going to be the damage dealer here. The 3 other players on the side of Wolves going to stack that A-bomb site. Reading the plays of Doyu Gaming, 3 steps ahead as they do come around for that rotation. Nono has to go up against 3 players from the side of Wolves.
Wow, that is just so great when it comes to the communication. It's just so fast. King's possibility to get that second one, but throws out the stun. It's definitely going to be good information to stop the push, but the bomb carrier gonna be in a really bad spot as Peg gets that kill, not just that bomb down. Player number 4. That's going to be mine. It's just so uncharacteristic for Ma to just have that one kill. And Bomb's going to be down right beside the train. Going to be greeted by 3 players on his left side and just 1 person right there in the bomb site. Ma gets spotted, and what? He takes the train! The train, AJ! Oh my gosh! The train finally gets its first victim here in CDSI. We had that one in EU, and unfortunately we see it here. And now as AJ is not here, bless his soul, he missed one of the few things in life that is just so rare to see. AJ, did you know what you missed, AJ?
I know. It's just Wolves popping off yet again.
No. Ma got hit by the train.
Man! Wrong timing, Mustachio. Had to look away for a second, and I missed Ma getting hit by a train. Then it would have been epic. Yan stepping up this time, though. It's going to be a 1v4. Can the boy shine? Finds one, Chuan, and quick score puts the nade away. Sunowo goes down. He circles around, finds absolutely no one, but time is ticking. 25 seconds on the prowl, though, as he circles around the players on the side of Doyu Gaming. Too well hidden at this point.
Neon, though, with 60 seconds on the clock, it's definitely going to be hard for him. Ma is going to be right there for the trade, and wow, what a round so far, and a beautiful adjustment coming in from the side of DYG. And so far, it looks like that Bravo flag is going to be definitely easier for them. Let's see if they're going to be going in for the same type of rotation. It looks like it is going to be the same case. 4 people here in Arrivals and trying to be met by a lot of the Wolves players as well.
The train seems to have given Doyu Gaming a little bit of good luck here. Rubbing them the right way.
Hype train! Literal hype train!
From roadkill to Kings of SND. Roxy, King circles around, but instant shutdown. Sunowo snipes from across. And I tell you, that train is your good luck charm in an SND.
Okay, you're just going to see Wolves sacrifice one of their players later on. They're just going to be hitting those train tracks. Let's see. Thomas 1, Ma 0.
The good kind of skid marks you want to see. Xing, quick entry, finds No, and he says yes as he backs away. Chuan M's gonna find Nian hiding in a corner. Zai hunted down as well. Xing does trade out Ma, but what can he do? 2v3. Bomb still in the hands of Roxy as he turns around. Xing might be able to clutch this out.
Alright, Xing is just going to be in a really good spot right now coming in from the defense, but obviously for DYG, they do have the numbers advantage, but Wolves are going to be playing together as a team, and there you go, Peg is going to be evening things down. That's going to be huge. They're still sticking together as the bomb carrier is going to be down in a very peculiar spot, gets into a pinch, and one last player, that's Sunowo with the sniper on. Possibility to get that snipe, and speaking of, he does get that information down though. 1 minute on the clock, and Sunowo is in a really bad spot.
They try to nade each other out. Unfortunate they didn't take each other out at the same time. And then both of us scratch our heads as to who won that first, right? Xing circles around, but the guy does not have the bomb. Needs to find a way to get back into ticketing in the same time. So No's going to be circling around. The sniper needs to have an angle, but he's the attacker. He needs to make the move.
Sunowo going to be going in for the long wraparound into departures. That's going to be giving a little bit of time, but Xing is going to be in a really good spot right now. No information given whatsoever. And right now he should be hearing some footsteps down right now. Able to spot him. There you go. Whoa. Finishes the kill, and that is going to be a huge round win coming in from the Wolves.
4-2. And it looks like Wolves will be able to walk over. Train passes by too quickly this time around. And let's see if or not though you will need another roadkill to find a couple of more rounds. Maybe the good luck charm just lasts for 2 rounds, but Ma says no, Mustachio. There's more from where that came from. Zai taken down. Fantastic. Xing will be able to find 2-1. A beautiful spray transfer. Nian finds No, and Wolves just like that are right back in it.
Right back in the game, but it is going to be a 1v3 situation with 2 players from Wolves having that sniper down. And that's going to be really impressive to see if he can clutch this up. But Bomb is going to be down in a really bad spot. And now they're going to be just circling each other out. Ma, having Fennec and Handle, that's going to be a good gun to have, especially trying to clutch up this 1v round. And Wolves are actually not looking in the same spot that he's going to be at.
Ma has the advantage, says hello, bye-bye to a quick one, but a quick scope will not connect. Nian backs away. He's got the snipes as well. Ma already with the pre-scope, quickly slides away, plays the defensive position. And this guy will not be able to get to the bomb anytime soon. Needs to play the long flank around ticketing, but that puts him at a disadvantage. 52 seconds to play with. It's a lot of time. Aggressive plays by Nian will be punished, and King runs away. He doesn't want to deal with this just yet.
This is just so scary about these Chinese teams where they're left in those 1v3s, 1v2s, and similar to Wolves, that just allows Ma to retrieve the bomb. Possibility to get that information down. As 30 seconds left. He needs to try to make a long wraparound. If it's going to be that ace side, he needs to run it. King, though, on the other hand, is also in a really good spot to try and defend both sides. And so far, it's going to be a long wraparound. 21 seconds on the clock. That gives enough time for someone like Ma to go in for the plant in A.
Bro, I'm going for the A bomb side, bro. Can you please move away from there? Roger, baby. He says as he walks away from the bomb site. Plant now. DouYu Gaming with the advantage. Ma backs away with the Fennec King. As he circles around, he's got the right angle. Can take a quick scope in here. Plays this to perfection, but doesn't spot Ma just yet. He knows the next spot might just be inside the train. Question is, can he slide on in there and get the quick scope?
And Ma's is going to be right there. Going to be really quiet inside that train. And King needs to find a way to clear out that angle first, knowing very well it's going to be a hot spot. He doesn't check the left side, unfortunately for him. And now it's all up to Ma to try and guess where he is. And he perfects this 1v3. Huge rounds for Ma. But it's just so unfortunate that King didn't actually look on the left side instead. What a missed opportunity to find that easy kill.
And that one time, you forget where you planted the bomb. That's not the situation with Ma. He knew exactly where he laid it out. Too easy, even with the smoke blade. Interesting setup from the side of Wolves earlier on, but they're allowing DouYu Gaming now to catch up. Chuan M. The bomb is going to be able to find a quick plant through here unless King pulls off a quick scope from the left. He has got X-Cheng as backup as well.
And now fast plant coming in from DYG where they haven't gone to that ace site in a little while. So you do get to see there is no flank again coming in from Wolves. This is the same setup from DYG where they do have that 2 in the flank, which everyone else needs to move on right now. And now speaking of, Wolves are going to go in there very aggressively as we see 2 players try to flush inside office. But they will have to worry about 1 player right there. It's going to be Chuan. Possibility to get that second. No. XK actually does get that kill. They're going to be even down when it comes to the lives.
Good smoking, finds one. No shows up for a quick moment. X6 going to be able to clear out the positions. Defusal prevented, but Zai will find the final player. More than enough time for Nian to find the defusal as well. Wolves steps it up yet again. DouYu Gaming. They know exactly how to play this, and I really love the retakes here by the players on the side of DouYu Gaming, but Wolves just way too good with the wraparound.
I mean, every time that DYG puts those 2 flank watches, it just doesn't work out for them because they're greeted by no one. And the fact that they're greeted by no one means there's only 3 players to try and defend this office area, which is always not the case. And now we're going to be switching around Wolves on the attack. They're still getting that information, and Zai going to be deep inside office right now, getting a beautiful close angle. As we do get to see them on the second floor, getting the angles right. So far, they're only going to be greeted that 1 person. 2 players coming in from Wolves are going to be right there for that Bravo push, trying to get that information before they commit to a site.
Bomb on the ground. Not picking it up just yet. It is going to be in the hands of Nian, who hangs back. Early engagements from Zai and that CBR4 might be deadly for DouYu Gaming. The bomb is nowhere near that A bomb site. This is a good position for Zai. Can he find this backstab as those players try to rotate around? This bomb plant is going to ensue quite a number of sequences for Wolves to win this out.
Such a quiet round coming in from both teams, but Ma able to get that space. But that 1 player in the name of Zai is definitely going to be a nuisance. Able to go around. No, though. Goes in there for the catch-up spot. Zai, and he's going to go down. Still going to be an even game here as X-King doesn't really quite finish the job, but sustains. Peg, on the other hand, gets a kill of his own. Just like that, DYG are peeking 1 by 1, which is not going to be good for you. And especially knowing that you do have a numbers disadvantage, and Peg yet again finishes the job 6-3 going to be your scoreline, and DYG is just struggling right now in this S&D Express.
Fact that Michael Jackson Reborn almost did a moonwalk there as you went in for the rechal. Gets the third kill as well to make things so sweet. Xjig and Peg really ruling this matchup against Doyu Gaming at Express. 50-50 turning out to be pretty one-sided as Wolves finally shows their true colors.
Bomb's still going to be going down. Getting that information. So far, Wolves just playing the game of information here. As 3 players from DYG are going to be stacked into office, and 1 player going to go and hop into that train. Player number 3, it's going to be Zai. He's been winning a lot of the engagements there into that train area, but it looks like a B execute is going to be in order.
Once again, information retrieved by Wolves before the execution of the bomb plant. Very smartly played thus far with the information collected. They are going to be an advantage now because the rotation from the side of Doyu Gaming is a tad bit slow. Zai misplays, walks away before that bomb is planted, but is not punished for that misplay at all. This rotation from the side of Doyu Gaming still a tad bit too slow, but they are trying to play this safe, waiting for the 3 other players to wrap around at left-hand side flank from the south platform, and the timing is perfect as Roxy finds King trying to reposition.
Reposition already going to be good coming in from DYG. They have all lanes covered. They have departures. They have arrivals as well. And only player number 5 is right there coming in from the defense. 1 from each team loses those gunfights, and only 1 left as X-King actually going to be able to get 1, but unfortunately does not get it. With 8 seconds left, a lot of time still for DYG to go in there for the defuse, and that was a really good attack coming in from DYG. And yes, the defensive setup, they had 3 players there in office, and they had to go in for the rotation, but they still played it, and it's the train.
Very smartly played by Doyu Gaming, and that was one of the cleanest retakes we have seen in quite a while. And of course, Xcheng almost winning out that gunfight, taking the initial double with the slide out. He knew he could not run away, had to force that challenge. Almost takes down 1 player though. It's a little too close, but a tad bit too far for him. Xcheng once again, this time pushing into ticketing, will find absolutely no one. The bomb left it behind by the attacking team of Wolves. And I don't know what sort of a strategy is this, but Dian just not wanting to drop too early as he carries that bomb. Always the bomb carrier, but picks it up towards the halfway point of that round, just after they get a little bit of information.
They just don't want the bomb to be down in a really bad situation. That's why they left it there. So, looks like another B execute is going to be in order, but this time they do have flank watches outside. They're not going to be making that mistake again by putting everyone else into the B site. Now the rotation coming in from DYG. This is going to be huge for Zai if he's able to get that timing right.
CBR4 can get the deed done, but it's gonna be a triple chal. Roxy spotted out, but if Zai steps out at the wrong time, he does. Can he get the spray transfer? No, almost shut down. A sliver of health left, but the Fennec clutches it out. King's gonna be able to finish off Chuan-M. He circles around, but this attack is a little bit too good from the side of Wolves. The defenders are a little too far away, but if the timing is right, you can see Nono engage with King at that right moment.
King, though, gonna be very quiet there. He's gonna be downstairs. And no sound cues whatsoever. But we do get to see Sanoa get that kill. We need to see player number 1 step on it. That's Peg. Needs to bring down the space, able to get that kill. A 2v2 situation, and every single time King needs to try and win those. And Ma spots him and gets him from right across the map there. Here into this B site. Able to sustain and just stop the push coming in. And they're just learning how to defend here on this B side.
That's one of the saddest things when you get the clutch kill, but the bomb goes kabooms. You lose the round. Wolves now, 2 more from wrapping things up against Doyu Gaming. And this time, once again, it's going to be a very more than perfect push from the side of Wolves, getting the information first, seeing the rotation towards the B bomb side, forcing the bomb towards that A. This is just a game of data and then transformed into a perfect round win for Wolves. Doyu Gaming needs to step it up.
And now I see my screen's going to be frozen at the moment, and I will assume that everyone else from Wolves are going to play that information game again. DYG has 3 players on Bravo. Oh, there you go. Oh, Ma gets the kill, though. Gets that double. That's going to be huge. Only 1 more player left. Ooh.
He's always the big slayer.
He needed time to heat it up. And now
17 kills already.
yeah, what the heck? He kind of struggled in the beginning, and really it was that train buff, the MRT buff, that gave him more of an advantage. Nyan, though, gets spotted by 2 members. Okay, so far, slowly but surely, we do get to see DYG making those necessary adjustments and get those rounds back.
Well, it is an interesting live stream. Unfortunately, we will just have to deal with the unstable connection for the time being. Hopefully it doesn't happen again through the round. Multiple concusses sent the way of Sunowo. One of it does manage to tag him up. Xching Zai gonna get a little aggressive with the push here. And Xching finds the quick plant. Wolves this time playing a very different strategy. Let's see exactly how the retake on the setup is this time round. Sunowo as well as Ma pushing down the north walkway. Straight into ticketing. It's all gonna be up to Sunowo for that first engagement.
DYG sending 3 players right there. Well, makes it 2 down into the flank, but they are going to be greeted by King right now. So far, they do also bring those 2 in the flank, and Roshi's going to be able to take that. That could be huge for them. But as we're still waiting, let's see who else is going to be getting the best of them. As Wolves down 1, but Pei evens things out. That's going to be huge for Ma as well. Going to be able to get that, but Xching's actually going to be right there, and we don't know yet if he's going to be getting that kill, and no, he doesn't. Ma's going to be able to put that nail into the coffin, but Zai does get the trade down, gets that beautiful double! Did he get a triple right there? That is going to be huge for them. Match point now for the Wolves.
One more round to wrap things up, and Doyu Gaming, although Ma is hard carrying the team, his shoulder's starting to ache a tad bit. Everybody else needs to step up. Roxy with that SMG as well, but it is a tad bit difficult to deal with Peg and Xching, both players on perfect performance this time around for the side of Wolves. It's going to be a very slow round initially with 3 men pushing up down mid. Ticketing is going to be the showdown area. Xching circles around. No tagged up. Chuan M as well. They circle around to find the slay, but Chuan catches Xching. Big fights down here, and Wolves, without the bomb in hand, they finally circle around, but it's a tad bit too late. They lose 2 men in the attempt.
And I wish I saw that happen with my own eyes, but I can just hear your beautiful voice casting it. And so far, they only have that one option of that alpha push down. And now they get to have like that one essential gunfight tried to be won right now by Zai as he goes in for the hunt, tries to get those people from the back end, which is going to be Sunowo.
You know, I did tell my friend to not play Call of Duty Mobile whilst we're streaming this, but he didn't want to listen. He's tapping into my Wi-Fi here, causing all of this lag. We apologize, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Told him to put his phone away. But King now needs to find this 1v5 clutch. Can the guy walk away with this match point? Finds the first one. Chuan taken out of the equation. 1v4. Circles around. In a great position. Roxy's already waiting, but no knows the one with the finisher.
That's going to be huge. Still very doable for DYG to win it, especially if they pick up the pace and try not to be too passive, because that's the time that they actually go and win. But so far, still on the attack. Wolves will try to see where they're going to be taking it again. Oh, it's going to be a mirrored version of what actually happened. A full send coming in from both of these teams here into Bravo.
Just all-out gunfight. Peg with the first one. Can he find a double for himself? Xching steps on in as Peg gets traded out by Nono, and Wolves take over the gunfight. 9-6. This will end, but Sunowo says not just yet. In 1v4, Wolves traded out. King down for the count. Sunowo circling around. Nian's not going to find the quick scope just yet. It's an all-out sniper battle down here at the terminal first, and Zai's the one to find the final fish.
Looks like Express is definitely going to be a map that Wolves are very comfortable in. Takes that first win. That's gotta feel good. Definitely coming in from the lower bracket. And it looks like I love those lower bracket stories. And now DYG. That's gonna be one of their few, very, very few S&D losses. And especially up against their rivals right now, the Wolves. And now Ma tried to really step things up, especially with those 19 kills. But unfortunately for him, the powers of the train that he took during midnight that led to anywhere just did not take him anywhere.
The buff of the skid mark left by the train does not last for too long. It does wear off after a couple of rounds. But I'll tell you what hurts more than a loss at this S&D is losing your map pick that you won so hard over the 2v2 gunfight earlier on. So the advantage has turned into a disadvantage, And this is all thanks to Wolves throwing the initial series that they had against Douyu Gaming, underplaying exactly what they could put out here in the competition just to be China's #1. But the series has just started. Things could still go either way, Beef.
It could go south coming in from DYG, and even though they had such a hot CDSI, it just takes that one opponent to turn things around.
Yeah.
And now we're done with that S&D for the first S&D, right? We're trying to check what kind of hardpoint games that we still have. Arsenal, Summit, off the map. We're not going to be having those anymore, unfortunately. So what are you left with? You still have Takeoff, you still have Hacienda, and you still have Apocalypse. And so these are huge maps. And so far, DYG, we're trying to just get off those smaller maps because they just don't do well. And you can see why. Because the firepower of Wolves are just too much right now for DYG.
I'll have to agree with you on that one, but it is also not the best game mode for Wolves thus far at CDSI. That being said, both of the hardpoint matchup against Douyu Gaming at the grand finals of the China Masters Season 5, it was Wolves walking away with the victory. First one at Standoff, the second one at Summit. So we see exactly where the Summit ban is coming from. But if we do get dragged on into Hacienda, there is a high chance Hacienda could just go the way of Douyu Gaming. We've seen them play this map twice so far already, and they have been pretty convincing.
Let's see how convincing they can actually play in Hacienda. And you're right, because they were pretty convincing when it comes to those game modes. It was able to take down WPM Lokings for DYG. It's a really great map for them. But for the side of the Wolves, on the other hand, not really a great map for them, as they did lose out on WPM Lokings again. And it just seems like the Lokings are really giving Wolves a hard time, but it seems like it might be the other way around here. But let's take a look at what we had in that Express game. DYG loses out on all the fun with 52 kills, and on the other side, Wolves has that 56 and the KD of 1.8. And so pretty interested to see what will happen to the rest of the teams, especially going into those respawns. But for now, we are having a disappointing run coming in from Roshi, because he has only 3 kills to his name, which is so surprising from a really talented player like this.
He obviously was struggling in that matchup quite a little bit. Not many of those rounds went his way. The first split most of those times. And Douyu Gaming, even with the underperformance of Roxy, still did manage to find quite a number of great rounds for themselves, mainly because of Ma's beautiful plays. We expected this before the series even started, and Ma continues to deliver. But props to X-Ching, outplaying Peg himself with 1.43 rating through 15 kills, 1,812 on the damage, and at one point almost acing out Douyu Gaming.
Ah, yes, this guy is just absolutely insane. X-King is just someone that is just such a special guy when it comes to Wolves, because I feel like he's an important piece of the puzzle. No, he doesn't always play out, but he's definitely a guy that can step it up if the Wolves need to, and they definitely do, especially in such a matchup like this. And we did kind of see X-Ching just kind of struggle a while ago into that WPM Lokings game, so it's nice to see him finally step it up against DYG.
Well, as far as Wolves is concerned, they have gotten the first part of their revenge gameplay executed well, pulling away a map pick from Douyu Gaming, pulling away a game mode that Douyu Gaming has already proven dominance on, and that is gonna be SND. As we move on into Hardpoint, the advantage is in the hands of Wolves. So if Douyu Gaming does not want to allow Wolves to kind of run amok, building up a little bit too much of momentum, they have to find, by hook or by crook, a victory on the upcoming matchup.
Yeah, and you need other teammates to actually step it up as well. You can't just have those 3, knowing very well that the Wolves are going to be absolutely on point when it comes to these engagements. You can't just rely on Ma to have those plays out. And yes, you can definitely win those, but you're going up against a really balanced Wolves team, so everyone else needs to step it up on the side of DYG. And so far, so good coming in from Wolves. And yes, the next one is going to be Hardpoint, where we get to see Wolves kind of struggle just a little bit. Obviously, up against the Lokings, they always lose when it comes to those Hardpoint matches. They don't really have a good statistic when it comes to this. But again, we are going up against DYG, and I'm not looking at the WPM Loking stats anymore. I'm going up against like those matches that they went up against DYG. But the kicker is, the last time they saw, DYG again, like we keep mentioning Masters, right? They're not even the maps that we have now. It's a different set of rotations now.
Yeah, absolutely. So a little bit of a curveball thrown in here. A few extra maps added into the rotation, not just at CDSI, but also on Stage 5 a little bit later on. We are going to be seeing maps like Arsenal played as well. But as far as Doyu Gaming is concerned, they are playing an uphill task against Wolves. To try to take away a respawn from Wolves is still going to be difficult. Although Wolves have shown multiple signs of weakness against a team like West Point Marble Kings, for example, what is to say they weren't planning that all along, right? What is to say that they weren't simply throwing that to get the players on the side of Doyu Gaming a tad bit more confident before they can smash them with a 4-0. It's looking pretty likely if this goes ahead to continue, if Roxy continues to struggle on all of those engagements, and if you've got Wolves building up crazy momentum and taking that hard point away from them as well, they could just take this all the way.
I'm excited to see it all the way, and it's either going to be at the very end of that map number 7 into OT, either that, or it's going to be a quick 4-0. I'm not going to be surprised if any of those two. I don't think it'll be, honestly, I don't think it's going to be a 5-2. No, I don't think it'll be that. It's either one or the other in the opposite ends of the spectrum. Like what you mentioned, it could be Wolves just trying to play mind games up against DYG. But I honestly do think that WPM Low Kings did give them a little bit of a hard time. But Wolves knows DYG out of everyone here in the competition. And so it really is interesting how they kind of are changing the narrative, where we thought DYG might have more of an upper hand when it comes to those SMDs. But now we are in that hard point matchup. I think how we'll know how the whole series are going to be if this game of Hardpoint, which we don't know what map it is going to be yet, how far the points are going to be, because after that S&D, we already know Wolves has it on lockdown. How about on Hardpoint? This was supposed to be their weakest game mode, but if they still win it very convincingly, this might be an easy 4-0.
It's so crazy to make that prediction against Doyu Gaming, right? Because this team is stacked. This team knows their way around the map, but also a lot of things needs to go right. You can't just have Mahat carrying the team and expecting to win against Wolves. And if you're expecting a star player, Wolves have got multiple star players on their side just waiting, ready to pop off, right? We've seen Nian, even though he's not the biggest fragger from the side of Wolves, he's getting all of those high value kills for the team. And every single time he approaches a game of respawn and the map allows for a couple of snipes, you can anticipate those sniping plays to come through.
And especially now we have the pull down, and like what we mentioned a while ago, you're not going to be seeing certain maps there because they have been banned. The smaller maps are just not the favorite right now of DYG. Obviously, Slum's not going to be played. Summit is not going to be played for Hardpoint. And on the other side of Wolves, they just don't want to play that Arsenal map. So like what we said, there's still a possibility for these unorthodox maps that a lot of these teams are kind of scared to play this early on into the competition. Obviously, coming in from our region, we haven't even started Stage 2 yet, or we are still in the process of Stage 3, while everyone else in the world is actually playing Stage 3 already and are playing those maps. So I think the fact that both of these teams actually banned off pretty standard and classic maps and are forced to play the more newer set of rotations is definitely going to be really impressive for me.
Well, the one thing that can actually shock me is someone drags us into Apocalypse. I think that's going to be fun and absolutely horrible at the same time.
Why horrible?
Why horrible? Because it's going to be an all-out gunfest between the two. I don't think they're going to be focusing on the objectives, mainly on the slaying game. And that's exactly what we're going to get. Let's see some players pop off.
Give it to me. Give it to me. Yes, I've been waiting for this moment. I'm excited to see how Garena in China plays this, because I know the Western teams, they actually really like this map. And now I want to see the brilliance of how these teams take on to a map like this, where everything is so difficult. It's absolute chaos. P1 is going to be that contest hill. P2, on the other hand, you need to find a way to spawn into Temple and get that control down in order for you to get that money hill. And this is where we'll see how these teams shine. So far, DYG having the more favorable spawn for P2, but Wolves are in a really good position to take P1.
Big fight this time around coming through for Doyu Gaming. They need to build up this momentum and they start things off hot. Multiple kills strung on their side for them to have an early dominance here at P1, but it is, of course, going to change in the next couple of seconds.
Here we go. Strong start coming in from Wolves because they did have the more favorable spawn on the left side on the Gorilla base. But it's still very doable for DYG to catch things up, especially if they do have that temple spawn, which we do see player number 4 coming in from DYG. That's Ma to hold things down, to just anchor it down. But it is going to be King that'll try to apply so much pressure already. He does win that gunfight, but right behind him is going to be one player coming in from DYG.
See if Mark can continue to pop off, and he does exactly that. So Noah on the prowl as well, but it is, of course, Wolves with the control onto that hard point. But at that very moment, Doyu Gaming managing to find the break. Final 10 seconds. On top of that, an early rotation from the rest of the players from the side of Doyu Gaming as well. They've got a little bit more map mastery in comparison to Wolves, who are focusing a little bit too much on those gunfights, Beef.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's so difficult for a map like this because it's just so new, and especially in this region, not being played all too often. But it seems like for a team like DYG, they're actually very familiar with how the spawns work. And I think the mistake of Wolves a while ago was to only send one player, which is King, to try and get those spawns. Because right now you can see it's going to be right there. And now they need to do a full set going into those spawns instead of going head first into this part of the map, which is a really tight place. The window broken ruins area is not going to be huge for them, but it doesn't matter because Wolf still wins those gunfights, but they still need to win the spawns.
Big play by Ma as he finally manages to find the hill and will be backed up by a couple of players, but the outslaying by Doyu Gaming, and this is the initial investment to hold on to these spawns here, and they work their way out of the temple into P2 a little bit too easy. Wolves not playing the map, they are playing pure aggressive gunfights and hoping to win this hard point just through that. And they will be able to find, of course, the hill for a tad bit, but that's only because Doyu Gaming once again is going for that early rotation, this time into P3.
Yeah, here we go. P3 is going to be a very open hardpoint, and for a team like Wolves, it might actually be able to sustain. They were so good when it comes to that control in P1, so I'm not going to be surprised if they're able to get such an open hardpoint. P3 is just so hard to take and defend. So far, though, we do get to see DYG having a really strong push in there, especially knowing very well that they do have the operators to play with. But on the other side, Wolves also have a little bit more of gunfire as well. No gets an essential 2-piece. So far, still blue all across the board, and Chuan bring out the War Machines. Definitely going to be huge defense for them.
Martin Sonoa really popping up in this matchup, and it seems like X-Ching this time just struggling a tad bit on the side of Wolves, but they still do find the hill with 25 more seconds to go. The players on the pincer maneuver. This is God spawns for the side of Doyu Gaming, but they will get wiped out. But Chuan M with the only one on the back step, but that has given enough room here for that circling around. Sonoa does find a God nade, but is just not able to make a close enough approach. Doyu Gaming still needs to wait for that backup. 5 more seconds and they decide to back away to P4.
And now for P4, you do want to have the top spawn control, which you do get to see DYG still have. That's going to be huge for them, but Zai is able to make that space. He does get taken out. Annihilator going to be wasted. X-Ching on the other end gets that information down. It's going to be a 2v1 up against them, and Ma does going to be... It's going to be a really huge win for him, as you do get to see that Sonoa is also holding down the fort. You want to have that top spawn control because you're just so much nearer in the hard point. And now it seems like DYG is actually just a little bit more knowledgeable when it comes to those rotations here into this hard point.
And Sin King does manage to get a great big victory here. Manages to pull away the spawns from the side of Doyu Gaming. Perhaps this is where the tides do go ahead to change for Wolves a tad bit. They hop on onto the hill. 22 more seconds to go in for the play. Doyu Gaming, you see the instant flank coming around. They prioritize taking the spawns away first. It's going to be No on the flank. One more push in. They will find a spawn, but it'll be a tad bit too late. They circle around from mid-house instead just to get slain out. Wolves will be able to hop on right back onto the hill. Doyu Gaming, Wolves, they swing back and forth. Just when you think Doyu has got better map mastery, Wolves just still manage to keep up with them.
You know what? I'm going to take it back. I think both of these teams are really familiar with the spawns there in P4 rather, and now we're going in for that rotation. So a lot of them actually just left that no man's land into that spawn area, which just allowed everyone else to spawn everywhere and just form a natural pinch down for both of these teams into that P4. And as we're going in for that rotation, DYG goes in there again, getting a solid hold here as well for that next set of rotations here in back temple.
John's going to be popping up just a bit. 3 kills in a row already. Can he find the 4th? Yes, he does. Only to be traded out by Peg right after. But big kills coming on through. It's going to be Doyu Gaming for the time being, but the break comes on through from Wolves. Just needs to win out one more gunfight. No holds his ground, backed up by Sunowo. Doyu Gaming winning an unwinnable gunfight, outnumbered, but they still do pull the advantage right back to their side. They continue to slay out the players on the side of Wolves. Wolves continuing to throw in body after body, but Doyu Gaming playing two objectives at the same time, holding the current and an early rotation, once again prioritizing the temple hold.
Oh no, I don't think Wolves knows how to play Arsenal. I mean, Apocalypse Hardpoint. They're not going in for that rotation into Temple, which is just absolutely key. DYG, on the other hand, knows very well that they need to keep those spawns out in Temple. We do see that player number 4, though, coming in the side of King. He keeps trying to get these. Got that Predator kill coming in from the side of DYG, and still huge kills coming in from the backside of the map. That's going to be huge for them, but unfortunately for DYG, they leave it. They're going to be spawning right beside each other here in Temple, and just like that, the game could be switched around with Wolves having the more favorable spawn. We need to have at least one player from Wolves just get this. If they don't, they're going to be allowing DYG to spawn right behind them again.
Big plays coming through from Doyu Gaming once again. They do lose the spawn, but they win out their gunfights. They hold on to the hill. 14 more seconds to go. Even if Wolves does find the break right now, Doyu Gaming will just say, thank you very much, sir. We're going for the next hill instead. 7 more seconds this time. Early rotation from Wolves. They know when to give up. 174 to 87. Almost a 100-point lead already for Doyu Gaming. And it doesn't matter if Wolves backs away for an early rotation. They are still going to be met by heavy firepower. Xing will be able to back away, but Sunowo takes himself out of the equation, which gives the advantage to Wolves for this hill. But as I say that, here comes a rain of Preddies and Wolves on the back foot.
DYG is just so good when it comes to using the timing of their score streaks, their operator skills. And that's the reason why they were able to get this. But Nian, though, essential kills being won, unfortunately does get traded out. And where the first set rotations, Wolves were able to get a majority of the points here in P3. And now they're able to finally get it back. 29 seconds is going to be essential. Hello, step on the hard point. There you go, finally. And just as I said that is what you get for getting out of the hard point. It was open for such a long time. Those were essential seconds for you to get. And now Chuan, though, is going to be able to flush it down. It's still blue all across the board, but it's just the back and forth here so far, with majority blue still getting majority of the points here in P3.
Doyu Gaming in the last leg of this hardpoint match. Can they get away with this? Wolves prioritizing the kill, but not prioritizing the spawn. You cannot play Apocalypse like that. On to P4 we go. Doyu Gaming with the advantage. Wolves being forced to spawn from the side of temples. They lose out a lot of their gunfights, but if they can win the hill directly, this is going to be a big play. No! They get slain where they stand. Final player, try to make a play. He does manage to find a slay. Pushes on form. He's going to be Xing with the Purifier. Can he continue to win out these gunfights? He backs away. Spots yet another player. Big plays coming through just from Xing.
Xing, he may not know it, but he actually dictated where everyone else in his team's going to spawn off to. But just as I said that, only one player actually is going to be spawning right there. Now we do get to see Xing trying to get the Fatma, still with the gravity vortex kills as well. And that is the importance of getting the top spawn, just so you don't have to go into the other side of the map with a longer rotation.
Hunter-Killer Drone, both of them absolutely useless in that engagement. Doyu Gaming on the final stretch already, but it's not going to end at this hard point just yet. It has to be the reset onto that P1. One of that Preddy will be dropped by Ma. Takes out Peck from the equation, and that allows Doyu Gaming once again to have an early hold over this next hard point as well. 2 more seconds for the unlock. Wolves just a tad bit too far away. They don't have the numbers to sustain. They're getting outslain as well. Ma steps it up. 42 kills on toe, and he's backed up by Nono and Sunowo. This is just an all-out annihilation by Doyu.
Yeah. I mean, Chuan M is also doing a phenomenal job with 42 again to his name, and everyone else from Wolves is just struggling to get any sort of kills. We only have a 29. That's going to be from Zai. That's the biggest amount that we've seen so far, but still signs of life here. P1, that's where they get majority of their points down. Everyone else from DYG, though, trying to flush in, and they win it very convincingly. And it just looks like Wolves need to go back to the drawing board, needs to watch more broadcasts, and try to learn this map of Apocalypse, because you will have no choice but to play this at a certain point in your play here. Not just here in CDSI, but later on as well, going into Stage 3, Stage 4, and the Masters later on.
Apocalypse is pretty much the brand new takeoff. You really, and as well as Hacienda, you really need to master your spawns. or else you're not going to be walking away with those easy points. And that's exactly what you saw Doyu Gaming do all throughout Apocalypse earlier on. The priority was always rotating early, always anchoring down those spawns, easy spawns, easy hard point. And Wolves, as anticipated, just wanted to play team deathmatch. Those gunfights did pretty decently, but, not for long.
This is why we keep saying that the map choices and whoever wins that gunfight, it really will dictate who is going to win it. Because honestly, if I feel like it's a different hardpoint map, Wolves might have gotten it still, but it just had to be Apocalypse. Good for us though, because we get to cast this game, which is super fun. But it's kind of hard to see Wolves not knowing where to go, not knowing where to spawn off to. At least DYG had a slight idea, especially into P2 spawns, where to hold things down. You usually see players just flood into Temple going into P2 because they know how important it is to get those spawns in the back of the map.
Surprising that Temple wasn't an area of bloodbath this time around. There was barely any engagements in there. I think all throughout, it was just Doyu Gaming pretty much having a good hold. And just when they got a tad bit too confident, just leaving one anchor to hold down to the spawns, you do see the players on the side of Wolves winning that out. But usually it's just way too late into that hard point. And Doyu Gaming is like, okay, hasta la vista. I'm moving on to the next hard point anyway. So thank you so much for slaying me, helping me respawn on the opposite side of the map. I will return the favor, maybe never.
And now we get to see the scoreline. 177 kills for DYG. Look how far off the points are. And now for Wolves, it's 107. And now even look at the KD. It's 1.65 and a mere 0.60 coming in from Wolves. And so this is where the importance of those guns as well. I feel like there was not as much presence when it comes to those long-range engagements from both of these teams. We mostly saw those really just close-range SMGs. But taking a look at what we have right now, we got Chuan M having 43 kills and also Ma having that 42. On the other side, you only have Zai. It's not even a positive as well. He's just breaking even.
And of course, at the end of the day, this was just a no-go for the side of Wolves. They tried to go and take a team deathmatch gunfight against Doyu Gaming, but they got outslayed. 70 kills more than what Wolves could pick up on that map. It was just absolutely insane.
And the fact that it still just is crazy that Ma having that 42 is just so impressive, yes, but what baffles me the most is the fact that everyone else coming in from Wolves are just having a really difficult time. Majority of them actually had CBRs in hand. They also had the Phoenix in hand, but you just don't have any kind of response from someone like Ma. Also shredding when it comes to that Holger. Obviously, you will have more of an advantage when it comes to those long-range engagements. And knowing Apocalypse, you have those long-range engagements. But unfortunately for Wolves, could not really sustain. Zai, yes, did have that LK-24 in hand, but he was going to be the only one when it comes to those engagement. And Rushi as well also had an AR in hand. So it's really impressive that we do get to see DYG just win that just with pure gunfights and rotations.
Absolutely right. And the rotations mainly being the key aspect for them. Every single time they had that better anchor spot, they had the initial spawns. They were the first ones to get into each and every single hard point first. And when you are able to find your positions, it's just so much easier to beam down the players. And you know exactly where they're spawning from, unless, of course, they do route around. But you saw also the defense from the side of Doyu Gaming. They anchor down the spots and they've pretty much got every single angle covered. The communication was perfect. If those backstabs did happen to go the way of Wolves, they turn around, they easily slay them out in those engagements as well. It's crazy stuff out of Doyu Gaming, a game mode that you did not really expect much out of them, and they go ahead to prove you wrong. And when I say you, it was all of the predictions I was making, of course. Hardpoint, it's an absolute flip. I expected SND to go to the way of Doyu, Wolves to, of course, take away that hardpoint, but it is the absolute flip side of it.
Yeah, definitely. And it's just interesting how both of these teams, now that we're saying one has the advantage over the other, it doesn't matter because the maps that they played up against each other aren't even, like, most of them are into a different game mode instead. So now seeing the more unorthodox maps come out of the spotlight, it just really goes to show who's more well versed into studying it, because obviously we only had like a few weeks to kind of study this map down. Even when it comes to casting, it's just so nice to see like the different set of rotations, like what kind of plays all of these pros do. Are they gonna know what kind of spawn control that will happen here? And that will definitely happen later on into our second hardpoint, because we are now guaranteed that second hardpoint, which I'm excited to see. So yeah, I mean, it's a battle of control now, which we only have just 3 choices to actually have. What are you looking forward to the most when it comes to these control maps, AJ? Who has more of an advantage?
More of an advantage for sure, Doyu Gaming. 100% win rate so far. 7 maps played, 7 maps won, as opposed to, of course, Wolves only with a 50% win rate with 12 maps played. So if you look at the average number of wins they've taken aside, pretty much on the equal, right? But Standoff has been one that has been a tad bit questionable on the side of Wolves. So if we do get dragged into Standoff, we might just see Doyu Gaming walk away with an easy one.
You're absolutely right, because every single time that they met up with WPM Lokings in Standoff, it just didn't end up really well. But it is a different Garena team that is usually more well-equipped when it comes to those respawns, and we kind of saw the similar thing when it comes to Express. S&D is more of the game mode into the favor of these Chinese teams, and every time they go up against a Garena team in any S&D game, it's just always Garena coming out in the very bottom. But now we get to see that, okay, Standoff, they're not going to be doing a good job, but that was usually up against those Garena teams, but now up against these Chinese teams, I'm excited to see it. And again, it might not even be Standoff. It could still be 2 more. It could be Crossroads Strike. It could be Raid as well. So out of all the 3 maps, what do you think the likes of Wolves, which map is going to be more favorable for them?
I think they're going to be a little bit more confident on Raid as well as Crossroads Strike. Not so much on Standoff like you just mentioned, right? But the problem here is the statistics on the side of Doyu Gaming is really stacked as well. As a whole, they just have got much more better mastery when it comes to the team stacking on control. And the spawn traps from Doyu Gaming have looked absolutely sublime thus far. And we just saw exactly how quick the pace of gunfights were on the side of Doyu Gaming when they do have good map mastery. So Wolves might just be playing a losing game here. I mean, statistics aside, just purely looking at the way they've both played control so far, Doyu looks like they're a little bit more convincing, regardless of where they meet.
I agree. I think DYG definitely has a little bit more of an advantage when it comes to those control. Wolves have always been kind of shaky and streaky when it comes to those moments, and we need to see players just absolutely pop off. But I feel like now that we're on the topic of which maps who's going to be winning, and so far what we had so far is just not right. It's been skewed. It's been the absolute opposite. It just really depends on that map, and whatever map that we get coming in from control, I still think no matter if it's Raid, Standoff, Crossroads Strike, I still think it's going to be DYG, but Hardpoint I think is going to be the main difference. Obviously, Summit's going to be taken off, Arsenal as well, so that leaves Hacienda and Takeoff left later on, but we're still going to be playing that S&D game after this control round, which Wolves were actually been really good when it comes to that Express map. Now that I'm thinking about it though, are they just good in that S&D because it's an unorthodox map? But what happens if we bring it into a more classic range map?
And of course, I think Doyu Gaming has already answered that question a couple of times in the past already. They do take the more average maps that we usually see within the competitive rotation. Maybe Wolves does has that one up on them with the newer maps that have been in the mix of the introductions, right? But let's bring the conversation back to a question you posed earlier on as well. Where do we go in for Hardpoint? We can move into Takeoff, we can move into Hacienda, but Wolves has looked a little bit questioning on Takeoff thus far. They've got a 20% win rate. They've lost 4 times already on Takeoff Hardpoint. It's not looking great for them at all.
Yeah, that Takeoff match a while ago that we saw with the Lokings definitely hurt just a tiny bit, and now looking like these respawns definitely hard when it comes to Wolves, and it just goes to show how this really is their kryptonite.
Yeah.
So that S&D game I think is going to be crucial as to where they're going to be ending up in, and I'm hoping for that Meltdown map because so far it worked out for them in Express, and now I feel like it would also work out for them in Meltdown. But obviously, we're just remembering what kind of bans that they had in this game. It's going to be Tunisia off the map. It's going to be a really huge deal for them to actually take it out because the last time they saw each other in Tunisia when it comes to that S&D, DYG got the better of them in 9 and 6, pretty convincing fashion. So, I mean, it's really up to that Meltdown. I'm hoping, you know what? I already hoped for a manifest for the apocalypse. Now I'm also hoping for that Meltdown S&D as well.
Well, let's go. Let's see if we get Meltdown a little bit later on. But first, we have to cross over Control. Will we step on into Crossroads Strike? Or do we get swung into Standoff? Alternatively, Raid. One of the 3 maps have to be played. You cannot ban out a Control map. And I think the ones that will be absolutely annoyed with that is Wolves, who haven't really had the best of times on this game mode at CDSI.
There you go. Wolves must be so tired right now, but I mean, they are used to this kind of setup. If it was a Garena team, you saw Ale a while ago. He was taking naps in between the games. The old man, this competition just getting too hard on him, but he still did an amazing job. But these young bloods, they're just so cracked and they're alive. They're ready to bring this into that game number 7 into SND. But for now, you do have to worry about that control. So far, we don't know quite yet what the map selection is gonna be. But hopefully it is going to be the right choice to which team actually picked it.
It is gonna be a interesting one at control. Whoever obviously who wins this is gonna have that advantage to their side, but clearly it means nothing in the series thus far. With Doyu losing the SND and then winning the hardpoint in such a convincing fashion. We drop on into standoff. This is a map that Wolves has got true mastery over, but Doyu Gaming, no chumps on standoff as well.
Here we go. Standoff, back at it again, and Wolves just wanna make sure that they do a better job this time around, because obviously up against WPM Lokings, they just lost it twice. That's not going to be a good statistic on there. And in DYG, definitely watch that broadcast.
Oh,
now,
yeah.
It really just depends on how they're going to be responding to this time around.
At the same time, Doyu Gaming hasn't really played standoff, so we don't really know exactly what to expect here on control from them. It's going to be Wolves with a very quick defensive push into that A control side. But look at this, Ma instantly rotating around towards B, and clearly they watched that matchup against West Point Mama Lokings because they know Wolves just does not defend B.
Look at that, player number 4, that's gonna be Ma. You already know that he can slay out, gets the kill, LK24 in hand and solo holding this Bravo. We need to see everyone else from Wolves have some sort of answer. A 2v2 situation is going to happen. There's Zai with a beautiful nade. That's going to be able to stop that one push, but no ticks of progress whatsoever. The cleanup is going to happen, and Wolves learn their lesson. Not going to be just leaving B out of nowhere. An important gunfight being won as well by player number 2 from Wolves. That's going to be huge, but unfortunately he does get taken down. Still even, I think, but no, Wolves actually goes down, and even though they're going to be on that defense, DYG just bringing a lot of gunfire out.
Just constant pressure from the side of Doyu Gaming, just continuously pushing that A control point and playing the distraction on B as well. So Noah with a beautiful snipe through the wall, finds the double perhaps. Not just yet. Does manage to get taken out by Zai and the switchblade. 6 life on the deficit for the defending team. That does not seem good at all. And now the side that they are weaker on for the defense seems to be the only one left, as Doyu Gaming prioritize that A control point to circle around. And this is the best play that Doyu can do to push 2 players on that right-hand side flank. And they're doing exactly that.
Wow, DYG's just winning a lot of their individual gunfights and stopping the potential spawn trap that Wolves were trying to set up. Now it's going to be the same thing here. DYG trying to go in there for that flank. B control down. 3v2 situation going to come up here. And Zai, possibility to get that second. But it's a good thing that Nyan's going to be there for the push. And this is where things are going to be a little bit dicey coming in from DYG. You do have the man advantage with 13. But you also need to get that objective down with just 1 tick of progress here in Bravo.
It's a lot of time for Doyu Gaming to play around with, but not a lot of lives for Wolves to sustain this dragged out fight. They need to be super concise with their engagements. King and Peg, they understand the mission. Wow. And Xjing steps on in as well. Can they continue? Yes, they can! Sunowo turns around, but does manage to shut down Peg. 2 more lives left. It's all up to Xjing and King now.
It's still very doable, which is so surprising for me to say, but a full 3, 4-man push gets in there. As Roshi is going to be able to get that 1 kill. King as well, but a 1v7 going to be so difficult, knowing very well that's going to be fully stacked with no utility whatsoever.
No operator to take the advantage with, and Doyu Gaming will have an easy round against Wolves, who was pretty weak on the defense.
Easy PC coming in right now for DYG, and in those early engagements definitely gave them a little bit more of an advantage, and allowing just Mas just creeping out like that into blue definitely going to be hard. So no gets that first opening pick, opens the space down, and Chuwan gonna be right there for the defense already. War Machine in hand, ready to have such solidified defense here into Granny's house. Peg on the other hand is able to shut down that War Machine. That's gonna be huge kills from Peg.
Yep, and he brings out his claw as well. Can he get a double for himself? Just a single before he gets annihilated by Chuan. That was instant karma for him. That revenge by Chuan was just a little bit too much to handle. And now Nono circles around gas station for yet another encounter, but the player does manage to wrap around quick enough, plays the trick on him, and backs away safely, leaving him all guessing.
There we go, Neon gets the beautiful double, and coming in from King was able to kind of distract the players from DYG here in the back end if you were looking at the mini-map, and so far we do have one player pushed in, that's No. Having the Purifier in hand, operating that things, and possibility to get that spawn trap is on, but you do not have the suggested operator to actually get that spawn trap, and unfortunately for him doesn't really quite get the kills that he wanted, and just like that, Purifier is going to be gone.
He's trying to get the spawn trap, but they're losing that A control point. Doyu Gaming clearing off that final marker on A. This is a good defense. 46 more seconds to run down, and they have to pile on the manpower onto this A control point because they will have a little bit of extra time to play on that B, and this is something that Wolves detects instantly. They circle around. It's going to be player number 1 and 3, Peg and Zai on the backup, sneaking away this B control point.
Wow, the movement coming from all of these teams are just so absolutely prime. You do get to see Sunoa trying to go in there for the push all by himself. Unfortunately, he does go down. Chuan to be able to use that Fennec to his advantage. The angles are going to be tight. Neon, on the other hand, trying to solo hold this alpha flag, getting majority of the points down, but does get shut down. That provides just enough time for the rest of his team to go in there for that alpha capture. 11-4 is going to be your scoreline, and the attacking round is way easier for majority of these teams, and Zai gets a beautiful double. Combo 3 already for him, just going on the hunt.
A good response from Wolves after getting outslain in the previous round. Both teams will be able to walk away with beautiful defenses. And now Wolves... Sorry, beautiful attacks. Now Wolves this time around on the defense. As Doyu Gaming will now need to play the exact same aggressive manner that they pulled out earlier.
Now, I do get to see a little bit more presence from DYG here in the back end, knowing very well that there's going to be a possible spawn trap, so it is going to be a 2v2. Chuan M, though, just able to get those kills down, able to provide also that kills here as Roshi, with 16 to his name, able to get a lot of these kills down. And so far, so good coming in from DYG. But Sunoa does go down, and Claw is going to be eliminated so early on, not able to capitalize on that operator. Zai spots one, though, but obviously with Ma having that LK is definitely going to be a little bit more better when it comes to those long-range engagements.
Doyu managing to find the T's onto the B control point. Can they find the Slay? Answers no. Chuan loses. A great big operator. War Machine instantly taken out by an instant karma response by Zai, who whips out the Sparrow. This time it's going to be the claw investment by Peck as well. Big operator spent here in this round. Round number 3. Chuan as well as Sunoa circling around. They find the Slays. And they also find a spawn trap here, potentially. Doyu Gaming trying to execute Wolves instant.
I'm not quite sure how King was not able to hear Sunoa right there, even the information given, because he was just stuck there, like just unmoving. That also allows DYG to kind of just push around, and even though that Wolves had the advantage earlier on, 12 and 18 is going to be our scoreline at the moment, and Wolves being on the defense seems like they're just having such a difficult time here.
And if they are able to go out here for the overextension, they should be able to sneak away this A control point. Great win by Chuan. He circles around, but he hops on off of the hill. Has to get right back on it. But as we lag on through, it is going to be exactly what he does. And the distractions played by Roxy. Roxy trying to hold everybody back, and it is a successful distraction. Players on the side of Wolves kept at their own spawn long enough for that A control point to be sneaked away.
Zai, though, trying to go in there with the Purifier. I'm not quite sure why people keep on doing so. We already saw one a while ago in DYG. It's not going to work out for you if you have the Claw. You need to be a little bit farther away in order to ensue with the traps. No, in a really good spot. Gets rid of King. Granny's house going to be occupied right now by these two players coming from DYG. 10 and 3 is going to be our score line at the moment, and no objective needs to be played as DYG is playing this like a TDM.
Both these teams love playing the attack, clearly. Very aggressive every single time they've got a mission on hand. They don't like just waiting around, playing the defensive round on control. And I like that. Doyu Gaming will pull away yet another perfect round for themselves. outslaying their opponents.
And this is what I was thinking, right? With Wolves, they definitely know how to be aggressive, and like both of these teams are playing the kills instead of the objective. And that's why I think teams such as WPM Low Kings just have an easier time because they focus more on those objective rounds. We saw it a while ago where Wolves had an advantage of 10 lives, but for WPM Low Kings, they were able to play and win the round when it comes to just playing those objectives. Here you go, Chuan though. Gets that spawn trap possibly a little bit, but his teammate's gonna be right there for the backup, and they just want to deal with this hard point, and I mean this control rather, just really quickly.
Someone needs to tell Doyu Gaming that they are playing defense. They're making it look like they are the offensive team. They want to spawn trap the living lives out of Wolves, and they will be able to do exactly that with the operator. But Zai finds the punch onto Nono, overextends his boundaries with the Purifier, getting a little overexcited, but this spawn trap seems to be all a bit too perfect for the side of Doyu Gaming, keeping Wolves on their side of the compound with 40 more seconds to go.
Finally, the spawn trap. I was gonna say it's gonna be over, but Nono's gonna be right there, and it's all just DYG on the kill feed. 12 and 21 is going to be your score line. And now for DYG, even on defense, they're finally able to adjust, and Wolves just struggling on both sides. You can see player number 1 though, that's Peg. You gotta go move. You gotta play that objective. He could have just moved there and possibly gone in the spawn trap after putting so much ticks of progress, and you're just standing there not getting any kills whatsoever. You get taken down, where you could have had ticks of progress here in Bravo and just let your team be chum for the predators that are DYG right now.
Team butt kicking. That's exactly what Wolves has been able to take in the hands of Doyu Gaming. 17 to 1 life. 1 more second to go. Before the clock runs down, they outslay Wolves. What a play, Doyu.
And look at the crowd. Like they're so alive. They've been there for a while, and it's just really nice to see a lot of these people are just so entertained, just as entertained as us. And now this is your lifeline, as DYG will be able to get this possible last round in control, where this was supposed to be the swing game, but obviously with stats not in the favor of Wolves, it just goes to show why they're just so unprepared here for standoff control. And now DYG is actually playing that to their advantage. Nono gets that kill. Gonna be the defense here in back alley. Player number 4 coming in from Wolves though, that's gonna be King. Always trying to go in there for the back end push. Possibly to get greeted by 2 players. That's Nono. 1 more player, that's Roshi as well. And as we do get to see that information going down, Nono gets an essential 2k. And now, are we going to see King go in there for more of a spawn trap? He does get tagged up. The chase is finally going to get on, and he does get away with his life, though. That's going to be huge for them. And as the feed is going to be not giving us that information, we do get to see that DYG is going to be funneling in this particular A site. They're just going in there, playing that objective down, and also getting the points.
Doyu Gaming 1 round away from finishing this off, and it's going to be the double on the spawn trap for that Preddy. They're going to be keeping Wolves at their own side whilst they do the dirty on both of those hills at the same time. Hunter Killer Drone, yet another Preddy going to be sent out to keep Wolves before they can find the defense onto that A control point. And in the meantime, it's going to be Ma sneaking it all away with the LK24 on standby if anybody shows up for the play.
Now we do get to see a fast push going in from DYG, trying to go in for the spawn trap as well. As Wolves not able to see that Alpha's going to be taken. All they need to do now, but it's just a 10 life differential, and they'll make that 11 as very quickly Sinoo gets that trade. And now we're looking at the amount of lives and kills that we have here. So far, Roshi's getting majority of the kills for his team, 32, and Nono as well, obviously performing, is so stable, so consistent. And now it's 3 lives to 17, especially with Nono going in there with the Purifier. It's just so hard. It's going to be difficult. This control round is just going to be impossible for Wolves to win. And he finally ends it. And what a commanding control game that we saw just DYG absolutely have, and they're up here in the series.
The tables are being turned out here on the battlefield of CDSI. The game modes that Wolves managed to pull away as they took the victory over Doyu Gaming at their own CDM. Season 5 seems to have been flipped around. Doyu Gaming pretty much took that loss to heart and worked on exactly what their weaknesses were, and they are able to outplay Wolves. And Wolves barely had a chance in the control match.
Not oh man, they just had that one attacking round. They're good at the aggression, but when DYG, like, they know how to respond to it as well. And I think it's just so difficult to see that Wolves are always playing those kills instead rather than the objective. And it was just like those players, I feel like that was player number 4 and coming in from Wolves, that he just had a very difficult time when it comes to it. He was trying to go in for a solo spawn trap where they could have just easily brought him into Bravo and sneak one in. We saw the same thing handled by Yopi. He was able to solo hold that Bravo flag and also spawn trap at the same time, because you have that sightline in Bakery where you can take that Bravo flag and also have sightline here by Hay.
And those were just the missed opportunities on the side of Wolves. Doyu Gaming did not miss a single opportunity. And the moment they built up enough confidence, you saw one of the most craziest of spawn traps sprung by Doyu Gaming. They were just out-whooping Wolves back and forth and pretty much not allowing Wolves to play that round at all. They were on the defense, but they were in the court of Wolves taking the fight straight up to them.
And also, I feel like it's a matter of what kind of gunfights you're going to be taking, because so far from both of these teams, I'm pretty surprised that we didn't really get to see much of a presence coming in from Neon, going in for those sniper attacks. And obviously, I feel like for DYG, they did have Sunowo right there having that 22 kills, and it is going to be impactful though. With Neon, on the other hand, Wolves was not able to capitalize on those sniper kills, unfortunately for them. And DYG, on the other hand, they're just winning a lot of those engagements in the gunfights. Everyone else from Wolves are actually going to be down into no one's positive, actually.
Yeah, I mean, Zai getting the same number of kills as Sunowo, who was the lowest fragger on the side of Doyu Gaming. That's just one of those indications as to how they were outgunned in the matchup. And Roxy, the player who started off the day on the back foot, is now your MVP with a rating of 1.51. 33 kills in this matchup. He surely had a great round of revenge executed through 3,638 damage on a 5 streak at one point.
Yeah, I mean, a while ago he was, like what we mentioned, was struggling, but now when it comes to the control games, he is just absolutely slaying. His second MVP, and the highest streak is going to be that 5. And actually, for Wolves, Peg was the only one that had a positive KD, which is so unlike Wolves at the moment. And for Standoff, it really just seems like they don't really know how to play this efficiently as they could. So far, though, we've seen signs of life. That was the first win that they have, and Peg had so much impact into that first attacking round that the Wolves actually had.
It is now a 2-1 scoreline to the advantage of Doyu Gaming. They've managed to take the victory on Hardpoint and Control. And as we hop on back into a SND, where Doyu Gaming was supposed to be a little bit more better than Wolves, this is now going to be perhaps the deciding match, or the indicating match as to which way the series is going to swing. Because if Doyu Gaming steps it up once again, I think this is like the upset of the season here for Wolves.
And that's one thing that I'm curious about, is the fact that we started things off with that S&D Express, and we were expecting DYG to shred it. But I think the only reason why that possibly Wolves won that round is because it's a newer map and it's Express, and they've played it up against WPM Loking. So maybe they had a little bit more of that experience. DYG, on the other hand, in that next S&D game, we do have a bunch more S&D maps, but obviously Summit is going to be, Slums rather, going to be taken out. Tunisia going to be banned out for the side of Wolves. So you only have so much more left. You have Firing Range. You also have a Meltdown. So I'm interested to see how DYG is going to be playing the possibility of a Meltdown or a Firing Range. And I think this is what I pray for Wolves. If it's going to be a Meltdown S&D, and if they win that hardpoint game, they're going to be winners. They're going to be the champions. But if we start in Firing Range, I think DYG will win it.
If we do go to if we do go to Firing Range, I do think that Doyu Gaming is going to be able to take the win as well. 100% win rate thus far. And, you know, it could just go the way of Wolves, as I try to say that, you know, it has been a convincing run from the side of Wolves on Firing Range. The last time they did meet at the China Masters Season 5, though, Doyu Gaming got an easy win over them, 9-5. But we've been swinging back and forth, and clearly none of those predictions are connecting here, because they're just flipping things around left, right, center. It has been a 50-50, but just not the way we've been expecting things to go. And if we do get dragged perhaps into Meltdown, on the other hand, I think Doyu Gaming's going to have an extreme advantage there instead.
Well, with Meltdown, it just depends on how you will play it, because you will have, on the other end, you got Alpha, you can be really aggressive into it if you plan on being that aggressive. You got those close quarters combat, which I think both teams might be able to play. You also have some sniper angles, especially when you're trying to enter that site. You also have Bravo as well. That's where you see majority of the sniper fights actually happen. So it just really is down to, again, if you did your homework, if you watched some past broadcasts, especially coming in from 2021 where we still had Meltdown. Was it? No, it was 2020 actually when we still had Meltdown. That was when I was watching AJ Mustachio cast.
You know, at the end of the day, if we do get dragged into Meltdown, I'm pretty sure the side of Wolves will have a little bit of fun here with the double snipe setup. You are going to be able to control a lot of those mid-game plays, as well as the B side. Like you mentioned, those generator aisles are going to be pretty much flooded with a lot of quick scopes, with players bouncing around, trying to control the angles as well as the setup on the B bomb site. But if they do rotate into that big chimney, on the other hand, of course, that's exactly where you are going to see the snipers kind of try to hang on a little bit. They're going to be coming in there for that later rotation, but it's all about the timing as well. And we've seen Doyu Gaming's not too shabby with the timing of execution.
Definitely. I mean, when it comes to that execution, you need to be perfect. You need to have that mid presence so far. And I feel like for the play right now of Wolves, they've had so much more of a mid presence when it comes to that S&D, and that's why I think majority of the time, the Low Kings actually lost a lot of those engagements in mid. But pretty sure DYG is not going to be the same case here. As you can see, the banned maps that we've had over there, and it's a surefire way into getting rid of those smaller maps for DYG is definitely going to be impressive for them. It will give them more of an advantage here in that search and destroy and where they're more confident at. And now it really is depending on whether or not we're going to have firing range first, if we're going to have Meltdown first. Because obviously, the advantage is kind of switches when it comes to those momentums here.
That I have to agree. If you guys could do us a favor, please keep it clean in the YouTube chat. Please do be respectful to everyone, to each other, and whoever you are talking about as well. Clearly, you guys are a little bored because the match has not started, but we're not going to keep you waiting any longer.
Meltdown!
Down into Meltdown we go. It's going to be Wolves trying to win back one against Doyu Gaming, who has suddenly woken up in the series.
Yes, sir. We're finally having the Meltdown map that I want, and so far I have manifested the really weird map so far in this matchup. I'm excited. This will definitely tables the turn with more towards the favor of Wolves, but I still don't know how these teams actually played here. So far, though, seems like Nyan and King, the two snipers, want to engage here at that Bravo flag, and they definitely will go into the side. Will only be met by 2 players.
Ooh, and Sunowo with an early opener finds the quick scope. Ma won't be able to connect with Peg very decently. Finds the headshot. Sunowo finds the second as well. Things are breaking down instantly, and it's not looking good for Wolves, who are on the attack. But the bomb does manage to run away in the hands of King towards that big chimney. But guess who's waiting? Chuan M with the Fennec. He's just wanting an opportunity to shine.
Man, that was just so quick right now. DYG is so nice, and it's going to be that lightning quick response coming in for them. Now King gonna be in a really dangerous spot. Almost loses his life to Sunowo, but I want him to go pick up the bomb. Unfortunately, Zai goes down as well. Only just leaving just one person here to try and clutch up this 1v4. And it looks like Wolves in a really bad spot, and it's a good thing for him that Ma gonna be getting that timing right.
King going for the ace. It's all about the timing, but he does not spot the right corner. And Chuan eats him up. He was supposed to be the one that gets it, and he plays the game of patience long enough, just hiding away at the big chimney, and finds that frag. Instantly puts that round to an end. Doyu Gaming were very aggressive on the defensive start.
That was a really good response coming from them. That was going to be, that comms is just absolutely perfect. Mid presence, though, coming in from Wolves, and a stacked DYG here in that Bravo site. Only one person is going to be there in DYG here. Nyan, though, is going to be in a really good spot to try and take out one person, as No able to take down one. Peg goes down. And the information is just so fast when it comes to DYG, and they're able to take so much space. Brings in 3 people into that left side of the map. That's going to be Blue. And trying to take a lot of these kills as well. Sunowo as well takes down Sai. And it's going to be a really difficult position to be in. But Q, it's going to be really big for X-King to try and clutch up.
Mixing with the spray transfer masterclass, will be able to spot Sunowo as well, but the quick scope takes his head right off, leaving Nian all alone. Already on the pre-scope, waiting for someone to circle on around and touch the bomb. And Roxy says, hello there. 2-0.
It's something that you don't want to see in Wolves right now, and you definitely do have more of an advantage here on the attacking round when it comes to Meltdown. So far, B didn't work, mid didn't work. What's the next option? You still have A. A taxi! Of course. I didn't see that coming. I set that up for myself, and Juan gets the first opening pick.
Juan is going to be pecking Zai quickly, going in for the trade. Zai all tagged up. Can he survive a little bit longer? Ma is found. And this time, Wolves with the aggressive plays, but Sunowo trying to keep alive. Plays the pillars to perfection. Can he find the left-hand side flick as well? Well hidden behind the pillars is going to be Zai, but Sunowo fights the clutch out of hell.
You cannot let that happen if you were Wolves. I cannot believe
he danced around the pillars like some sort of Bollywood movie, but it was not romantic.
Different camera angles in slow motion, and then it takes 1 minute for them to actually do something. And now that allowed Sunowo to just absolutely decimate them, and that should just put down the confidence right now of Wolves. Peg and Zai, though, get one apiece, and that opens things up for Wolves.
Wolves this time super aggressive. They clearly did not like the Bollywood insinuation. They were like, they were not singing the song, they betrayed us. Still like a Bollywood movie.
I was thinking more of like K-drama. Tiny bit.
Nah. Bollywood better. That K-drama, they don't dance around trees in K-dramas.
Oh, well, that's true. They just fly off and parachute from above and just magically arrive on style with just perfect hair and all of that. But here we go. Speaking of perfection, Roxy actually gets that first opening pick. Almost gets a second, but it's all Wolves all across the board. Ma easily goes down. It looks like an A push. It's definitely something that Wolves are more comfortable with and the more aggressive they're going to be having.
And chat is just right now on a roll saying Sunowo represents India. Guys, on a Bollywood movie. He's already auditioning at this point. And you know he's going to get the role. Shah Rukh Khan better watch out.
Let's see, though. Can Ma deal the damage? But right now, the stream is lagging.
It's damaging us.
Damaging us. Emotional damage. You like that, chat? I did that just for you.
Shah Rukh Khan better watch out. Kabhi Khushi Kabhi Gum Part 3. Part 2's not even out.
Still here. All right.
We're still here.
That's perfect. You know what? Let's make a bet. I feel like Wolves will take this. It's a 3-3.
It's a Doyu.
If not, I will dress up like Uncle Roger in the next broadcast.
Okay, fine. Uncle Roger you are, because it's gonna be Doyu.
Oh.
4-2. No, we're going back to Custis. And what a GG. You get to see our faces for a bit then.
Yeah, that was great. That was good. Really good adjustment coming in from the Wolves. Getting those really aggressive rounds into Alpha. They do not want anything to do with the snipers of DYG, which is smart. I still need to see any kind of play when it comes to those smokes to just try and stop those pushes in the trophy systems down, but so far so good for them.
Yeah, absolutely right. And when Wolves wanted to turn it up, they managed to get... But it's mainly because they had the rock, paper, scissors counted out perfectly well here. They kept trying to stack up the big chimney, and they finally found those players, not once but twice, back-to-back rounds in there. And the very aggressive push into chimneys managed to get them the easy, quick rounds to their side. But, you know, pretty much in the balance, if the players on the side of Doyu Gaming can just slow the pace down a tad bit, the momentum can, of course, definitely switch to their side once again. And they have to do it now before it is too late, because the next couple of rounds, they give the bomb away to Wolves.
Yeah, it's just really important how they're able to capitalize on this attacking round, because you will have an easier time. The defense definitely a little bit harder, especially knowing that the snipers of DYG are absolutely on point right now. You got Sunowo. You also need to have that flank watch as well, because Meltdown is a map where the flanking is insane. You can definitely have a good time, especially when you're going underneath mid, providing you that cover, and especially going into that backstabbing Wolves. It's already up. Yes, I escaped being Uncle Roger.
Do you really want to be Uncle Roger? You make a better Uncle Roger than Callie.
Hiya. Got an egg fried rice.
MSG, maybe? Do you like MSG, though?
I do, though. I'm not afraid of my good old MSG.
I love MSG, but, can't have too much of it. Super addictive, man. I have a little bit of MSG. I want more MSG.
How is the scoreline 5-3? And now the broadcast just lagged out, and all of a sudden DYG's losing out, especially on the attack. And now Wolves heavily stacks that Bravo flag, but there's no information whatsoever. That one player, that's Peg, gets pushed out. That's going to be huge for him. That's good. And now so far, though, everyone else coming in from DYG are in a really good position.
That grenade almost took his head off, but thankfully still recovers. Chuan M now tries to respond with the grenade. Very aggressive on the push coming through from Wolves, but they do not have their men wrapped around this big chimney just yet. Doyu Gaming, on the other hand, just watching all 4 of those entrances. It's a 5v5 retake with 20 more seconds to go.
Ma is in a really good spot, trying to go in for that flank watch, but Peg having that 2K is going to be huge. Make that 3. Possibility to get that 3rd one? No, not really, because Nono is going to be right there for that watch. King is able to get that kill as well. Nono's going to be the only person left here, but with 4 seconds left in the defuse, all you need to do is stop the defuse, and he does! A significantly amazing job coming from Nono, and also bringing down the prize fighters to go down in style.
Nono saying yes, yes to the round win. Beautiful. And once again, I tell you, Doyu Gaming is just so into Bollywood movies. Earlier it was Sunowo dancing around the pillars. This time it's Nono, and they both did it so well.
You get to see, a lot of fireworks coming down. It's going to be a heavy push coming in there. Neon gets that kill. Does get stunned, though. And an amazing kill yet again. It's all Wolves all across the board. And he gets the 3rd kill. He's like, honestly, at this point, I think he's just guessing. Like, there's going to be people there because it's definitely going to be a hot spot. 6 and 4, still 2 to recover coming in from DYG. And so far, that alpha push not really working out for them. Makes me wonder if they tried that Bravo push while we were off broadcast.
Great game sense, and as anticipated, it is the double snipe setup on the side of Wolves, just catching them off guard a tad bit. This time it's going to be a decent push in towards Bravo, but no bombs just yet. They're going to be hanging back, and it's going to be Roxy holding on to the bomb, allowing the rest of his team members to get the dirty done, but it is Zai that catches Chuan M with a good headshot. And as they try to back away, Doyu Gaming on the back foot with the B bomb side wide open, but they do not suspect King and Nian on the watch from the generator aisle.
They have to be careful. Obviously, bomb holder right now is going to be Roshi. In a really bad spot if we do get to see Wolves push out through Pizza, but he's still waiting for that information down for the rest of his teammates. He's waiting for Nono to get a pick off of here first. Fortunately, not getting so that's going to be huge for him. Decides to go back to his teammates. Big gunfight being won over here by Red. No information yet whatsoever, and I feel like for Wolves, they're in a really good spot to defend on both sides.
Nian and King just playing the game of patience down to the T. Waiting for the perfect timing. The rotation comes on through, but Ma finds Zai. Instant Punisher. We'll find yet another player on the rotation as well. This time it's going to be Peg. And Sunowo finds an easy snipe. Doyu Gaming shutting down one after the other, but King finally takes his move in. Concussed halfway through, though. That slows down the aggressive push. Nono will try to find the finisher. Turns around, finds Nian, puts him on the ground. Roxy will miss the first couple of shots. Finds Xing, and it's all up to King in a 1v2.
But here's the troublesome part. He's going to be in a really good spot to possibly clutch this up. He still has a lot of time. If he does get this kill, not able to see that there's this one player. And now we do get to see player number 2. That's Roshi playing it so well, playing it to perfection. No time to go in there for the defusal as well. And that gives an advantage to DYG, just slowing things down. Then adding up, just trying to get rid of that lead that Wolves was able to get. And it just seems like playing passive for DYG is working out for them.
Playing some chori chori chupke chupke. Managing to hide away long enough to run the time down. Bomb goes kaboom. Doyu Gaming, interesting as they try to catch up with Wolves. Wolves just bringing out those aggressive plays, but that's just a little bit of a missed opportunity that King and Nian could have reacted a tad bit faster. But this time, King listening to all of this breakdown, waiting for that backup as well. Has to circle on around. Nian in position, finds nobody though. Doyu Gaming, quick plan, and they all back away.
King gets an essential kill. And we need to see a flag coming in. That could have been Peg. Let's see if he's going to be committing into that flank, or is he going to be coming in through mid? And looks like the mid is going to be that answer and make sure that the rest of his teammates have that firepower. That's going to be huge for them, and just that one player left, and obviously the defusal is going to be coming along so far, and that's good. Honestly, Peg being there for that backup instead of going in for the flank could have been too long, and it could have been really detrimental for his team, but now they are up 2 yet again, and this back and forth coming from DYG, but it looks like Wolves is actually going in there more for that S&D rounds. They're doing so great when it comes to those adjustments.
And all of their players are doing phenomenally well. Rooksy still finding it a tad bit difficult to adjust to the game style of Wolves as well as the pacing. Chuan M struggling in those gunfights. It's going to be a quick plant from Rooksy this time though. And the timing from King earlier on did manage to execute the plays of Doyu Gaming perfectly in terms of crushing their defense. But this time gets caught out by Chuan M. Ma finds exchange as well. A 5v3. The rotation perfect. But Nian needs to react. Zai finds one from the corner. But he does, of course, lose Nian to those gunshots. And Doyu Gaming brings that one to the end. And slowly but surely catching up.
What's really interesting about DYG at the moment when it comes to their attack and possibly like that defensive setup after the plant, the post-plant setup is going to be obviously really good. It worked out for them now, looking like they want to go for that B execute again, always leaving that one player off into that flank watch. And Wolves so far have been just treating this defensive side head on. That kind of bit them in the butt into that last round, but obviously still going to be the same case here. No, gets that beautiful heady right here, and that's going to be a good spot for him to catch at least one more player. But obviously that nade off of that one player, King, is able to open things up for Wolves.
Chuan, a good engagement. It's a 4v3 with Sunowo. Making everything come crashing down for Wolves. They're going to find that equalizer out of Doyu Gaming. The aggression meets an aggressive response as Doyu catches up with Wolves once again.
7-7. This is just so prime for both of these teams to adjust mid-game, and adjust both of them did. So far, it's still going to be that Bravo push yet again. Seems like Wolves are just planning out more of a heavier defensive setup into Alpha. Just one person coming in from King. Has 13 to his name, but it's because it's always that B push, and he's always being met by so many players. But we need to find a fast take here as Peg open things up with this beautiful nade. But everyone else from Wolves that's still stuck in Pita needs to rotate.
Opportunity. Ma finds one Chuan M back. My goodness, Exchange barely responded in that situation. King will try to win back a little bit of grace for the team, but as backstab by Sunowo on that Locust will quickly bring that round to an end. Peg, as the final survivor, tries to go for the 1v3, but it's not going to work out in his favor. And now match point from Doyu Gaming.
What the heck? Honestly, I think the bad play here was putting Peg all the way into Alpha, knowing very well that he can go head-to-head with the players going into Bravo from DYG. And that rotation from him is just too late, and now the information, yet again, we get to see a heavier push into Alpha. You know, it's easier to retake Alpha right now, but not. It's going to be so hard to go in for that retake here in Bravo. And now the information finally goes down. The rest of the teammates of Wolves are going to be there. Plant going to be going down. And again, Peg still goes there. Where's the information relay?
Well, I guess we are going to find out in a little bit. If or not, he pays a big price for that information. King gets a double, and he pulls it back right to the side of Wolves. The attacking side does manage to have that plant, though. Can they play this time down? Sunowo, quick snipe. Nian caught out halfway. Sunowo circles around, and the quick scope catches Exchange as well, leaving Zai all alone. Can he turn the tables? Answers no. Doyu Gaming, a comeback from nowhere.
You gotta put Peg in B or mid, but you leave the talented guy in A where there's always no one there. And also, they keep going for Bravo. The fact that it's just so open every time DYG enters that Bravo site with no retaliation whatsoever is probably one of the biggest reasons why, and also no flank whatsoever coming in from Wolves. And this one-dimensional defense definitely gave them a little bit of a hard time, and looking like they're more confident when it comes to the attacking rounds.
The game has all the makings of a successful Bollywood movie. And down to the very end, the classic twist where the underdog manages to come back up and win it. Wolves with an aggression, and that aggressive plays managed to get them a beautiful lead, and then they stop those aggressive plays and they go back to being a very passive Wolf. I don't know what the change of pace was for, but it clearly did not suit them well at all.
Definitely, and now it just seems like DYG is just showing everyone how they're the #1 Indian team in the world. My gosh, it's just so great. The amount of adjustments that they had mid-game, right? Mustachio Age, the perfect Bollywood movie for this #1 Indian team.
Kuchu kuchu hota hai. It's an all-out Indian Grand Finals here at the Chinese Invitational CDSI. Between Wolves as well as Doyu Gaming, and it looks like the fun just does not end. Doyu Gaming making a decent comeback in this S&D, and we are once again all equal. And in terms of Wolves managing to walk away from that match, I just really did not see this coming at all. Doyu Gaming, I thought it was going to be a comeback gameplay for Wolves. Make this a 2-2. But now 3-1. Doyu Gaming on the verge of winning this out if they can walk away with this next hardpoint matchup as well.
Definitely. It's just going to be hard for Wolves right now because the momentum right now is going to be at the side of DYG. And if DYG wins this next one, we're not going to be seeing a S&D matchup anymore because they'll win it. They are at an advantage at the moment. And so far, we need to see Wolves step it up because it's just going to be hard if you are left in such a peculiar situation where you had the advantage already. Wolves only has one. They only won that S&D game because it wasn't expressed, and so far DYG is already in their third.
An unexpected twist. I did not see this one coming, and obviously Wolves, they will try to go for a reverser here, but they need to win 3 back-to-back matches if they want to stay alive, if they want to get the championship down here at the CDSI and prove themselves to be the best Indian team out there in the world.
Yeah, welcome back to the India National Championships here. Beef Mommy, AJ Mustachio, both Indians, by the way.
Yep.
And now
I'm from Mumbai. Where are you from?
I'm from...
You're from Chennai.
No, actually, I was going to say something, but it would be really bad. My best friend's Indian, and she taught me some beautiful and colorful words, actually, so that I probably cannot say in broadcast. But you know what? I'm from Mumbai as well.
You're from Mumbai as well? Okay, okay. I lied. I am from Chennai. You're from Mumbai. I like it.
I'm a city girl.
You're a city girl. Chennai's a city as well. We both city girl, city boy, jumping on English.
You're a city girl, definitely.
Outcasting a couple of matches. I'm a modern age city girl with a good big mustache.
Yeah, definitely. I'm actually the pride of India right now. We're the gems of India right now. AJ.
This broadcast is the pride of India. Casters are from India. Teams are from India.
Alea's Indian, also West Indian coach that we have right now. We didn't even
Obviously.
get to say what kills that was on the map, but hey, let's have fun with it. 15 kills right now for our MVP. That's a phenomenal play coming in from this man. Obviously, he kept on stopping the push. He just was really good when it comes to those headies. And it's really important for Wolves to learn and have more of a 3-dimensional play into this meltdown, especially knowing very well that DYG just kept on going for Bravo, kept doing the same thing over and over and over again, but for Wolves had no response whatsoever in the last few rounds of the matchup.
And it was to no one, man. I mean, the dance around all of these pillars, that was just a thing of perfection. And this was the gameplay I was talking about as well, right? It was just absolutely beautiful to see him outplay Wolves. But right after the third round, I believe this is when we saw Wolves go a little bit insane. They stepped the pace up. They were very aggressive in the comeback. And all of this aggression came up out of nowhere and then disappeared again.
Yeah, it was just kind of this like burst of energy coming in from Wolves. It's like they're just bouncing around into that alpha, and then now in Bravo, they just didn't know how to respond to that as well. And I feel like it's because when it comes to that alpha push, there's really not much strategy when it comes to defending it. You just gotta go push it, especially with Neon, with the sniper right there. And with Bravo, it does take a little bit more of, plays to try and defend it. We did not see any kind of flank whatsoever, just probably once or twice coming in from Wolves, which is something that we needed to see a lot more. And also stacking Bravo. We needed to see Peg there, but unfortunately, they preferred stacking Alpha every single time, but no one was there.
And now, of course, we move into Hardpoint, a potential 4-1 victory for Doyu Gaming over Wolves. And it's such a weird thing to start this final matchup on, because it's been the total opposite of what we've been assuming is going to happen here, Beef. Because we were thinking, first off, it's going to be the S&Ds to the side of Doyu Gaming, but Wolves managed to start things off with a phenomenal S&D at Express earlier on. And just when you thought Wolves was going to just flip the whole storyline around, Doyu Gaming just pops right back up and says, nope, we're going to dominate this. Even in that S&D matchup, just when they looked like they were about to clunk out, they just made that comeback yet again.
It just really goes to show how well-versed DYG is when it comes to adapting to a play. And so far what we said, Meltdown going more into the favor of someone like the Wolves, but it doesn't really happen. They definitely had signs of life, but at the very end, I feel like, I don't know if fatigue is finally setting into this team, or maybe they're just not mastering that Meltdown map. Obviously, like what I mentioned already, kind of one-sided. So let's see what is going to happen here in this hardpoint matchup, because a while ago we did see that DYG just absolutely gave us a show there. Absolutely
right. And 3 back-to-back matches now won by Doyu Gaming. And if we look back at our hardpoint matchup, Apocalypse has been played already, and earlier on with the bans, we did see Arsenal as well as Summit being taken off of the list, which now gives us takeoff or Hacienda. This was a conversation that we were having just moments ago, and we can continue it on now. And looking at the possibility of a victory here, if it goes into Hacienda, it's going to be a 50-50 for the side of Wolves. Doyu Gaming has shown a little bit of aggression there, but they've also shown a lot of weakness on the side of Takeoff as well.
Yeah, when it comes to the Hacienda gameplay, we saw that Wolves, yes, they also have a 50-50. They brought it kind of close up against WPM Lokings. And on the other hand, DYG was able to just remarkably have a solid game up against the Lokings and Hacienda yesterday. Obviously, infamously dropping that 60 bomb. And I forget who that player was, but I think that was No to drop that 60 bomb the most out of everyone here in this CDSI. So they definitely know how to play this map. And I feel like if we get back into Hacienda again, it's going to be a DYG win.
Well, I don't know if I want this to end quick or kind of get dragged out for all of the 7 games. I'm getting a tad bit hungry, but the matches are very exciting to cast for sure. They're very entertaining. Back and forth we go. Did not expect a Doyu comeback as Wolves started to build up that aggression once again, but that's exactly the kind of situation we've got. And as we move on into Hardpoint right after this, a game mode that Wolves pretty much dominated Doyu Gaming on in their Chinese Masters, we now see it just being flipped on its head, right? And this is exactly what you want as a pro team, to take the L and not let that be the story that continues on, to find those adjustments, to find those counterplays, and be able to find quick execution, quick revenge. But little did they know they'll find it in CDSI instead of waiting for yet another Chinese Masters.
Let's see if I jinx this all over again, because every time I say a team's going to be winning this map, the opposite happens. So I'm saying that DYG is winning this map. If ever, whatever happens, if it's going to be Hacienda, but we do have Takeoff. But we did get to see the brilliance of how Lokings actually played that Takeoff map. They were able to do everything to perfection. And now let's see how well the Wolves can actually go in there for the backup when it comes to those plays, because so far their rotations are going to be really good. They do the early rotations, but unfortunately they always get the best of those spawn controls.
And of course, it was pretty entertaining to watch the dominance of Doyu Gaming in that hardpoint early on at Apocalypse, right? I think all-out map control executed on beautiful performance from the side of Doyu Gaming, and we did see on the flip side, Wolves just really struggling to keep up with them. They barely knew those rotations. They kind of knew exactly what to do a couple of moments within the game, but the execution part just really wasn't all there. We try to see them go in for the P3 anchor spawns as well, which really was one of the softer plays, although it showed us that, hey, you know, at least they are attempting a spawn control, right? But it was pretty much a one-sided matchup, courtesy of Doyu Gaming. If it is going to be the exact same story once again in this hardpoint matchup, it will be pretty disappointing, I'll have to say, because I expected a close one between the two.
Definitely a close one is something that we both really expected. Everyone kind of expected. And now going back to, like, can Wolves finally play that objective right? Because without a doubt, they can slay especially up against Lokings, up against DYG, they can definitely go and slay. But
Yes.
one thing that they let go when it comes to games like Control, games like Hardpoint, is that they kind of let go of the objective and just focus up and just kind of tunnel vision on getting those kills.
Yep.
We especially saw that Crossroads strike in Control. That was a really close one, but the WPM Lokings boys was able to pull through. And also in that Hacienda where there was only like 7 points in between them, with the majority of the kills actually going into the favor of Wolves. But for WPM Lokings, they had less kills, but they still won via objectives.
Only one of 2 maps available for play once again. Takeoff or Hacienda. Let's see exactly where we get dragged on into. Either way, it's going to be a blockbuster showdown between the two. Wolves playing for their lives. Doyu Gaming playing for the championship.
Here we go. This is where champions are born, in tournaments like this, where it's do or die. And what's really impressive with CDSI is the fact that you have different regions come through. And this year, we did have 3 different regions just play together. And essentially, it's a really good setup coming into stage 5 of this year, where you get to meet everyone else from those different regions. And now seeing the brilliance of DYG and how they're able to go under pressure, even though that they're going to be not in the momentum. Wolves, on the other hand, seem to be like they have to do something in the drawing board, because there's a reason why the Lokings was able to take it down into a map number 7, and DYG is pretty much scratchless when it comes to their record.
Wolves a little bit tired, and we get dragged on into Hacienda. 100% win rate for the side of Doyu Gaming, but they've only played 2 matches here so far. 4 games played on the side of Wolves, and they've got a 50% win rate. Only God can tell exactly how this goes, or the director, since this is a movie.
The director or the gods, because, you know, we are inclusive here in this chat, or the lack thereof. The COD gods, there you go. That's the one that we pray to. And so far, when it comes to the timing, they'll definitely be essential for this Hacienda gameplay, because rotation is key. Knowing where your spawns are going to be key as well, especially knowing that for Wolves, they have a hard time getting that objective down.
Hacienda, as we start things off, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, could potentially be the final map of this championship series. It's gonna be P1 at Mana, and it starts off hot on the second floor as usual. LK24 popping up in the hands of Ma, and it is Doyu Gaming with the first blood with a double reversal from the side of Wolves. But back and forth we go with 3 people being invested onto the objective here from the side of Wolves, just taking control from the very get-go.
So far, we do get to see Zion a Rampage here in 2F, which is a power position that you'd want to get trying to defend this P1. But obviously, it's going to be a contest spot, as it is just so open. Not just that, that second floor control definitely going to be really rocky for both of these teams so far. And it's just so difficult because you have to worry about so many entrances. And so far, Roshi's going to be funneling it out. Only able to get that 2 kills, though. King able to get that 3rd kill. That's going to be huge for him. Gets taken down by Ma, but so far, it's still blue here in P1.
It's going to be Doyu Gaming with the challenge. P1's usually back and forth as usual. 10 more seconds on for the play. Wolves manages to find a crack on the hill. Off to P2 we go. Doyu Gaming now playing the objective as well as the early rotations towards P2. They're going to be hopping onto Garage, finding all of those slays. Left, right, center. Roxy, big fight for him to win out. Can he hop on right back in? It's going to be Peg and King in the meantime with the slays. And Doyu Gaming manages to put on a fantastic display of aggression to hold on to the opener of the hill. They still do get flushed out though. With the objective in tow, they are taking the spawns out of statue, hopping straight on in, and it's going to be a pincer maneuver, moving in from the lobby side as well, but being outslain by Wolves. Left, right, center they go, and no gets put down instantly. Wolves 35-24. The pace needs to be kept up here. Doyu Gaming finding the break yet again, this time as the spawns get flipped on over to the side of the observation deck. 22 more seconds to go. Hunter Killer Drone just does its work, and Roxy takes himself out of the equation, unfortunately.
Here we go. That's going to be huge coming in from DYG to flush out every single one of the Wolves players there. Still even when it comes to the playing field. But also scrap points going to the favor of DYG. And so far, surprisingly, Wolves does not go in there for their early rotation here into the next hill. You also have that 1 player down though, but majority of the Wolves gang are going to be right there in P3. Roxy, though, going to be able to not win that gunfight, unfortunately, for his team, but a pinch going to happen right now for DYG.
Early rotation into the Speed 3 and Warehouse on full lockdown here on the side of Wolves. Exchange going in for the War Machine investment as well, keeping the players back at the stone well, and that will be a fantastic play from him, and a well-used operator will allow Wolves to take the lead in this hardpoint matchup. Exchange now with the Hunter-Killer drone as well, out for the prowl, and the attack from the back on the side of Doyu Gaming. Do they get even close? They don't, because King now whips out the operator, only for Zai to come back in for the Annihilator response.
And now Zai going to be on a spree at the moment. Doesn't quite get and secure that last kill with the Annihilator, but there you go. Deals a lot of damage though. DYG finally gets the hill. The scrap points are going to be into his favor, unless we do get to see that one player winning it. But no, unfortunately, not able to win that gunfight. Sonoa goes down. But so far, though, we do get to see an early setup coming in from DYG here in P4.
Let's see if or not Wolves can close out this next hill as well. Once again, an early rotation coming through from the side of Doyu Gaming. Nian already on standby with the operator, but 4 operators for the play on the side of Doyu. And as I say that, it's a double investment coming on through. First one, the Purifier does go down. No, couldn't really make the best use of it. A triple operator investment. This one, Doyu trying to make a money hill for themselves out of 45 more seconds. Sunowo on the prowl with the claw will still go ahead and get taken down. And it's the Gravity Vortex that's going to be the final lifeline operator for the side of Doyu Gaming to hold on to the final 30 seconds.
What was that, Sonoa? Why'd you push that deep into their spawn? I mean, you have the claw, yes, but it's still nice to have an angle, but he was just wide open and essentially wasting that claw down. Now they are empty, where they could have just saved at least one of those into later on, as DYG still tries to go in there for the contest, but it's still Wolves that are trying to go in there for the contest as well. And so as much as DYG was able to get these points down, now they don't have anything when it comes to the defense into that next hill.
102 to 85, Doyu. Great plays, great investments, but was it too heavy of an investment round just for that one solid hill? Back into P1 we go. They've got the advantage. They are in the lead, but Wolves have shown us once that they can shine at this P1. All they need to do is just invest more than one of those objective players onto that anchor spot down below, but it doesn't seem to happen that way. Doyu Gaming, they hop on in, and it's going to be Chuan playing on with that Hunter-Killer drone. As it goes out for the prowl, the players get slain by the side of Wolves.
Roshi gets an essential kill. That's going to be giving them enough time to go rotate into P1. Again, another essential kill for him. High impact kills coming in from Roshi at the moment. And so far, Chuan going to be able to get that 2F control as well. Now it's going to be information given to his team that there's going to be a lot more players from Wolves on the upper side of the map. And now it's going to be that DYG team having a little bit more of a lead, but it is going to be contested really quickly as Chuan though gets that beautiful double kill. Now the rotation finally pulls through, and this is where DYG kind of lacked a while ago in this P2 round.
Doyu looking for the finisher. Can they continue to string this on into P2 as well? They're just playing this slightly better than Wolves. Wolves needs to just up the ante a tad bit, but Nian needs to start by looking for a couple of more slays. Just 7 kills. He's dragging the team behind. In the meantime, Zai as well as Exchange trying to keep the boat afloat here as they continue to slay out. Operator investment will be broken by Roxy and Chuan. It's going to be Zai with a backup, but Solo, what can he do? He gets a double for himself. Big kills coming through from Zai as he buys enough time for Wolves.
I see a lot of over pushing coming from DYG at the moment, especially when they're so confident when it comes to their own operators and score streaks. No, gonna be in that corner right there, and just able to get rid of that gravity vortex, which could have done so much damage. 153 and 99 is gonna be your score line, and now we need to see an early rotation coming for DYG, and they're not gonna be able to do so. 16 seconds on the clock. They still want this hill, and no one else from both teams going in for that rotation.
Doyu Gaming slowly but surely peeling away from the side of Wolves. Final 7 seconds, they get the slay. And look at this, just one objective player in the name of Nono. The rest of them already on the rotation towards the warehouse. It's a 2v2 gunfight. Can they win out this 2v1 as well? Big fights coming on through. King gets the first one, traded out by Chuan M. It is once again a well-timed operator investment. It's a double operator investment, as a matter of fact. It's going to be the Annihilator and the War Machine just absolutely wrecking havoc on Wolves, just keeping them on the back foot, keeping them away from the hard point as Doyu Gaming reaches close to the 200-point mark. Almost a 100-point lead here if they can hold on a tad bit longer.
Nian's going to be that lifeline here in P3, is able to get that 3K. But that beautiful stun just stops his momentum, and now it's still blue all across the board yet again. We need to see a response here coming here from Wolves, because so far they're spawning out from just going inside of the hard point one by one. As we do get to see Roshi trying to get those kills down, gets that beautiful double kill. And now 16 seconds left, and now DYG is able to go in there for that early rotation into P4, but he is going to be met by 2 players. That's Sanoa going in there for that early anchor spot.
This was the money hill for Doyu Gaming earlier on to pull the game right back to their side, and the early anchor is a failure. Wolves also sending in an early player for the play, and it's going to be Peg. Goes in for the investment of the operator as well. Whips out the claw on the setup. They are attacking from the side of Mana, but a pincer maneuver coming through from Doyu Gaming. They show up a tad bit slow, and that gives the opportunity for Wolves to outslay them. And now as they all stack from the side of Dogs, a 3-man push coming through at the same time. Chuan making that entry at the same time as well. Sunowo and Chuan both winning out their gunfights. Back and forth they spray, but Doyu, they find the break on the hill.
All blue all across the board so far, and even though Wolves was able to win that rotational gunfight, not able to sustain the gunfire at the moment, as we do get to see Ma able to cast a lot of pressure. Not just that, also has a Predator missile to play with, and speaking of, he brings it out, able to get that beautiful double kill. There you go. He almost got the whole squad too if he just brought it out just a few seconds later.
Big works on the operator as well as the score streaks from the side of Doyu Gaming, trying to find the finisher, but obviously being prevented by a good counterplay by Wolves. But I believe the game is all lost already. Doyu Gaming, all they need is a beautiful string from the P1 into P2. Make that P2 your money hill as well as the game closer. Even if Wolves puts up a great big fight here at this P1, it's only gonna allow Doyu Gaming to streak up a tad bit more. 2 operators on standby, and Doyu doesn't even need to waste it just yet.
Yeah, I mean, they're just chilling right now. They are able to actually utilize a lot of these score streaks, and operators down to the T. Zai brings out his own though. That's going to be huge for them. And so far when it comes to the streaks, he's going to be fully streaked out, but he's going to be taken down. And unfortunately, we do get to see majority of the points, and also the power positions being taken right now by DYG. And so far, so good. Roshi is able to get the Annihilate. That's going to be huge for them. Defense super solid here in P1, and so far it's always just DYG getting a lot of these engagements in P1.
So you just understand that they do have the timing in here to close this off, and they go in for the double operator investment. Still have got 2 more on their side as Sunowo and Chuan M now brings theirs onto activation, with Chuan M whipping out that war machine. Sunowo's going to be holding onto it for a tad bit more. It needs to be that P2 on rotation, and as they rotate over, Sunowo whips out the claw. Can he find Zai? Zai says hello and shuts him down. Claw dismantle instantly, but it is still Doyu Gaming with the opener on this final hill. A few more seconds to go, and that's about it. Doyu Gaming, they are 249 as Wolves finds the break. Doyu just needs 1 final engagement.
There you go. Just 1 more point coming in for DYG, and they're able to secure that round, and they're going to be your champions at the moment. Soak it in, boys, because they're going to be your CDSI champs, and they prove that they are the better team compared to Wolves, where we saw that Wolves got the better of them the last time they met. Now it's going to be the other way around. Congrats to you, boys.
Chinese team dominance at CDSI as Wolves managed to hop on into the grand finals, but outplayed by Doyu Gaming, proving to be the #1 Chinese squad out there. And they lift that trophy up full of pride.
And that's a lot of emotion right now, and they needed this win. Absolutely amazing stuff when it comes to this matchup as they lift up the trophy. And as the confetti goes down, and these boys absolutely deserve it. It was flawless all throughout the knockout stage every single time. This is the only time they kind of had a hard time. But no, DYG just proves that they're just so on point when it comes to everything.
Crazy stuff out of both of these teams, but Doyu Gaming just giving an inch but taking a mile for themselves, initially dropping that S&D matchup. And what we thought Wolves was doing to Doyu, it was Doyu enacting onto Wolves, building up that confidence a tad bit, and then whooping them all way around towards the end, beating them out 4-1 in this grand finals. They are the champions of the Call of Duty Mobile Summer Invitational, and it has been a hot season. Let's tune in and see exactly what the winners have got to say for their achievements. And I think we're not going to be able to hear their voices, so I'm going to be talking over them a tad bit. Throughout the whole competition, Doyu Gaming has gone through the entire bout unbeaten. And the only team to take away 2 maps from Doyu Gaming has been Kagendra. Walt took away 1 map. West Point Mama Lokings took away 1 map. Wolves took away 1 map. But they all suffered defeats in the hands of Doyu Gaming. From the very start to the very end. 8 series played in total for Doyu Gaming. And 8 victories of all of those series, Beef.
Oh, they're crying. Ooh, this makes me so emotional. And these guys definitely deserve it. And what a display of dominance. And like what we mentioned already, it's going to be flawless in their run here in CDSI. You must feel so good. And now it just really goes to show, with everyone else in the world doing their own thing when it comes to that stage 3 performance that they're having right now. Here on this side of the world, on the east, we have CDSI. And everyone's actually looking at this tournament right now, trying to answer the question as to who will be the #1 Chinese team, who will be the #1 Garena team. Can Japan also represent themselves in the world stage? Can they keep up? And so far, we do have one absolute answer, is that DYG is the #1 team at the moment for China. And also, hi, I'm on my backup camera right now because we were casting for so long that my camera
died. We get to see more of your beautiful face.
Yeah, good to have a backup.
Let me match up.
Yeah. There you go. Nice. Thank you so much.
A lot of fun, most definitely, on the series. Doyu Gaming managing to whoop out Wolves, and there was a lot of aggression in that SND matchup on Meltdown as well, where we thought, okay, maybe this was the comeback from the side of Wolves, but they got absolutely eaten up. For all of you guys who have been patient enough to wait all throughout this broadcast, please take a quick screenshot. This is a redemption code for all of you guys to hop on into the game and get some goodies for yourselves.
Wait, hold on. Let me just take a picture of that myself. I'm gonna need that redeem code. All right. Thank you so much, team. And also, thank you so much for everyone watching. Like 700 of you still watching right now at the very end of this stream. And obviously, that code is definitely going to be a nice little prize for you to stay here for that long. But it has been a treat for us, and unfortunately for me and AJ, this is a matchup that we thought was going to go the distance, but DYG just proves to be like they're just the kings right now of China. It's been an absolute pleasure just casting with you right now, AJ.
Likewise, Beef, thank you very much, and it has been a fantastic day. All thanks to you guys in the chat as well. Although we could not get the Indian drama that we wanted, it was a Chinese dominance all the way down to the very end. We're going to wrap the show up, and on behalf of the broadcast team, as well as all of the rest of the casters who have joined us for CDSI thus far, this is Beef, Mommy, and Mustachio signing off. Y'all have a great day ahead.